Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Bearded Muse. Why the hell did I say that? Yesterday we had some 2v2s, and that was one hell of a treat to see, as we had, if I could double check the bracket, we had a team that might have been a little bit surprising to see take it. We had Cresso and Blue take it over Acno and Blaze, and although that sounds surprising on paper, if you were there, you knew that, like I said, it was a treat to see, and they put in the work to take that, but that's all old news. Right now we got 1v1s. My name is Graffiti, and with me I am joined by my good friend, the one and only Flaming MBL. Mr. Flamin', how do you do, good sir?
I'm doing amazing right now. I'm so excited. Yesterday it was such an insane display of skill. But that's 2v2s. 2v2s, you have two players on each team. Self-explanatory, really. But with 1v1s, it's now going to see who's the better solo player, who's the best against one other person. So I'm definitely excited to see what each of these players can bring out in themselves.
1v1s can be a bit more taxing on the mental game compared to 2v2s, because just like you said, you're cutting the game down by half. There's less changing variables. It's just you and your opponent. There's no teammate to blame. There's no other opponent, second opponent that you can say, like, I didn't see him coming out of there. That was out of nowhere. I couldn't react to that. It's just you and the opponent. And one wrong move can't be clouded in all the chaos happening in twos. It's just the line of sight of one person to another. We are waiting for our next few matches to line up in the lobby. First off, as we're starting off with winners quarterfinals, we will be having Sarme versus Viper, and then after that we will be going down to start GG can load it all. Monir versus Acno. Flaming, what two sets will we have after that?
So the next two sets we're going to have are Skeldera and Swata. Skeldera taking out Knees earlier on in this tournament. Knees actually being eliminated by Pavelski in top 32 entry down on loser's side. Really unfortunate there for our second seed. But then we have our last set. It's not going to be casted by us, however. But it's going to be Machete versus S-Grape, two Lance Demons. I'm really excited for that set. Unfortunately, we're not going to win. But we have three amazing sets coming up.
As you can see, the stats comparing Sarmay to Viper. These are two very, very different players. Viper has been in it for years, and for most of the time, like as far back as you can remember, there's a decent chance Viper was at least practicing and aiming his sights high, and that's why he was able to earn 2 gold medals and 3 more silvers, right, and actually 7 more top 3s right behind that. Viper, a very seasoned player, he has seen the times change, and there's not a lot of figures that go back as far as him, but Sarme, I know that this applies a lot more to something like a bit more last year than now, but is still a little bit of like a new kid on the block and might not have as many years in this top level compared to someone like Viper, or compared to someone like Knees that we were just talking about. Viper is one of those players that just goes back, and Sarme, I remember it was sometime last year when some casters didn't even really know how to pronounce his name. He was very, very fresh and new at one point, somewhat recently, and he's still kind of looking to develop that, improve some points, because look, we got no top 3s right there, and that's just got to prove that he is hungry for it. You can also compare the PRs. We got PR 19 to PR 5, and so it's not that far apart. I know that, like, if you're in Sarme's spot, yeah, you might be a little nervous, but
50 more top 32s. That's not that big of a deal. But no, I do want to say, Sarme, we haven't really seen much from them in the 1 space, but from the 2's perspective, they've popped off countless times. I think it was Summers. I'm not exactly sure. It was 2022 was, but they popped off in that 2 space. most of the time a player does really good in 2v2s and then eventually comes in that 1v1 scene and starts doing an amazing job. We've seen that countless times with plenty of other players. So I mean, Viper might have the upper hand with all the fancy numbers, but Sarme, I mean, just a wild card coming out right now.
Yeah, Viper usually kind of sticks to the few things that he knows, but Sarme has really been playing a lot of different stuff. What have we seen Sarme play? We've seen him play Koji, we've seen him play, I think, Zul, we've seen him play Val, we've seen him play, I think, also a few Qatar characters, and also pretty sure a few Blasters characters as well. We had the Kaya on the graphic. That's always a good option that a lot of people at this level are picking up at this top 30 spot. Almost everybody, half everybody has a Kaya in the pocket somewhere. So we could be seeing a lot of different options come out from Sarme, and it might just be which one that he could find until it turns out to be the right one to counter Viper's Blasters. He has been playing Lucian for almost longer than I've known the game.
I mean, sticking with a single character for that long is definitely something, it's commendable. I mean, you have so much time, so much experience. You know the ins and outs and the turnarounds and the backward, forward, left step, right step. You get the point. You know basically everything about the character. But I mean, Sarme, playing that wide variety of characters, like you were saying, highest XP weapon and time weapon is actually Gauntlets. 700 and almost 70 hours on Gauntlets alone. So, do you think we're going to be seeing any Gauntlets, or do you think we're just going to be sticking with that Kaya pick that we've seen?
Hard to tell if we'll be seeing Gauntlets this set, but if we see Sarme on stream again, which, I mean, all he has to do is just win this one set, or if he drops this, win, I think, 2 or 3 more sets and lowers, which I know, easier said than done, but he's come a lot closer compared to a lot of other people in this tournament. How many people have we had? 600? The fact that he's top 16 winner side, it's a pretty good spot to be, but still, I'm definitely thinking that we could probably be seeing Gauntlets come out on a during another set, but I feel like I would have my doubts if we see it during this set, unless we see like I'm down 1 and 2 and I gotta throw out the Mordex, because we have seen that a little bit of like a Hail Mary, just that's the last thing I got. So we have seen that a little bit. I think that's probably the only way we'll be seeing Gauntlets, because other than the Mordex, it actually hasn't been too many Gauntlets, unless like maybe the Val we were talking about earlier, but I don't know. I feel like Kaya might just kind of, I would probably be leaning towards that he's sticking more towards Kaya than Val.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, Spear's always been a really solid weapon. Bow right now is pretty good. And honestly, I think Sarme just plays pretty well with really anything. As we've seen countless time again, playing that 2's really, really well, good at follow-ups. But I mean, once we haven't seen very much. I think it was 1 top 8, is that what I said? Or
I think it was 1 top 8, but then also a few top 32s behind that. I think it was like 12 or 15 or something like 16. That. So yeah, he's definitely putting in the work. And although, the stats might not be as impressive as someone that you would want to be in this spot, the work that he puts in during the game, sometimes the numbers don't really matter. It's how you play, and how he plays definitely earns him this spot.
Oh, for sure. I will say these two have fought each other before in multiple tournaments. Going as far back as Summer Championship of 2021, a 2-1 game there for Sarme, taking it with the Fate over a Lucian Ragnar pick from Viper. I mean, Qatar's, we know that from Viper, but if we go a little bit later into the year, the Mammoth Invitational, Viper with a 3-1 win over Sarme. What do you think about how the Lucian's going to play today?
I feel like this is the day that Viper has been waiting literal years for, because now Lucian is kind of becoming one of the better picks for ones. How many people do you see playing Lucian now, especially at this level? And Viper has been playing this for so long. And then also, even if that doesn't work, he's still got some good, decent pockets. Just like you said, that Ragnar.
Yeah, the Ragnar pick. Right, Viper has always been really good with the guitars. I think we've seen a Suri in the past as well. We do see a little bit of a Lim Fei pick. Only 2 marks for Viper in the tournament. But I mean, Canon was solid for quite a bit of time. And, you know, it's interesting, you know?
We have one very, very, very important question for you, Flaming.
Yeah.
Do you like my shades? Do you like my sunglasses?
But do I like your sunglasses?
My little sunglasses, yeah.
Your little sunglasses?
I can put them on over my actual glasses and see how that works.
Yeah.
And I could just do the rest of the stream like this with like my prescription glasses peeking through.
Yeah. So don't.
They're so pretty though. What do you mean don't? They are so pretty.
Well, we have just been informed that we are not, in fact, doing Sarme and Viper. Unfortunate circumstances there. We were just talking them up too. We were like, we're so hyped for this set. I mean, this could happen. This could happen. I mean, look at these placements. Look at this. I'm tired. I'm scared. I want to play. I want to watch some Brawlhalla. So that's what we're gonna do. Instead of doing Sarme and Viper, we're gonna see Acno and Monir. What do you think about this?
This is every single time you got a top 32 or a top 16 winner's side, you got winner's quarters. You have a real David versus Goliath story. Every single time there's winner's quarters, you got like seed 3 versus seed 30 something.
45.
Yeah, this is it for this tournament. We have Acno, and Acno, can you stop playing in tournaments because it's getting harder and harder to intro you in? Because everything's, as much as it's deserved, everything has already been said before, and I don't really know what to say. But we got Monir, who is a bit of a dark horse, coming in and trying to challenge Acno in the Lance matchup. Acno choosing Bo. Been playing a lot of Bo recently. We've been seeing the Diana, we've been seeing the Kaya. Makes sense, but Monir is a bit of a clean book that Acno has to maybe try and read. We're gonna have to see how this works out with our first game on Apocalypse.
Alright, I'm so excited. We see Vector recently winning DreamHack Dallas from you straight up there. But now Acno, I've seen a few other players pick up this Vector pick. Monir staying with it. So Ryan, what are you thinking about it?
Ryan's always a good pick. We got this spear, and also some of the signatures you can just kind of toss out during neutral, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and it's not the most risky option. They can be a little bit more safe compared to some other attacks you can be throwing out. So Monir has some good options to try and break neutral and approach, and so far is keeping even. And Acno's also respected Monir, and the thing is, although we don't really see too much of him on the mainstream, we've definitely, if you've looked through a bracket, if you've during a tournament looked at a bracket, I'm almost certain you've seen this guy's name everywhere. He's always lurking throughout like top 32 lower side, and let's hope that he's not a little bit out of their comfort zone, because Acno is able to take the first stock, and now there's a bit of pressure on this Black Knight to take this first stock. The trade happened successfully. No extra credit. Acno back at square one and practicing for some of those mechanics that are experimental right now. You see those dash hops. Dash hops, what I call them.
They're hopping. I mean, they're hopping, bunnies. So we are seeing the bow be played a little bit from Acno. Acno, not really a stranger to bow, playing Koji during DreamHack Dallas. What really solid pick. Sword is always a solid option, but now playing the Lance. I mean, it does look like Monir is getting a little bit of a lead onto Acno, not really able to find the KO just yet. Delay recovery for Acno, barely sending him off the screen. Good GC side sig for the KO. Acno will take the lead, but can Monir get this equalizer instantly like they did last time? It does not look like it, unfortunately.
So we have both lances in hand out on the stage. They're actually whiffing a lot. They're having a hard time They're not really being too nervous to break neutral. They want to approach. They want to land attacks. And after we trade dare after dare after dare, Monir very unfortunately falls out of that first stock. Acno just knows how to steal a stock sometimes. We got Monir locking in the Petra, realizing the Lance might have not been the best foot to start out on. We're hoping that this second step works out a little bit better. Acno, I could see him sticking on Vector. I almost forgot his name. That's how little that he's been played. Yeah, no, we got Acno sticking on the Vector.
Yeah, honestly, I love the Vector. You know, it's a character that we haven't seen very much of. But I mean, it's like the hidden potential for Vector it's just been unleashed. I remember tweeting Fossilix a while back talking about how Vector was like a top 3 legend, and now it's coming into fruition. We're seeing amazing gameplay coming out from basically anyone picking up Vector. I mean, a level 20 Vector from Acno against that Black Knight of Monir. But I mean, let's see how game 2 goes. We're on a different map, we're in a different setting, got a character swap, so let's see how this goes.
Acno, so for getting first good bits of stage control, catching the jump with the Sarre. That would have almost gone very unfortunately if Acno placed his shots correctly, but Monir responds and almost gets a very early stock. And another clash! That's 2 clashes in a row, but the NSIG is going to let Acno get this wave. That's also part of the reason why people should probably be playing Vector a little bit more, because not only with Lance recovery, but some of those signatures got some pretty decent movement. Monir is going to choose Orb for the KO, charges up the side sig, reading the spot dodge, and free choice of weapons, sticking with gauntlets. And look at that lead. That is a tasty lead, especially going up with someone like Acno, PR3, excuse me?
Well, I mean, Monir is doing doing so good with these gauntlets. Barely managing to make it back. Potential Gimp, you're trying to go for the Enzik, and Acno is down again. Monir up 3 stocks to 1, and barely not even in red yet. This is insane for Monir. Has an amazing lead. Acno really needs to start bringing this game back. You know, maybe the Vector pick ain't working, but this Petra pick definitely is. I mean, what else can you say about it? I mean, Acno is kind of just struggling to do really anything against these gauntlets. Bo trying to go for a recovery to get this KO. But Monir is just doing such a good job of avoiding all these attacks and just getting piece after piece after piece.
Starting with Bo is going to be a pretty good way to make some progress, and Bo is a fantastic weapon for chip damage, and although sometimes you have to wait pretty patiently for the KO, Acno's mental is fortified with steel, and I think has all the patience that he needed to wait for that recovery to click in. Still sticking with Bo to try and build up a little bit more chip damage. Also maybe play this a little bit more safe. Bo, you know, you can space yourself out and you don't have to be right in your opponent's face, unlike Lance, where a lot of the attacks, although they're moving, they do have high priority. They still, most of them move you in the direction of your opponent. And that, if that recovery sent, that would have been an amazing clip to answer back with how this game is starting. Acno falling down into red last stock, and meanwhile has to do a bit more chip damage just to get this second stock down the KO color. Although that comes real. This ledge guard is looking really scary.
Yeah, right now Monir is doing a really solid job with this orb, almost getting the KO off the top of orb recovery. Weapon throw down, can't Acno make it back? He does, but unfortunately a nice downer from Monir. Will take game number 2.
That's also a huge statement, because like I said, Monir doesn't really get on stream too many times. He's really just lurking around the bracket, taking like a few victories here, maybe an upset every now and again, and just is alright with ending the day with that. But the fact that they made it on stream and were able to pull this off against someone like Acno, that is a huge statement, and I think means that they're not ready to be complacent at where they are. It's a nice spot to be, but what if we reach a little bit higher?
I mean, beating Acno would already be a feat, but moving on to top 8 winner's side was also going to be something amazing for Monir. However, I don't think Acno is really a fan of that last game, already putting so much damage onto Monir, trying to go out for this KO off the side, not being able to do much though. Does get in there to punish that D-Light. Monir's struggling this game. You know, first stock, kind of rough, trying to find a little bit more damage. A nice sider from Acno will get the KO. Graffiti, I mean, what are you thinking about this Petra pick now?
I mean, it was working a lot better last game. I don't know if that was because of the map or because Acno was thinking, like, that's a drastic character change. What's up with that? Maybe just wasn't properly respecting it until now, where Monir proved their point. And also, funny thing, when Acno was on last stock, he chose to spend most of the time on bow, but now that the game is fresh and that he knows to respect the Petra, he's spending a lot of time on land, which I know said that, like, you really do have to think about the approach sometimes because the attacks move you into your opponent, but they still have very, very high priority, and they could beat out just about any other attack, especially anything that Petra can throw out. So I think, although it was a fantastic pick, and I don't blame him for seeing a little bit more of that, because that pivot Ensig is able to connect. Weapon throw down and recovery also able to connect. Monir is able to find these little victories here and there. I'm not giving up on the Petra just yet, but if you're looking at the game state, that first stock, yeah, but that's still only the first one. I don't really know what to say about the game state right here. This is looking a little worrying.
Well, I mean, it would be worrying for Monir, but if you're Acno, you would be loving this position right now. No damage on the second stock just yet. Monir struggling to really find anything to, like, do any damage, do any combos, but a nice few little hits there with down lane to ground coming. Acno just looking for the side air, and that is it. Game number 3 goes the way of Acno. I mean, what can you even say about that game? I mean, the Petra completely just crumbled from Monir that game.
Well, if I was in Monir's spot, what I would say about that game is we need a different map. Or maybe a different character? Because we got Monir showing a jack of all trades and really hopping around the character pool. Look at what we have on screen right now. And although I'm pretty sure we do also have a map change to accompany it, Flaming, look at this.
I'm looking.
Are you seeing what is happening on screen?
I am seeing that, Graffiti. I mean, pulling out the Assyria. I mean, played 6 different weapons this set. And, I mean, maybe another character swap is what they need to even take Acno out. A good read there. Oh, he did not touch. He did not touch. Oh, he did touch. Never mind. Don't listen to him. But, I mean, a really solid start there from Monir with these guitars. Acno starting to bring them some damage back with the bow, however. Now, it's starting to get a little bit closer. What are we thinking about this Assyria pick?
Now, although this game is very even, this set I would say might still be leaning a bit more towards Acno, because I think it took losing that one game to learn all of Monir's tricks. Not learning that D-Sig though. That's the cool thing about Monir is that they don't really use that many signatures just until it's right, and that light GC uppercut gonna come through. Acno's able to even out stocks, but yeah, I think it took Acno losing that first game as a bit of a wake-up call and realize, all right, those are some of the tricks Monir's gonna use. I know what I'm getting myself into, and I think losing that game actually might be boosting Acno's performance, because now Monir really has to look for more tricks to pull off, and it's really going to put a lot of pressure on him to see, like, okay, how well can you adapt? You can't lose one game. You have to win 2 in a row just to continue in winner's bracket. Otherwise, you'll be swimming in lowers. That's not a comfortable spot to be, now is it?
Oh, definitely not. I mean, one devastating set can lead to multiple devastating sets. Right now, Monir's doing a really good job with this sword and guitars. Getting another stock off of Acno. You were saying Acno had the upper hand, but now it looks completely in Monir's favor. Very mediocre damage built onto Monir. Really good mainstream. Could possibly get the KO too. Trying to find another read, however, with these guitars. We saw it really early on in the game, getting a lot of damage onto Acno. But, I mean, Monir just really doesn't have to do too much. Potential Gimp there. Acno does deny it with a recovery. Another recovery will get the stock. I mean, Monir does so much damage with sword and guitars. But, I mean, the lance just does not have to hit very many times. It just does so much damage.
So we are inching into what could be the last few interactions of the game, as Monir is actually really pulling it through with some solid sword gameplay. And Endlight after Endlight after Endlight, Acno's having a hard time finding his way into this sword with Lance. I feel something about that I feel it doesn't quite check out. You think that Lance might perform a little bit better in a sword, but no, Monir is making it work. D-Light after Endlight after Endlight. This, all Monir needs to do is just find the stock to close it out. We've seen some signatures pop out. We've seen that D-Light recovery, peek its head around the corner. We just need one of those to connect. And we got
Beautiful. Game 5 first set. I mean, what else could you ask for? Game 5.
You do a better impression of it. I should have just let
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
That's actually kind of good. They should just hire you for it, honestly. That's not that bad. You're kind of close.
Yo, BMG, my DMs are open. Anyway, but going into Game 5, we're gonna see Monir stay on that Asuri pick. You know, I mean, the character swap worked again, but I mean, Acno staying with this vector, staying pretty confident. I mean, maybe a little bit discouraged after losing, but I mean, I don't think it would get to them. With the amount of tournament experience they have, it's hard to feel nervous here.
So Acno's a champion, and I feel like it's part of the champion's mindset to be like, okay, maybe that loss was necessary so I can learn some of your tricks, and I can see what your win conditions are, what it takes for you to win, and in a pretty nasty ground pound all the way off that close to the blast zone. That, I don't think anybody really could have predicted that except for Monir the moment the input connected, so that, Monir's still full of surprises. I know that, like, I might have had some doubts, but I was wrong about that. This kid's still full of surprises.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone really expected that to even kill. I didn't even think it was gonna kill. But a really good play there from Monir, getting in that trade. Honestly, you wanted it to kill?
I wanted it to KO for the clip. Just for the clip, I wanted it to. I didn't care how likely it was or how reasonable it was. I just wanted the clip.
He's found the clip.
Oh, wait, do we have another one?
He did touch. But Monir getting a deny.
Master!
The clip god. Monir is doing it so good right now in this game 5. Loser of this does get knocked down, and winner moves on to top 8. It's pretty close though. I mean, you can't count Monir out, you can't count Acno out. I mean, it's so hard to tell what's going to happen. Monir's starting to build a little bit more damage. I think, honestly, earlier in the game, the trade he made right on the edge was pretty beneficial. I mean, he was, I think, an orange, Acno was yellow, so I think it was pretty necessary. I mean, what are you thinking?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of impossible to count Monir out, especially when they were in a stock lead and they were able to get a little bit extra credit and that they're just slowly building without taking much damage on their own. It's hard to count the guy out when they're literally at a pretty nice lead. Maybe not too comfortable, you know, maybe not like sitting on a couch, but he's still sitting quite cozy at this yellow to orange lead. Needs a few more hits with guitars. Once you get one, you pretty much get 5. One hit is basically 5, and sometimes the opponent might as well just take their hands off the keyboard. But Acno's still schmoving, trying to find his way around. Sticking with Bo. I think Bo is the clutch weapon Acno is gonna try and use to even out the game. You can even see has it doubled down. Acno's gotten really good at messing with the wipe weapon cycle, making sure that he always has the weapon that he wants. You can see him always doubling down Lance first half of the game, always doubling down Bo second half of the game. It's also giving us a bit of a peek into his strategy that Monir's definitely noticed by now. So, like I said, still a lot of pressure on Monir to adapt. No matter how many surprises you can pull out of the bag, eventually one has to be the right one before it's too late.
Monir's just looking for this, like, this confirm here, but Acno is doing so well with these bow and arrows, trying to... No player wants to get hit right now. Monir unfortunately going for a side sing and a beautiful punish for Acno. Beautiful finish. And that is going to be our first set. Graffiti, what's going on? What are you thinking about right now?
I'm thinking about, I think the ice cream I had yesterday gave me a tummy ache.
Oh.
I'm also thinking about what you said, neither player wants to get hit, because when you're this deep into a game 5, that is what getting hit gives you. You reach a point where all it takes is just one mistake, and then the whole bracket run goes up in a cloud of smoke. Monir surprising us all by making it this far, and has definitely proven themselves worthy today. I don't want to see anybody counting them out. I don't want to see anybody saying like, oh, PR33, that's nothing. That's a nobody. Nah, we saw something special today, and I'm hoping that theme continues as we go over to one of our next sets. Unfortunately, if you check the bracket, we had to have Viper DQ out of winner's side, and they will be continuing through lower bracket. And they only have one game to win in lower bracket before they're able to make it to top 8, and they also do have some time to wait. So whatever issues that they were having that unfortunately caused them to DQ, hopefully they have enough time to figure that out before their top 8 qualifier is up. But we got 2 sets left. We got Machete versus S-Grape coming up soon. And Flamin', who do we got? Who are we waiting on now? Who do we have on screen?
So on screen, we have 2 really interesting players. We have Swata and Skeldera. Skeldera knocking out knees earlier on in this tournament. I mean, that alone is a feat. But, I mean, now getting into winner's side of top 16, potentially getting winner's side top 8 over Swata. Swata, one of the most solid players of their time. I mean, we see first place, second place, bronzes, and we're seeing a ton of top 8s and top 32s. However, if we take a look on the other end of the spectrum, we're seeing Skeldera with 1 top 32 placement. I mean, like, what do you even say about that, man?
I mean, what's interesting to note is that gold medal, that was from BCX 2021, when it was all just, BCX was just online invitational. Swata was able to win that. The top 32 best ranked, highest ranked players of that time in that region, and Swata was able to take that in pretty triumphant fashion. And so, although sometimes he doesn't go full send, but when he does, always bet on Swata. It's always hard to tell if he's going full send, but you'll know it when you see it. And Skeldera right up here, I'm pretty sure is a very new name, because when I was talking about Monir earlier, I have seen that name countless times floating through a bracket. I've seen that name countless times in top 8 qualifiers, both communities and majors. Like, we have seen that guy creeping his way through a bracket. That name is very familiar. Skeldera is a little bit cloudy for me, and I'm digging through the file cabinet. I'm digging through, and my brain is not really giving me anything. And also, I don't know if I've ever seen anybody use this Jayun drip, so we got someone completely fresh shaking things up. And although it might feel a little bit shaken up from what Swata's throwing you through with these loosened blasters hopping around the stage, there's still a chance, because like I said, sometimes the game all comes down to surprises. What can you do that your opponent is not expecting? And already just being here, Skeldera is enough of a surprise, but needs to pull out a little bit more to make this work. I have faith.
Do you have faith, or are you just saying that? Because right now, Swata's doing such a good job with these blasters and getting it.
Great sword coming out. He's having a little bit of a hard time finding his way into blasters. Swata doesn't want to spend too much time on guitars. That, or doesn't want to mess with the weapon cycle too much, because there's a bit of risk of that. You know, you do have to dedicate the time either in between stocks or take the risk while the opponent is on stage. And you know, look where that can get you. Swata was running towards the weapon, and Skeldera was able to catch that. Swata still has built up some extra credit. Now has to work with the guitars. Let's see how well this works. and is looking equally as confident. And I'm starting to think maybe the weapon pick doesn't really matter too much for Swata. He's looking to find his way into this greatsword. As Skeldra's really only been getting a little bit of chip damage here or there. Gee, do have some pretty good on gameplay. I'm beating out Katars. Definitely, you know, a little glimmering moment of hope for Skeldera right here, but that Ensig beating out a whiff and into an almost a KO option. I mean, with the game state, Skeldera needs some surprises right here. We do see some strings coming out. Just like I was saying earlier, Skeldera was really only been able to find chip damage here or there. We do see some bigger strings coming out that you really want to see. Every single time you see Greatsword, what's on your mind? We're looking for that huge 3-dodge read Pavelski cross the stage and back combo. We're starting to see a few small glimpses of that, maybe.
The Greatsword, honestly, it's just too slow, I think, right now. I mean, the blasters have been doing so good for Swata, the Katars have been doing so good. But a nice little dodge there from a Swata will get to confirm the delay recovery. I mean, Swata just looks so solid right now. The sword for Skeldera is not doing too much, unfortunately. The Greatsword has not been doing too much. But, I mean, it's pretty much almost equal, actually, if Skeldera just gets this confirmed real quick. Recovery, still not enough. Swata looking to put a little bit more damage on the Skeldera. But yeah, we've been looking for those Greatsword strings, but, I mean, there's really no openings for Skeldera, especially with these two weapons with low recovery frames. What kind of, you know, concept do we think of for Swata right now? What are we thinking?
I mean, there is a bit of pressure now on Swata because he had a very, very hard time closing out that second stock, and Skeldera was able to, just like you said, bring it closer to even. So I think Swata is going to start being a bit more efficient with the KOs, and I think that means probably playing a little bit more blasters because sometimes Katars, they can struggle to KO a little bit. You do got recovery, you do got side air, but sometimes it's kind of hard to rely on those, and you need a good setup. Like half of blasters moves into recovery is a pretty good way to guarantee that. And Skeldera switching onto sword, we have some KO options flying out. As like we said, Skeldera, their defense is really good. Their ability to clutch up against a player like Swata and bring this game close to even, that is still looking pretty nice.
Yeah, right now, horrible misinput from Swata does manage to dodge the incoming weapon throw, but Skeldera's just trying to find this last stock to KO. Swata sitting on the edge, recovery from Skeldera, and that is going to bring this game back. Beautiful gameplay there. I mean, we saw that Greatsword start coming in at the end, both players doing over 600 damage. I mean, what do you even want to say about that, man?
I mean, Skeldera was an entire stock behind halfway through that game, and it just took a little bit of time to clutch up and like we said, play some fantastic defense and just do what they've always been doing in that game, build chip damage here and there, while just stepping up dish movement, and is already not even been touched yet. Only just getting touched for the first time on their first stock, and still is built up a pretty tasty damage lead. Soon to build it into a stock lead.
Gone. He's gone.
Yeah, no, you could even see that fastball.
Lord.
That's what you want. That's the starter that you want. That's what we're looking for.
I mean, Greatsword is so satisfying to watch. It is so fun to play. But I mean, I don't think Swat is liking this very much. The damage consistently being built. Skeldera's doing so good. I mean, after that, you know, rough start in game number 1, they've been putting on the damage, and they have been non-stop putting on. I mean, it's just, they're just putting on a show at this point. They're putting on everything. They're putting on shirts, sweatshirts, pants, all of it. They're putting it all on.
What is movement with the blaster is definitely going to be a very good way to counter this sword. Skeldera's a lot of his options covered, but not going to be able to cover his head from that ground pound. The extra credit is still going to be pretty apparent in just the game. Skeldera now has Greatsword again. I think would probably rather stick with sword for the KO, as we saw him stick with sword for most of that last stock. But hey, what's just a few more hits? Skeldera, I think, is plugged in the blender.
Yeah, I mean, But, you know, sometimes blenders just gotta, you know, get stopped. And there's sometimes, you know, you got ice in there, you got, you know, frozen fruits. I mean, blenders sometimes just gotta stop. But, I mean, he's quite a bit of a high-quality blender. I mean, not much is stopping him right now.
Swata's looking to turn the speed down, turn the power down, but Skeldera is still, I mean, it's plugged in and it's turned
It is
on.
plugged in and it's going. Highest setting right now. Good read there from Swata. Not going to be able to capitalize too much on it, though. Oh.
Out of what? That was a great option from Swata. This is getting close.
It's close, but I mean, stock-wise, not at all. D-Light recovery for Skeldera. Ooh, really unfortunate there. Skeldera takes a 2-0 lead over Swata, a BCX 1v1 champion. Graffiti, how are you feeling about this? I mean, Swata started so good, but now Skeldera's starting to pick it up and doing so well.
I think we are seeing a character swap from Swata. We're still keeping the guitars. Those were going pretty nicely. But weirdly enough, the blaster, something that I would have put money on being his best tool, is not really what we're going out with for what Swata is hoping to be not his last game in the bracket. A map change is also very welcome. Swata's throwing in some variables, and Caspian has a lot of weight on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, I mean, normally we'd see Swata on like the Bodvar or, you know, on some other Hammer Legend. But no, we're seeing the guitars come out, we're seeing a solid pick. But Skeldera's just doing so well with that greatsword and the sword pick. I mean, it's just constant damage build. I mean, trying to go for read after read with greatsword is somewhat exhausting, but it's so worth it. I mean, you see how much like Swata has to hit Skeldera just to even equal up that damage. Like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, to a certain extent, he doesn't have to hit him too much. Caspian does have some pretty nice damage and also some pretty disjointed signatures that you can really just throw out. Swata proving that point quite beautifully. But still, Skeldera, Swata, I think they both are looking to have the same approach. They know that every time they find their way in, they're going to do a lot of damage. That side sig going to do a lot of damage to send Skeldera down to second stock. Skeldera has a lot of tools to build up damage. You got that greatsword, just like we said. The blender's still plugged in. It's been turned down a bit, you know, it's been turned down to a lower setting, but it's still plugged in, it's still on, it's still going. So we know that Skeldera has options to continue a lead if he has to, and Swata, one hit is sometimes enough when it comes to chip damage, as you can see. Building up damage quite nicely, and that recovery sends so fast.
Yeah, I mean, Skeldera just, you know, trying to put a little bit more damage on the Swata. Last game was really good for them. But Swata now down 2-0 in game number 3 here. If they do not win this, they are sent down to losers bracket. It would suck, especially for, I mean, everyone. If, you know, Swata just, I mean, 3-0. I mean, 3-0 on a BCX champion. Skeldera, insane if that were to happen. I mean, damage is pretty equal, though, so it is definitely possible for something like this to happen.
Swata dipping down to try and evade the edge guard, but it's not gonna work. Skeldera is gonna find the confirm and slap Swata down to a bracket stock. On the verge of a 3-0 against, need we say it again, what do we keep saying about Swata? Verge of a 3-0 against who now?
Listen, alright. I mean, if Skeldera does get the 3-0, that'd be great. If Swata gets a reverse 3-0, that'd also be great. Another game 5. We just had one last set, and that one was really close. But Swata playing for their stock and winner's side, I mean, it's been rough. I mean, the Gauntlets have been doing pretty well. But Skeldera's greatsword and sword have just been real solid this entire set. Now getting a little bit of a beat out to Swata. Nice punish there with the sideline to end light. I mean, what can you even say about this?
Swata trying to cover his head with the Nair to recover back to stage. The sweat bead's coming out every now and then again, and Skeldera's going to looking to capitalize on that next time it happens. Sair after Sair after Sair would have been a pretty nice highlight, but still, Skeldera is throwing out really just any signature that they can. Unarmed is going to be
beautiful.
Confirm.
Swata barely saving themselves. They did the same amount of damage that game. That is so funny. But barely saving themselves, down air into the stage to a GC D-Light ground pound. A beautiful save there for Swata, now bringing the set to a 2-1. However, it is still in Skeldera's favor. This greatsword still has been popping off game after game. So, I mean, maybe the setting's turned down a little bit. It's maybe on like a puree right now. It's not on the full blend. But, I mean, it's definitely going to be close. I can guarantee you that.
I mean, also, here's the thing. Swata is doing a good job of keeping their dodges varied, because Skeldera was catching a lot of dodges that second game. And also, so that's what's going on for Swata. But one thing that's going on for Skeldera is this map change. This is a fan favorite, of course, depending on what weapon you're playing, but this is going to benefit Skeldera so much. Having a lot of runway to build up damage and maybe build up a few combos or two, because Greatsword is best grounded. So having a lot of grounded space to play with, Skeldera, I think, is, I guess, tying his bib into his shirt, getting ready for his snack, and is just looking to find the first hit to connect.
Nice.
But
Ensign.
gonna have to wait.
Yeah, I mean, Skeldera was munching now, but now Swata's like, he's chowing down. I mean, starting off really interesting. I mean, equal damage, going for another NC to try and get a little bit of edge guard retention. However, Skeldera will get that recovery, will get the confirm, and stocks are equal. Little bit of extra damage built onto Skeldera, but now back with this greatsword, we've been seeing it do so much work, game after game, set after set. I mean, I don't even think this is...
2 reads in a row from Skeldera.
I don't even think Jae-Yun is the normal pick for Skeldera. I think we've seen mainly a Mako pick. But, I mean, it just works. It's just working so well.
Could be a player-specific counter.
That is true. That is definitely true.
Or also maybe Mako is a bit more of a pocket, or a bit more of like a I'm having fun in pools kind of thing, because we do have the Doodle Jae-Yun icon, and the way he maneuvers around that Dare Nair. I mean, there is a small chance that Jae-Yun is like their actual proper main, because we got the Doodle avatar, and Mako is probably just like a character pick for mess around in pools, but it doesn't really have much more space to mess around here now that we're in top 8 qualifiers.
Level 83 Mako.
Oh,
Respectfully, I'm right. You're wrong. And
no, yeah, I stand corrected. I'm not. I'm stopping there.
But I mean, the greatsword. It's just so clean, man. I love seeing greatsword. It's just so amazing, man. There's just nothing I can say about it.
Swata needs to clutch up, needs to make gauntlets work, needs to keep his dodges varied, and maneuver his way around anything that Skeldera can throw his way. You can see he's getting a little bit nervous to approach. Doesn't want any mistake to try and cost him the game. The D-Light doesn't quite connect with the N-Light. Imagine if the N-Light sent into the weapon throw and we had like a lower moment.
I forgot about him, man.
Oh, unarmed, but the D-Light into weapon pickup recovery. How often do you see that? Ooh.
Pretty often, but a nice N-Light from Skeldera, and that is going to be an insane victory for Skeldera. Not only knocking out Knees, but knocking out Swata down to loser's bracket. Insane there. I mean, a greatsword. I'm not saying anything about like boosting or anything, but man, that greatsword was putting in heavy work there for Skeldera. 600 damage every single game for them. I mean, what do you even say to that, man? It's like they do so good.
House of Greatsword finds their way into top 8 winners side after eliminating Kazumi and Swata from the upper bracket. I'm agreeing with you. That Greatsword, very, very comfortable in their hands, and having 2 very high-level Greatsword characters. I would not expect anything less from a master of their craft. We will be going on to the last set of winners quarterfinals. The last set to confirm that you're in top 8. And if you drop this, it's not quite confirmed. We will be going on to S-Grape versus Machete.
Oh my god. What I have to say about this is it's gonna be fun. All right, I'll let you go first though, because I don't want to take over too much. You go ahead and say what you want first.
Machete has, I think, really a community tournament demon, and is quite a few people's. One thing that he really likes to do is that he grinds community events. He is always in these, and he's always getting top 3, and he's always shutting people down, and he's always trying to do whatever he can to practice to stay on top. You don't get PR3 by just sitting around doing nothing. This man, I have seen him stomp many a community bracket. S-Grape, though, S-Grape having a very interesting story. I would probably, for a while, I'd put him in a similar spot as Monir, in the sense where, like, you know, although you don't see him that much on the mainstream, he's still always there. He's still always making some pretty nice placements, and especially if you get him in a community bracket, there's less demons to deal with. You could really, really see what he's working with until that second place at Springs. Hello? Just pulls that out of his sleeves?
I mean, come on, man. You went to the Spring Royale. I don't exactly remember what happened there. I don't know if it was good or bad. However, we are seeing Machete play this Jae-Yun pick. We just saw that last game from Skeldera do amazing things against Swata. But now we're going to have to see it go into S-Grape. S-Grape mainly known for that Lance and Orion pick. Always been a solid player. And, I mean, it's a personal bias, but I always love seeing players with Spear play so well. So, yeah. It's just, I don't know. These guys are just amazing players in general, so seeing them clash, I mean, even just top 8 entry, I feel like this match can probably be winners finals. What do you think?
Oh yeah, easily. Because we also, if you check the PR, it was like 50 picks to.
Yes.
Yeah, no, these two guys are pretty much neck and neck, because when the numbers get that close and you're this high up, really anyone can take the set.
But I mean, right now, Machete kind of struggling. You're not seeing as much Greatsword as we did last game, but S-Grape doing a really good job with Spear, getting a little bit of damage built here and there. Finally picking up the Lance, trying to go for a GC down so you could possibly get a confirm off of it. Another misplaced signature from S-Grape, but good Ensig though will get the first stock of Machete, and he's going to prime that Lance.
S-Grape needs to try and hold on to this stock. You can see just how far the unarmed sidelight sends him. Machete just dash jumping around the stage, is able to pick up the dealer recovery. That is going to be enough. This Paladin Jae-Yun is making some. Hold on, wait. Was the last set that we saw with Skeldera, that was the level 1 Paladin Jae-Yun, right? And is this level 3?
I believe so. Yes.
That completely didn't cross my mind.
Oh, anyway, I mean, it's like level 1 Jae-Yun versus level 100 plus Jae-Yun. But a good ground pound from S-Grape with a sizable lead now. Doing it really solid, trying to get a little bit of damage. I mean, S-Grape is not having much trouble at all. Machete needs to start building up damage like yesterday. Good dodge there. Nice little punish. 3-hit for Machete. Trying to get this confirmed, and they do! Beautiful. Didn't even get touched that stop.
Evening it out. Machete now has some momentum in the palm of their hands. Greatsword into lands, two very big weapons that I feel like kind of move in pretty similar ways, where on just every single hit they feel kind of slow, but once you start building up combos, that's when the momentum builds and they could take stocks in the blink of an eye. Machete, you can still, even though that doesn't quite connect, still has a read, still has S-Grape downloaded quite well, is able to read the jump, and is not quite able to catch with that Nair. That N-Sig might punish him for it, but still, we are coming down to sudden death in game 1, and Machete goes up in the...
Beautiful side there for the sword. S-Grape kind of struggling near the end. Machete doing a really good job of equaling up those stocks. I mean, he had such a sizable lead going into that, going into Machete's last stock, but Machete just played so well with Greatsword, got a bunch of reads, got a bunch of combos going, and S-Grape just took that, But now we're moving on to it once again, another flat map. Greatsword does prevail on these types of maps. However, I think Lance also does as well.
That neutral starter just barely whiffing from a few seconds ago. Anything started, I think S-Grape's playing around for a little bit more of a punish than anything, and so S-Grape, you can even see dodging away to try and get the punish, charges up that side sig and gets punished for it. So Machete switching over to sword, I think might be approaching less and playing for a bit more for the punish. And similar with S-Grape, you can see them being very, very nervous to approach and is able to punish the landing as it is first stocks, but they are playing like it's last stock. And to an extent, I kind of like that. You got to treat every stock with the value that it has, because right now, the moment one gets taken away, look at where the game leans. Look at where you want to say, I bet this guy's going to win.
I bet this guy's gonna win right now. But I mean, last time we didn't even see much of a lead built for either player, and now for the first time we see S-Grape going in with a lead. I mean, last game stocks were equal regardless of damage. I mean, one person died and the next person did not do any damage. And it's just like, I mean, there's really been no leads, but right now S-Grape does actually have a lead. This Lance pick is doing really, really good, but Machete is starting to capitalize on it with this Greatsword. The two aerial weapons doing solid damage, but a nice confirm there for S-Grape.
This is a very, very tasty lead for S-Grape. Machete still has them red, still able to catch these jumps and these dodge every now and again, especially when it matters that D-Light's going to send S-Grape off the side of the stage, but Machete is going to look at ground pound. S-Grape's going to sneak on by, find his way back on a stage. Weapon uses the weapon throw into the combo, shoves S-Grape aside, and is on the verge of evening out stocks. Although, whatever little bits of damage S-Grape's been able to pick up here and there has been adding up fast. Because although Machete has damage, has stocks even out, damage is a different story. Choosing to stay on sword for a little bit more, and we're starting to see Machete's strategy poke through. Great sword when you're feeling a little bit more ambitious and you want to swing first, and sword when you want to hang back and play a little bit more off with chip damage and punish. As you can see, it's really over who is able to pressure the other player into whiffing first. And Machete is getting the better of a considerable amount of these engagements, but S-Grape really only needs to pick one option, the right place at the right time, the right button for it to all connect.
The right foot.
Have a 1-1, yeah.
The right one. That one.
In particular, that one.
That one especially. But I mean, it's gonna be a close set. Do you think we're gonna see a game 5 from these guys?
It's already looking like it. We got Machete taking a game pretty triumphantly, and then we got S-Grape just playing a very, very solid game, stepping up as that was going on. Both these players slowly upgrading, slowly turning the power higher and higher as we got going on. So I'd say it's in the deck. I don't know how close it is to the top of the deck, but the card's in there. I believe in it.
It's in there somewhere, but I mean, you got to realize there's 52 other cards or 51 other cards in that same deck. So really, this could go any way. I mean, S-Grape did a really good job last game. You know, had a sizable lead for the majority of it. But I mean, Machete brought a game back from 2 stocks to 1. So I mean, like I said, there's just so much that can happen. There's so much uncertainty, but that's what we love Brawlhalla. You know, there's nothing set in stone. You know, unless I'm going against graffiti in a tournament. You know, it's kind of given. Stop.
No, don't no. I mean,
I'm sorry.
We did just see Skeldera 3-1 Swata. You don't gotta expose me like that.
I'm sorry, Graffiti. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I promise.
Yeah, we did just see Skeldera 3-1 Swata, and that is kind of one of our favorite reasons to watch this, is that anything can and will happen. It's always too early to call it until it's over. Don't say it until it happens. But right now, this start of the game is not maybe looking squeaky, spotless, clean for S-Grape. We got some spots that we gotta start sweeping.
Yeah, right now, Machete's starting off amazing with that great sword, but now starting to opt in for the sword, you know? Trying to get a little bit, just the chip damage. But S-Grape just needs to start doing some work, you know? Heavy amounts of damage just are not gonna be enough, really. And you can get the damage, but just not finding really neat confirms, nothing's really going on for S-Grape. Really tough game. Side late down air for the lands. But Machete just doing so well. A good punish, trying to go for a falling sider to get the confirm onto S-Grape lands again. S-Grape unfortunately getting hit by that N-Sig from Machete.
That was also a really good punish.
It was. But as we're seeing right now, Machete with a sizable lead, 3 stocks to 1. There is a potential for a 3-stock here, but I mean, as I say that, since off the side of stage, can S-Grape get the edge guard? They unfortunately do not. Machete regains stage control, back off stage. This is rough for S-Grape right now.
Yeah, no, Machete is close to untouchable right now. There's the first thing to connect in a long while, as we have both players in red. Next hit might just take the stock. Machete almost gives up the weapon. I don't know if it was a misinput, not letting him grab it, but Machete looking untouchable for the second half of that game.
God dang, man.
God dang.
Come on!
God dang.
I mean, I get that these players are really good, but a 3-stock right now puts them down 2-1 games. I mean, it's like crazy. I mean, you know what I mean, right? It's like crazy.
That's just gonna put a lot of pressure on Swata. On S-Grape's shoulders to try and figure out how to respond.
Oh yeah, I mean, but I think any response is good right now. I mean, any response is better than no response, and
yeah,
we're just gonna have to see if S-Grape can respond. Machete's starting to look like that blender Skeldera was in last game, but I mean, it's cranked all the way up right now. So let's see if S-Grape can even bring it back.
S-Grape takes us to Western Air Temple, a very interesting choice, and we're just going to see how much this benefits him. And it's not going too bad to start. I mean, we do have it even. Machete is able to expand any bits of damage he's able to get. Still has S-Grape red, pretty decently, and S-Grape trying to bait out with that ground pound, not quite gonna work. Machete is quickly getting the better of most of these engagements. S-Grape needs to rethink his approach fast. These aren't just rolls of the die. This isn't just, oh, the coin is flipping, not my way sometimes. This is Machete gaining the better of a lot of these engagements, but the clash off of the D-Light is going to be a fantastic way to maybe bring this closer to even, as we have both players touching down on red. The next few hits are going to sway the set. S-Grape is going to have a lot more work to do if he wants to bring this to a game 5. And Machete is not stopping, not getting comfortable. He's going to keep on running.
Yeah, Machete basically said, all right, we'll play heads or tails. Heads, I win. Tails, you lose. I mean, it's like he's starting to run away with it, but now S-Grape equaling up the stocks pretty quickly, trying to build a little bit of damage onto Machete. But I mean, the greatsword last game did so well for Machete, and a nice little punish there with the side lights and the D lights. Machete getting a nice little 3-piece there with the sword. And S-Grape started to struggle, not really finding many openings with this Lance pick. I mean, a Lance player struggling with Lance, that's something new, I'm gonna be honest.
S-Grape has done a very nice job of evening out the game, although could be on the verge of falling down a bracket stock right here, gets caught in the end sig. I don't know if he was trying to jump out of that, it was a misinput, or was just not expecting it to reach that far, but it was very strange to see it catch in that specific manner. We got Machete staying grounded, choosing not to leave the floor. When you got a weapon that benefits being grounded a lot better, you don't want to leave the ground to fight against a weapon that is much better off the stage. You can see S-Grape jumping a lot and has to pull out an anti-air to shut that down. S-Grape's Lance gonna work so much better in the air. Machete's greatsword gonna work so much better on the ground. So one of these players kind of has to have to leave their comfort zone to approach just for a chance to win out in neutral. No, you come here. No. I'm staying here. You come here. I'm good here.
No. I want to stay over here.
You come here. No.
No, but I want to stay over here though.
No, it's so warm and comfy here. Come on.
It's warm. Nah, I'm a cool guy. I like the cold.
Me too.
Right now,
it up for the story.
S-Grape with a beautiful end sig, and now graffiti. You know what that means? You know what that means? I'm so excited. You know what that means?
We got another game 5.
We got a game 5. Let's go.
Do the voice again. Do it.
Game 5.
Yippee!
Yippee! Hooray!
Yippee!
Yeah, I'm excited.
Machete banning out Western Air Temple as those platforms kind of cost him the game, so we are going to be going to a map probably without that many platforms. Since Machete lost the last game, he's gonna have a lot more of a choice as to where we go. He's able to ban out more maps than S-Grape. And we go to Demon Island. Like we said earlier, that runway, just that long stretch of soft platform, less island, that's going to be great for Machete. Already off to a pretty wonderful start. How far can those little wings on the back of Jaehyun take him here?
Well, I mean, to the moon and back at this rate. I mean, but S-Grape responded so well to getting 3 stock in game number 3. But I mean, even after that, they kept themselves composed, they brought it back, and now started to take a little bit of damage in this game number 5 here. But S-Grape, playing around the sword, starting to get a little bit of chip damage, and Machete starting to slow down a little bit, Someone's turning down the blender, Electricity currents kind of leaking in there.
S-Grape starting to maybe throw out a few more of these signatures. We didn't see too many of them during the middle of this set, during game like 2 or 3, I want to say, but now that we're hopping into game 4 and 5, we're starting to see a few more of them rearing their head around the corner, as he's probably going to need some to even this out. We haven't really seen too many spear signatures. It's mostly been the lance signatures to try and get a better knockout, because when it comes to spear, if you know how to place your hits right, sometimes the KOs will just happen. That Pogo there being an excellent example. Machete going to have to stick with sword. Having losing his first stock might have messed with how he wants to play with the weapon cycle. So that Emily to punish the landing is not going to come through, as there's a small chance he actually really wanted greatsword for this. and is losing out on some of these interactions because he doesn't have the weapon that he wants. S-Grape is starting to interrupt Machete's rhythm. You can even see him having a hard time landing, finding the space, finally picks up Greatsword, but the damage has already been done. S-Grape getting in Machete's face, saying, nah, this game will not go all according to plan. If you want to get me out of this bracket, you're gonna have some pieces fall apart.
Yeah, and right there, S-Grape does manage to take the lead off of a good placed side air. I mean, Machete is starting to slow down, like I said earlier. But, I mean, this is definitely winnable for S-Grape. I mean, coming back from down 2-1 in the set, S-Grape does manage to dodge the weapon throw sent towards the Machete, needing to get this KO very, very quick. A nice delay delay side air for S-Grape. But now a delay recovery from Machete, and stocks are equaled up. We're gonna see the final stock red. Do you think?
I mean, we could. It's a lot more likely because Machete has been weapon-starving S-Grape and has been doing it quite well up until this moment. But, you know, as we like to say, the damage has already been done. You can't get unhit once you're already hit. S-Grape fishing for that side air, but nothing bites. Machete still finds it back to stage, but doesn't pursue the reversal ledge guard. Chooses to play the grounded stage against S-Grape, and it's making it work.
Oh, this could be it. This could be it. S-Grape barely manages to make it back. Final stock red, a good center from Machete. S-Grape getting back to stage, dodging out all these great sword hits, going for another delay, not being able to find it. Recovery from Machete. That's gonna be it. That is it. Machete takes the Game 5 victory over S-Grape in winners quarterfinals. I mean, what do you gotta say about that, man? That was insane.
He clutches the sudden death, and after everything S-Grape has put him through, we saw some of the pieces were starting to fall apart the tower, but the structural integrity was still intact, and it was just a few bricks off the top. Machete gonna go into top 8. This foundation is still intact. Just needs to put some of those bricks back on, and we're good to go. We have top 8 winners side all filled out. We are also just gonna wait for a few more matches in lower side, but that has been it for us here. We will be switching out our lovely faces for a set of some new casters. Flaming, is there anything that you want to say?
Well, I mean, I had a great time, and I'm glad I was able to do this. Graffiti, thank you so much for casting. It was really fun. And best of luck to the rest of the players in this tournament. I know we didn't really get to see so many of them, but I know I'm really excited. I mean, this top 8 is so stacked. I'm so excited, you know. But,
Myself cannot say the same because you have done nothing but bully me, and I'm happy to get off stream and maybe cry and punch a pillow. So thank you all so much for stopping by, giving us some time out of your day, and we will be signing off soon. Anything before we go?
Well, Graffiti, don't feel bad because you're the best, and also
you're just saying that.
I'm just saying that. Well, you're right. Anyway, hope you all have an amazing day, and stay tuned for more sets.
See ya.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Bearded Moose EU 1v1 $1,000 event powered by Brawlhalla, powered by Moose Wars, and powered by Bearded Brawls. I'm Agent War 2000, and today I'm going to be casting with Clown. Clown, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm feeling great, AJ. I'm happy to be here. Happy to commentate over EU. I rarely get to do this with EU players, bro. I'm excited. We got our friends across the ocean.
Heck yeah. It's gonna be dope, man. I mean, we've been watching in the background a little bit, looking at quarterfinals there that were up on stream not too long ago, and now we're getting to cast the winner semifinals matches, which are going to be Sarmay and Acno, and then Skeldera and Machete. And Sarmay and Acno, I mean, this is a matchup that you would kind of see going into maybe a final, right? But now they're going against each other in this winter semifinals matches and see who's going to be advancing into the finals here.
Dude, one thing I want to comment on, I love, like, lately the legend switches have been a little, like, different than, like, the past few years. Like, we have a Vector and a Zol right now, which is, like, not that crazy right now, but a few years ago, we would not see these legends this often. Like, I'm excited.
Well, yeah, and Brawlhalla's kind of been at a point where it's like, okay, the meta shifting, like, it's been shifting a lot in different various ways where a lot of players are moving to different characters. Right now we have Acno and Vector, which, by the way, Vector was the main weapon that was, or the main character that was used to win DreamHack Dallas by Use, right? So now we see a lot of players playing Vector, and then Sarmay on this Zol. I mean, Axe right now is in a very, very good spot, and so is Cannon. So with that high damage, I don't blame Sarmay. So we'll have to see as we go into this fantastic game number one between these players to see who will take it and who will have the advantage.
3, 2, 1. All right, looks like we're starting on Apocalypse today. We got one platform here to help our players out. Nice big old stage, which is great because they both have cannon and lance, which we're going to be seeing, at least, I think, a lot of off stage right here with those weapons. A lot of lateral movement.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, when it comes down to how we're seeing things, Acno is just going crazy on that bow and is using the new test features that came into Brawlhalla very, very well, and using their dodging in a fantastic way.
Heck yeah, dude. He catches that stock, less than 30 seconds into the game, gets 2 hits in, and this is a great lead that if he pushes ahead, it's just gonna give him great momentum for the set. Oh. Okay. Sarmy's might be able to even...
Dude, Acno, okay, comes in, baits Sarmay off the ledge, comes in with that Lance ground pound, and is now 2 stocks up over Sarmay right now. And within a minute.
Here, because he's barely even touching Acno at this point, and this is bad. This is bad.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely when it comes down to the overall 1v1s in general, I mean, you're gonna have to really put a lot of work in to make things even. But Sarmay trying to take that first step by knocking out Acno of that first stock with that axe there off the ledge. Sarmay now moving around a little bit, trying to weapon starve Acno, but Acno comes in and starting to knock Sarmay into that yellow at this current point in time.
Yep. Oh, he's already in the orange. That D6 sends him really far off, almost in the red here. Oh, this could be the end of game 1 for Sarmay. A horrible start, in my opinion. This is great for Acno, but Sarmay might be... Oh, that recovery's already in.
Yeah, Acno coming in with that fantastic flare. Sarmay swapped their character from Zol to Artemis, and it's gonna be a double lance matchup going into game number 2 there, Clown.
Oh my god, completely flipping around the strategy. High speed, different weapons entirely. Just not able to keep up with Acno's lance. I think he's let's see what Sarmay's got to do about it, because yeah, that was just not a good matchup entirely. Oh, okay. 3, 2, going right back to Apocalypse. Okay.
Yeah, we're going back to Apocalypse, and Sarmay's on already popping off there, going crazy, and just trying to do something. I mean, silent into Dare and side air. Oh, that's a clean knockout there onto Acno. Sarmay just outlanced Acno in game number 2, and that was the main weapon that was knocking Sarmay out as well.
Oh my god!
Knockout option. Acno still alive. Oh my gosh, a lot of mixed emotions right now coming into game number 2.
This is hopefully gonna be the battle of the lances here. Oh. Okay, getting a lot of damage here. Nice. Woo! Nice catches with his bow. Okay, okay. Sarmay just needs to get back. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's they're just on arms beating Acno. It's not even like a weapon. It's just literally unarmed right now. And Sarmay does touch that ledge, but does get knocked out because of Acno's lance neutral air coming in and knocking out Sarmay. But still, I mean, the overall platform control is not just going to Acno like game number 1. It's going a lot more in favor of Sarmay right now. And we'll kind of have to see what Sarmay does with that scythe as he's exploring those options.
Yes, we will. I mean, it's a little bit faster than Lance, right? So it should be winning neutral a couple more times, but it's not. It is not. Oh god.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. And I mean, even if we're looking at this, I mean, Sarmay is brought to even style against Acno. Acno's going to try to make a little bit of amends left, right, and center. But now Sarmay's got that lance. Sidelight Sider comes in. He's trying to swap off the weapon a little bit to a degree. I mean, they are playing it right now, but it seems like they're favoriting that scythe and the unarmed. But as we say that, Sarmay's just really, really clean with that lance and knocks Acno down into that final stock. And Sarmay picks up that scythe, weapon starving Acno, but also making sure they have that lance going into that final stock.
Yes. I think it's very very important they have that lance because honestly, they aren't doing much work with scythe here. I haven't seen not nearly as much momentum as with lance. And as long as they're able to keep Acno off stage, what I'm noticing here is as soon as one of these players has lance, they just control stage. So yeah, that's what we got to see here. We got to see Acno get knocked off stage here, and Sarmay just do the best with it. Oh, okay. Scythe throw. I like this.
Yeah, you're kind of seeing Sarmay trying to go for these different options, really trying to lead them into things they probably wouldn't expect. But also Sarmay doesn't want to run into the bow combos as well. So they're moving a certain way. It looks a little bit awkward, but they're just trying to get out of the ranges of those bow attacks that are fairly unique within themselves anyways. And Sarmay not going too far out to the right side, and Acno punishes them with that 3-piece combo, launching Sarmay off the left side of that map. And Acno having that center control. Sarmay's really having a rough time with the center control being removed while they have the slice, but they do land that 2-piece. They take that center control back, but Acno missing that bow signature, just barely allowing for Sarme to get that recovery and make things even.
Yes. Acno's throwing out these signatures, really hoping to catch this stock here, but not able to connect anything. Oh, Sarme's hanging by.
Why is he
thread here?
Why are they throwing the weapons away?
I don't know what the plan is.
Sarme wants to beat Acno with unarmed or something. I don't know what's going on, but Sarme doing that signature the wrong way.
What is that signature? Oh my god, they're just constantly throwing out signature. What?
This is crazy. Sarme taking that game, and I mean, if you look at the replays here that will pop up on screen here very, very shortly, I mean, those were some close stock knockout options. Their side are Sarme doing that very first clean stock. Then we see them coming with the weapon throws, and Acno doing some stuff. But then on the final stock, Sarme had to come in, get the side air. They both whip their attacks, and Sarme has to go in for a weapon throw into a unarmed 2-piece knockout. He knocked out Acno with unarmed clown. I mean, that's just mind-boggling within itself.
Dude, I've been thinking recently. Unarmed is not that disadvantaged state most players think it is, right? Like its range is not that good, but it's got speed to make up for it. And you know what? When these players are playing, they're playing aggressively, right? But they're playing safe. So unarmed kind of is just the better option sometimes. Because, oh god, look at how much damage builds up when you're just getting hit constantly. So, I expect unarmed to take quite a few stocks. Oh god.
Yeah, overall, I mean, this is definitely Acno's controlling this a lot more, but as I say, that Sarme comes in with a scythe there, and Acno just using it neutrally a little bit too quickly, which didn't allow them to power that signature up to make them come back to that ledge. Acno realizing the situation, wants to counter on arm Sarmay, pick up a bow, land a recovery, and just try to get into that mental. Somehow, bow neutral air lands on the Sarmay to make things even as we get to the minute mark.
What a juggler, man. Did not let Sarmay touch the ground. I love it. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely getting into a unique position here.
This last matchup is so scary because you see him get 1 or 2 hits and then just scramble. Because if you're not careful, we can see another 3, 4 hits just turn into something crazy off stage, like, oh, right there. Ah. Uh-oh. Okay. Just riding the edge here. This is terrifying. Acno able to take the stock with the ground pounds right there. Just, oh my god, riding that wall with the end stick and ground pounds up and down.
Yeah, definitely going pretty crazy right now. And I mean, Acno is just having this 1-stock lead over Sarmay, and Sarmay's just not able to regroup very well. They are able to land that dare though. Cider coming in from Acno, missing that signature barely. Sarmay with that counter, misses that recovery, allowing for Acno to take that center control again. And Sarmay's impulse jumping. Acno is reading it back and forth. And I mean, just look at this. It's staying even, but it's still staying that 1-stock lead for Acno. Even though they're going back and forth and it's being even, it's still at a huge disadvantage for Sarmay. And Sarmay needs to do something quick.
Yeah, well, for Acno, I feel like, oh, nice side stick to finally take that stock, but he's in the red. He's going to have to do a lot to pick this up here. Sadly, with Scythe, like, of course, he's going to win neutral most times, but he's not getting these reads he needs in order to build up damage. And Lance being the much heavier weapon is just going to work out in Acno's favor here. But now with the bow, maybe he can clean up this stock. Oh, that's a sidelight wake up from Sarme right there.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, it looks like Acno comes in with that bow signature there onto Sarmay, taking game number 3 to their name. So now Acno's up 1, Clown. We'll have to kind of see what Sarmay does going into game number 4. They are still with that Artemis, though. It seems like they're very confident with it.
Yeah. Well, I definitely think it's a lot better than the Zol we saw earlier, I think. Yeah, 100%. I'm confident the Artemis is a good pick. Sarmay just has to pick it up a bit.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Yeah, and we'll have to kind of see. I mean, it's going to come down to Sarmay really getting that lance and kind of using it, but they're preferring that scythe so much over that lance. And I don't really know particularly why, per se, but I will say this. Sarmay definitely is moving a little bit back and forth here. Woo! They do get that punish there on Acno. Acno trying to go for a ground pound, gets red. Ground pound from Sarmay lands, a dare lands, maybe a knockout option. Weapon throw. Signature lands, but doesn't knock out a side. Signature lands, and Acno just got comboed the out of off that ledge, and half the attacks felt like they should have knocked out Clown.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Scythe does not do a heck of damage, right? It's just good for stun and it's good for engaging. But like when you win enough engagements like that, look how early he took that stock. Oh my god.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Sarmay, getting countered there by Acno's down signature, knocking out Sarmay of that first stock, making things 2 stocks all. But I mean, a lot of back and forth here. You're seeing Acno kind of reposition themselves a little bit more differently than what we've been seeing, trying to go in for some more unique different attacks there with that bow, with those lead attacks, of course. And then we're seeing Sarmay saying, you know what, I'm going to try to land some signatures, try to get a little bit risky here to do some damage build up, but there comes in from Sarmay. The weapon lands as well, and Sarmay knocks out Acno's second stock and has almost an entire stock lead.
This is great for Sarmay. Okay, but now he's on the lance. Let's see what the lance can do this game. We haven't seen much from it. Oh, nice little 4-piece there. Okay. Good stage control here.
It's going to be close. I mean, Sarmay, he's really going to have to counter that lance with lance here. I mean, that scythe just has so much less priority. Acno with the lance there on Sarmay, but Sarmay landing that side air, allowing themselves to touch that ledge, but that off edge downsing is just catching Sarmay off guard. Acno with the punish. And side air, and Sarmay loses that second stock.
I really like how Acno's using D-Sig on Vector to just be kind of a get-off-me Sig whenever Sarmay's approaching a little too aggressively. Very beautiful.
Yeah, it's definitely getting pretty pretty unique between these guys. I mean, it's one stock all. We have Acno up one. So if you're Sarme, you gotta get this knockout now. I mean, you're gonna have to go with something. Go with that lance. There we go. Very good choice there that we've been seeing them do very, very well on. Maybe use that platform a little bit to throw off Acno. Because Acno's using it, but Sarme hasn't. So we might see a mix up here. Yeah, Acno is relying on that platform right now, catching Sarme off guard. But Sarme comes into that side air into his
Nice catch!
Silent in the side air, and then Acno loses that final stock, and Sarme takes game number 4. We're going to game 5.
Heck yeah, dude. I'm excited. Are we gonna go back to Apocalypse for the 5th time?
We'll have to find out.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. And I don't really blame Sarme or Acno per se. I think Acno was relying a lot on that platform in game number 4, especially towards that end. So, I mean, Sarme, this is also a platform map, so I don't know why I really said that, but this one moves. This one moves.
Yeah, that's very important. Big.
Great power comes great responsibility, and they're just throwing it out left, right, and center. This lance is going back and forth. A lot of dodge reads, a lot of signatures being thrown out, a lot of neutral layer side airs, dares. A lot of the fast attacks coming in from lance.
Yeah. Okay. Let's attack with plenty of movement, so they're not in too much danger from these attacks. Oh my god, Acno just goes for these ground pounds. Does not get punished for it. Ooh.
It's funny to me because like Acno's almost like impulse jumping. Like a lot. I mean, Sarme is getting these down signatures that are like a second delayed, and Acno is jumping right into them.
Okay. Has stage control. Again. Get him off that wall. Nice recovery. Should be enough.
That was the final hit too.
Yeah. I was sweating. There was no options left. Okay. Ooh.
There we go.
The sidelight. Ooh, double nair.
Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sarme had the advantage there for a second. Acno's trying to come back. Sarme's going to pick up that scythe. Throw it. Pick up lance again.
What is that? What? Oh. Was that a bait? Was that a missing foot? I don't know.
Acno's missing that side air twice. He's just missing the... I think he's doing it too early.
Let's talk a little bit about Sarme's side stick into the stage.
He did that twice, too. It's not like he did it once. He just did it multiple times. So Sarme... getting that two-piece in. Maybe Acno's trying to prioritize another weapon. Oh, bow.
There we go, bow.
There we go.
Finally,
Signature coming out.
Signature. Okay. Sarme has a lead.
He does. He does, and I think...
he can extend it. The winner's finals. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh.
What's the damage there? Got him in the yellow.
Yeah, this is a lot of back and forth. Both players do not want to get too risky with their gameplay. They want to kind of bait each other into different things. Sarme, realizing the situation, goes over to that scythe, realizing Acno is going to be a little bit more aggressive with that lance, and is showing that very, very well. With Sarme almost knocking out Acno multiple times. Now having a really good knockout option available to him, but will Acno knock Sarme out of that second stock?
That
He
stock's
does,
gone.
and that's a double side-air knockout.
Yeah, but he has to be very careful here. He's already in the red. He's in knockout potential here. Any artistic will take him out of this game with that side signature. Sheesh. This side air takes him off stage. Recovery, comes back. Nice. Good patient here. He's building. Oh, their recovery's gonna take it.
He took that very, very well. It's kind of funny because he took it with the same attack that knocked out Sarme in the very first game that they had in this set, that neutral air, and that was just such a quick attack, quick and easy. It did not matter, and things had been going very, very well, and things have been going crazy.
Yeah, honestly, Acno started out that game very well, so I'm surprised we're seeing Sarme pull it out here. I'm glad he made that switch to Artemis very clearly. The Zol was not going to cut it. And yeah, just better lance player has won today.
Yeah, for sure. So very nice job coming out of Sarme there as we go ahead and get our next matchup ready to go. which is going to be Skeldera and Machete.
I've been banned from the room.
Yeah, someone, by the way, if you're a player, do not share the room code. That just happened.
What the heck, dude?
Yeah, yeah. This is why we can't have nice things, chat. This is why I can't provide you the room codes, like right before the tournament starts. But we're getting the next room ready to go. We're gonna have Skeldera versus Machete. It's gonna be pretty fun. I mean, overall, Skeldera has been doing very, very well, beating some fantastic names in this event overall. And now they're going against seed number 3 in this tournament. Which, by the way, Machete, out of the top 3 players, is the only person to reach top 32 on the winner's side. Because Knees played, but got knocked to the loser's side as well. So now we're having Machete come in here trying to show basically what EU is made of. And at this current point in time, they're being provided room codes and we're getting things rolling.
Heck yeah, dude. So I know Machete's been going nuts with the JN table. Well, can you tell me about Skeldera, AJ?
So when it comes down to Skeldera, overall, I mean, I've been keeping an eye on their bracket. All I know is this is a team that you would not, or this is like a person that you would not expect to be in top 4 because their seed's 34th, right? But they beat some pretty decent people here, going ahead and especially on stream, beating Swata 3-1, right? And just really showing what they're made of. When we go into their pool matches overall, they are the one that was beaten Knees, seed number 2 in this event, 2-0 in pools. So that is why Knees was on the loser side. So beating Knees, beating Swata, those are some players that are that you are very recognizable within the Brawlhalla scene. And is now in top 4 because of beating those players. So very nice job out of them. But Machete is being the powerhouse that he's known for. We'll kind of have to see what happens with it.
Heck yeah, dude. That's what I love most about community tournaments. Seeing these players come up through the ranks, beating those big names, and starting to make a name for themselves, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, I know we got Machete in the room. We're getting Skeldera. Skeldera's in here ready to go. We're going to go ahead and just get things going here on production side, and we'll have some fun, shall we?
Alrighty. Get nice and cozy. Ready? Ooh. Also great sword. Cool. Got that Jaehyun avatar from Skeldera. Dude. How very often you see great sword into great sword in a bracket like this?
There we go.
More flexing
all right.
avatars.
We're getting things going right now.
Here we go.
But yeah, we're just waiting for one of our tools that we use for production to hop in the room and we'll be good to go. But yeah, overall though, I mean, Machete going into this event, beating S-Grape. That was a game 5 situation, by the way. That was a very good matchup we've had on stream. Beating Coco as well. So beating seed 14, beating seed 6. Now going into top 8. That's going to be huge for Machete, and they're really showing what they're made of today. So with that being said, I mean, players are going crazy there, and we'll kind of have to see what happens.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, having to go against S-Grape so early is a little crazy to me because S-Grape has been popping off as recently. Didn't he come to DreamHack and do like super well?
Which player are we talking about?
S-Grape.
S-Grape? I mean, yeah, S-Grape's one of the best EU players right now, and I have him even in my DS. We even made that. We made a graphic announcing some of the notable players. He's like, I'm not on this graphic. I'm like, I don't blame you for asking about it. So
yeah.
But yeah, so I will definitely say though, S-Grape is one of the best EU players, one of the best players that I know within the scene. So we'll kind of see what happened, what will happen going forward. And with that being said, players have been given the go ahead. We can go ahead and start now.
Heck yeah. Oh, double Jaehyun. Double Jaehyun.
Ah, shit. Okay, Machete. Machete is trying to challenge Skeldera's Jaehyun, it seems.
On a small ball haven. I love this. We're going to see very close gameplay here. No platforms, all stage.
Oh my god, I like both those skins as well.
Yeah, different levels of that battle pass JR that came out recently of him being the paladin. The very first level, and the very last. Oh, very clean versions. Okay. So they're immediately swapping to that great sword. Spawning with the sword. Ooh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, realistically, both of these players have a character that relies a lot on neutral platform control, especially when it comes down to the greatsword. So we're seeing Skeldera having the lead originally, but then Machete saying, you know what, I'm going to take this lead, but I'm going to throw my weapon a little bit, trying to mess around with you. And I think Skeldera does very nicely with controlling Machete, getting that 4-piece combo, involving that weapon throw. And basically told Machete, yeah, you can't play around, you can't play me around overall in this game.
You gotta take Skeldera a little more seriously here. Oh, but throwing his weapon just to get back to stage, man. Yeah, I don't know if that was such a great play. Oh, these players are not afraid of constantly swapping weapons. I like this. Oh, Machete's unable to find a confirm here. Getting a lot of hits and had what's essentially kill percent, but struggling to find a good move to finish this off with. Okay. Ah, just keeps hitting these dares and not following up.
Yeah, I mean, they are just going crazy. I mean, Machete's already close to a second stock knockout of their own stocks, right? So, I mean, being in that orange, we do see Machete coming in with that greatsword recovery, making things 2 stocks all, but hey, it's going to be interesting.
Probably just filling Skeldera out right now, right? Just trying to figure out where he should be putting these recoveries. Oh.
Throw, sword combo.
I love those small arcs players throwing these weapon throws where it's a problem for quite a while, right? Oh, it's beautiful! Look at that!
Guy's play style, man. I mean, Skeldera did a weapon throw, landed an unarmed neutral air onto Machete, picks the weapon back up, throws it out, and picks up sword and gets that sword combo off that ceiling. And just really says, hey, I can play with my food now. Have fun. And I mean, got 1 stock leader for Machete currently.
Starving right now. Oh! First, I think that's the longest greatsword we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Only got a read here. Oh, nice side air. What's the delights here to keep Machete off? And oh my god, catching him on the way down. 2-0. Game 1 for Skeldera. Beautiful showing on stream.
Yeah, and that's a huge deal for Skeldera, especially with the situation of, okay, overall, I mean, we've had Skeldera beat some of the best players in this event, and with them being the seed that they're at, it's mind-boggling here as we're going. This is a wipe for Skeldera as we get into game number 2, and they're really showing it. They're showing why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, and Machete, you know what, giving him the props. He's hopping off that JN saying, you know what, man, you can have it. I've made a mistake. Switching over to the Fate, see, maybe he can do more work with this orb or scythe here. Beautiful face. I love that orb, the little owl guy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, right now, Skeldera playing that sword a little bit, and I mean, Machete now on that Fate. So maybe that scythe will go a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe the orb will go crazy. I mean, that scythe right now is doing pretty well for Machete. Swaps back over to orb, trying to get the knockout options with it. I mean, Silent Side Air's a thing too. I mean, or just side
just
air
a raw
is an
side
option
air.
too. And
nice punish.
yeah, this is gonna be close. Machete has that 1 stock lead so far.
I like this orb is doing good work here. I like it. This has done the majority of the damage here, and just a lot of side airs. Let's go. Ooh.
Oh, the dare comes in. Weapon throw comes in. The
That's
dare
it.
comes in again. Skeldera coming in, making things even, and saying, "Hey, I'm not really gonna let you have this lead for too long." Right? It just goes crazy off that ledge, makes Machete almost impulse jump, making him impulse jump now, and now Machete's having to rely on that true silent side air to kind of break things apart.
Yeah. Skeldera was juggling him there for a little bit. Came down, caught him with that end light, threw him into a quick great sword string, and now we got Machete almost in the orange here. Oh. Okay. Gonna switch over to the site. Let's see what will come out of this. Oh no. Okay, they're having a little trouble connecting here.
Yeah, right now, Scythe coming in, 2-piece coming from Skeldera. Skeldera with no weapon. Machete is going to take full advantage of that as much as they possibly can. Miss that silent Skeldera, picking up that great sword, trying to get a signature knockout option onto Machete, but I mean, it's going to come down to the wire for the second stock already. I mean, and this has been a pretty okay game, and Machete says, hey, another side air, and knocks Skeldera out of that second stock.
Okay. Finally, we have a. Oh! Ooh! 4! Another one? Oh, okay. Lots of nairs just to come back to stage.
Yeah, and the recovery, man. Trying to land that. I mean, you're seeing Machete kind of trying to get these knockout options onto Skeldera. Skeldera's still alive. Doesn't have a second dodge come out. And Machete taking this lead from Skeldera and just going crazy with it and taking that game.
Yeah, you know what? That orb was a good switch here. Did a lot of work with it. Oh, now we're going to Apocalypse. We're just there, right?
Yeah, for sure. And right now, as we're getting into it, we're going to this next game. We still have Machete on that fate. So when it comes down to Skeldera, it's going to come down to, hey, I need that center neutral control. I need to make sure I don't run into those side airs as much as I was. And I think that's what they're really going to have to be thinking going forward. But everyone's comfortable with unarmed today. I mean, every set we've had on stream has been a lot of unarmed overall from these players.
I'm very happy about that, to be honest. I think every player should be comfortable on unarmed, because when you lose that weapon, it's dangerous, man. It's dangerous.
It is indeed.
Oh, nice strength for Skeldera. Uh-oh. Alright, Machete able to come back to stage. Those nearest to keep Skeldera too far from him.
Yeah,
They're doing a good job of ranging him out here. Oh!
Well, that was awkward. That was a very weird knockout option to be knocking off that ceiling that quickly. And Machete's trying to space read Skeldera a little bit with that orb. Tries to weapon starve a little bit on Skeldera, trying to guard that weapon a bit. Since that Silent lands in neutral light though, but this orb is messing Skeldera's greatsword up a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, he's having trouble getting in at all. He's not able to outrange the orb as well as he needs to. The moment he gets close, he's just gonna get hit by either an light or a nair, so just be careful of these side lights. Ooh. Okay. Nice side light. That's gonna take the stock.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, that's a good thing for Skeldera. They definitely want to go ahead and take that stock off. And I mean, when we're really considering things here going into this game, I mean, you really have to be like, hey, okay, well, it's 1-1. Skeldera's going to want that lead, but Machete is like, hi, no, see ya. Scythe comes in, knocks Skeldera down to that final stock, and Machete is just creating this advantage for themselves.
Yeah, catching that neutral stick on that platform is definitely huge, because Machete wasn't laying the deep red at all there. That felt like an early kill. Oh! Laddering Machete, let's go. Keep it up. Oh, he's able to touch the ground.
Yeah.
Nice, caught the dodge.
Oh, indeed. Machete getting risky off that ledge. Skeldera got risky too, though. He went for that combo trying to cover above him, but didn't consider the dodge option.
Yeah, he wants to stop right now, not in a couple of seconds. He's not trying to wait this out. He wants the game even as soon as possible. But it's not working out for him that much, really. Oh, Oogie, nice side light. He's trying to slow it down a bit.
He thought he had a good read too, and that was close. In most situations, he would have had that, but Machete's dodging is coming out very, very well. His reading overall is coming out very, very well, and double neutral is coming in.
That recovery just barely misses. Skeldera having to jump and sweat in order just to stay alive here. Ah! Side air
It's
off
getting
stage.
close. Skeldera coming in with that great sword, missing that dare. Misses the two-piece, misses the dare though. Line for Machete to come back and get
Oh,
that
no,
side
that's
air option. Machete taking that game. Okay.
Yeah, recovering over the ledge there, just signed his own death certificate, and oh, we got the switch to Val Akuma.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, we're keeping the sword, but we're swapping out the great sword for a couple of fisticuffs here. We want the gauntlet.
It's interesting though, because that was, I mean, Skeldera did very, very well on that greatsword. I guess just didn't feel comfortable playing it. Maybe it's overall just trying to change their style, but most of their damage buildup was on that greatsword. So for them to swap it to gauntlets, they have to really, really be comfortable with that sword. And Silent neutrally comes in. It may not have enough damage buildup. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we're seeing neutral go a little bit better here. They're just going back and forth. Ooh, nice side signature. Get them off stage. I'm kind of curious to see how good the gauntlets are. Are we doing this because of the sword, or you need to switch to gauntlets? Oh, throws that. Nice.
I'm wondering. There we go. Cider coming in.
Ooh.
Their gauntlets are not bad.
Keep it clean.
Oh!
Yes! Cider sending him at a perfect angle for him to clean it up on off stage right there.
Oh, nice job. Neutral comes in.
Nice. Being very patient here, waiting for Machete to whiff. Nice. I'm liking this from Skeldera. Just a lot of moving to Machete's range and popping right back out. Ooh!
Nice. Great
And
job.
now Machete's in orange. Yep. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, it's staying relatively even right now, though, between both these players, with Skeldera missing that side signature just barely onto Machete. Machete realizing that's going to happen just a frame beforehand. Machete missing that signature. The recovery frames allows for Skeldera to take that advantage overall. Oh, that's orb two pieces there. Side air, especially on that orb, has a lot of knockout opportunity, but so does Skeldera's. With the gauntlet neutral
nice
coming in, recovery as well.
Ooh. Oh, they're just constant one taps back and forth.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, we're seeing that between these players, and I mean, realistically right now, Skeldera is going to try to get his knockout option. Weapon throw comes out. Does not want to have a 3-1 situation, right? I don't blame him one complete bit in that regard, but it's actually going back to sword. It has a lot of good knockout options with it too, and I see a gauntlet Silay into ground pound. There we go.
Nice.
Very nice job.
Okay. Being very patient, waiting for Machete to throw something out and immediately throwing out that ground pound to cover that small step. The corner of the stage. Ooh! Every time we see that juicy end light off an area.
Yeah, this is definitely getting very, very close with it being one stock all. Game number 4. Machete wins this. He goes into the winner's final. And I mean, if you're going to be Machete, that's what you really, really want. But if you're Skeldera, that's what you really, really want. You don't want to have this orb control you like this. And Skeldera's already in the red of their final stock here, and they missed the jump neutral air.
Yes, he is. Machete. Oh! A lot of those could have been really badly for Skeldera here. Oh, switching the gauntlets.
Oh, the signature lands! Skeldera coming in, bring this to game number 5 with a half stock disadvantage and comes in with that signature. God, that was too close.
Nice spot dodges the side 6 punish there. Beautiful, beautiful.
God.
We got another game 5. It's not even winners finals yet, AJ. What's going on here? We have plenty of game 5s just in top 16, bro.
I know, and it's kind of funny because Skeldera only threw 4 signatures out of that game, and that was the one that knocked out. So it's interesting here. We're going to game number 5. This is winner semifinals. This is to get into guaranteed top 3 in this event, right? So where they get into that decent part of the prize pool there. So they're definitely fighting each other for it very, very well. They're trying their best. And I mean, okay, you got Skeldera coming in with his gauntlets, tries to go in more aggressive. Cider comes in, tries to do a grab, gets a silent into recovery option more than likely.
Nice catch.
Very nice read coming out of Machete with that orb. But overall, it's light, like very light attack so far. Nothing too major. Oh my god. Oh, the read coming from Machete.
The sidelights come out here, trying to get a couple more strings in here. Earlier it was just about getting those single hits, but now we're seeing a lot more from Machete.
Yeah, and Skeldera's going in for the silent recovery option a lot. They're trying to go for different options except the recovery, but Machete is reading that silent very, very well. They do read that silent fire onto Skeldera though. Picks up orb, gets the neutral air. And is just trying to get this knockout option, but Skeldera picking up that sword, doesn't want to waste it, throws the weapon throw on the Machete. Ooh. And Machete is just trying to get this knockout.
Misses. Yeah. Oh. Skeldera's throwing that weapon. Okay. Ah! Unable to land on that platform there, getting caught with that neutral signature. Machete's been landing these neutral signatures very well. You know?
Yeah, and I think right now...
Skeldera just really wants that weapon, trying to stay far away from Machete here. Chasing hard.
Close. Oh, Skeldera coming in with that sword. The weapon throw into signature on the Machete!
Clean it up! Oh,
Machete touches! Is able to come back!
Skeldera doing that neutral
Oh, no.
uppercut in the wrong direction and unable to connect anything there. What an option too, because I would have just sent him up, not killing. So I don't. Maybe in this input.
I don't know, but when it comes down to this, we still see Machete with this 1 stock lead. It might be 2 stocks here, based off of how Skeldera did off that ledge. And this is game 5. You do not want to throw out mistakes like this, especially in this situation. Silent Cider counting for Machete does not knock out, doesn't have that much force until later parts of the color of the red. Skeldera getting that unarmed recovery. A lot of back and forth, but Machete is really setting the pace of this game as he knocks Skeldera down to that final stock.
Skeldera could have had that stock, and now look at the case he's in right here. Even if he knocks out Machete, he's gonna be up a full stock.
Yes, Skeldera.
Real rough.
Oh,
what is that? No! Just gave Machete his dodge. 3-4 piece.
Yeah, this is going in Skeldera's favor, I have a feeling. But Silent does come in. Sword comes in. Ground pound misses. Neutral air lands though. And Machete does go down in that second stock, but Skeldera is going to have to pop off right now if they want to go ahead and win this set.
Yes, sir. Oh. Lots of short hops here, just trying to figure out what options are going to be best against Machete. Ooh, weapon throw. That's spicy.
Indeed, indeed. Very, very spicy here as we're getting down to this, close to the red of this orange of this stock here.
Uh-oh. Oh, touch. Oh, he was able to touch, though.
It looks like Skeldera is knocked out by Machete. And Machete will be advancing into the winner's final. And it all came down to the way Machete came back to that platform. And I mean, even when popping up on replays here in a second, I mean, overall, we had Machete get the signature knockout there. We saw Skeldera trying to make amends there. Machete does land a cider again, but overall, I mean, he kept that lead, showed what he was made of, got the ground pound option into weapon throw, and Skeldera just could not come back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, that was just beautiful. Beautiful from Machete. As soon as he survived that one GC, he just, yeah, you put it perfectly. He just steamrolled. Just kept that stock alive, and I think that's what's very important. Just staying alive in this game. Like, you're gonna do damage as long as you stay alive, right? Like,
yeah, for sure. And overall, though, I mean, has been very, very crazy going forward so far. And I mean, Skeldera and Machete are very, very powerful players. We saw them go crazy, and that was a game 5 situation. I mean, here we go at the replay here. And I mean, Skeldera comes in with that sword,
There we go.
This is the ground pound. Allows for Machete to come back. Here we go. Silent lands. That silent land that did not knock out. Look at, he just missed the ground pound option. That was it.
So sad.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, I mean, that was huge.
100%. But now I wonder how losers are gonna shake out, because that's a lot of game fives. That's we had S-Grape game 5 with Machete and Skeldera game 5 with Machete. So, and now we have Acno and losers. Like this is gonna be a rough losers run for a lot of people at this point.
Yeah, for sure. But we'll definitely have to kind of see how that goes going forward. But what we are going to go ahead and do, we are going to go ahead and go to a small break. So we're going to go ahead and get our next players ready to go here on stream. We're going to make sure that we're ready to go when it comes down to production. And we're going to make sure we run ads during our break, so you guys don't get ads during the sets. So with that being said, do you have anything to say before we go ahead and go on break there, Clown?
Drink some water. Are y'all hydrated? Stay hydrated.
With that being said, don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with the loser side of top 8. And we got some very, very interesting matches coming up. Don't go away.
Heck yeah! Welcome back, boys and girls and all others. We're back with some more Meat Wars, bro. We're coming into with Viper and Coco and on the loser side with top 8. I'm here with my boy Hackle.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am having a fantastic day. How are you doing, Clown?
I'm doing great, man. I just saw a nuts game 5 with Skeldera and Machete. We have a rough losers run here. We got a lot of pros dead here who winners. They went to game 5s, you know. Like it'd be tough.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see that, especially Skeldera taking Machete to game 5. That's big, considering the fact that Machete has been like, he's always been sort of that lingering force in EU 1v1s, taking it sort of like always securing that sort of top 5, making it to top 3. But he's always been very, very solid. And seeing Skeldera has been sort of a ranked demon in EU for quite a while. And to see Skeldera finally taking these big names into really serious situations, taking those game 5s and making it into when it's side top 8 is really, really impressive, and it's promising for the newer blood of EU as a region.
Yeah, we're seeing the come up. I said this earlier. My favorite thing in community tourneys, seeing the come up, seeing players start to like make that pro level, you know. But we got our lock-ins here. We got Viper on the Syrian. We got Coco on the Dawson. The Rayman crossover.
Yeah, I mean, Viper on Katars is really not going to be a huge surprise. Viper has been around in the scene for as long as time itself, and the Katars have always been a staple of Viper's play. So seeing on Viper on a series really is not a surprise. How that's going to play into Coco on the Dawson is going to be interesting, because Coco is definitely known to be more of a 2v2 player. In the 1v1 scene, definitely not a weaker player. But Rayman definitely isn't sort of the top... one of the top 10 1v1 characters in the game. Certainly nothing to sneeze at, but his weapons right now aren't in sort of like that insanely dominant space that they have been previous. And especially into a weapon like Katars, with the speed that they hold against a weapon like Axe, it could be very difficult for Coco to get in here, so I'm interested to see how he's going to play into this matchup for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Viper, on both weapons, not just Katars, but on Sword as well, they're just going to have that faster frame data. So I think it's going to be up to Coco to outrage and keep the reads up. But let's see how it goes. Alright. Back to Apocalypse again. Fan favorite today. They're loving the Apocalypse. Ooh, Viper immediately. Weapon starting getting those Katars.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Apocalypse just in general recently. With the map pool changes, I think a lot of players have been leaning towards Apocalypse and Fortress of Lions for the fact that it has that diversity of a smaller wall to allow for better offstage play, and the platform to allow for more elevated play, but it's sort of a jack of all trades really of a stage. That being said though, Coco right now is getting a good bit of damage achieved with that axe, pushing Viper almost into the red this early into the game. Viper trying to get some response here with the sword. Isn't quite managing to keep up the damage, and Coco could be looking to find a knockout here sometime soon. Gauntlets do have a bit of difficulty knocking out off the ground, besides delay recovery, which can be a slightly difficult combo to input, so Coco is definitely going to be looking for grounded recovery if possible. But speaking of recovery, Viper will find it into the side air. The weapon throw not going to connect the Coco, doesn't have the options, will fall down. Viper take the first stock in this set, 1 minute into game 1.
Good job juggling Coco at the end there, not letting him land properly. Just cleaning up the stock there. Ooh, already got a sweat, and he just spawned in. Already has him in the yellow. Okay, these D-lights. Viper's very damaged though. 2 more of those might be able to take the stock. Ooh, neutral light will take it though. He's already in the orange.
Will secure it, yeah.
Yeah.
And that is actually a good bit of efficiency by Viper, considering how little time he had to hold that stock lead. He's done a good bit of damage there. Around 100 damage total at this point, and Coco now has to play that catch-up game. Axe certainly no like sleeper in terms of how much damage it can output per hit, but it trades that off with, you know, being a lot harder to get in neutral with Axe, and Viper sort of showing that off as he finds these much more fast neutral opening options with that D-Light, with that Nair, and holding onto this lead over Coco. Coco disarmed off the side again. Viper will find the second side air, and that will secure a much bigger lead for Viper going into this final stock of Coco. And we're looking at a very well-paced game here. 1 minute per each stock of Coco, and Viper is really got a lot of room to be comfortable with.
Yes, he does. Ooh, nice. Just not letting him get close to the weapon with the Katars here. Very good at. Oh,
Oh, covering the spot dodge with the held ground pound. That's interesting.
Yeah, that was very good. Just waiting out Vipers to see how he react, and you know, basically getting the correct reaction. Ooh, nice there. Keeping that distance from Viper here, very important here with those Katars, because the second Viper gets close, it's just a lot of damage going to Coco's side.
Yeah, for
Ooh,
sure.
that's
Coco's
good.
been holding the damage pretty equally so far this final stock, but in his position you don't want that. You want to find unanswered damage, because when you're a whole stock behind, you can't afford to be making these trades. You have to be finding damage that doesn't come with an answer back from your opponent. He's not too far behind, but it's enough damage that he does have to be very careful about how he plays his final stock.
100%. Ooh, yeah, that recovery already putting him in the orange here. This is very bad. Viper has not been struggling to kill here, so. Ooh, he's in the red. Oh, throws that sword, much more reliable and immediately confirms. Neutral likes to send them off stage, and very scared to get past this little corner of the wall. He's got the exclamation marks going.
Ooh, okay.
Not able
coming
to.
out of Coco there.
Yeah, not able to get off that down air. Very careful here.
Oh, you can't afford to whiff that sidelight, and that will be the punish. Viper securing the recovery and taking that first game as a result. But that was definitely... They kept each other in pace for the entirety of the game. It was just a case of Coco not being able to make up the deficits that Viper put over him. And I think that... it's his first game. There's going to be a lot of adaptation to happen. There's a lot of reading to do. But there weren't any really big serious plays. It's just a lot of neutral scrapping coming out of both players. So I'm interested to see if Coco is going to be able to find more work with those gauntlets, especially because he only really started to work on them properly in that final stock.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, those gauntlets must have been in here, but he's really spawning with the axe here. Oh, he's trying to outrange him with these garrison sidelights, but Viper's not struggling to get in here.
Yeah, it's clear Viper knows how he wants to play into Axe here, because he knows, like you said, that Coco is going to be trying to get that range difference, and Viper, I think, as a response, is trying to rush him down and just get into that dead zone that Axe can't cover as easily without an end light.
Yeah.
And it's definitely paying off, because, I mean, we're seeing, once again, Viper taking an early damage lead over Coco. It's nothing insane, but it's definitely enough to put pressure onto Coco.
Yeah, it's just a slight color lead. Oh, letting that down signature. Very underused sig for Surrey. But Viper's in the orange. All he has to do now is carry this lead. But there we go.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last game that he's capable of just holding onto this and riding out a lead to the end of the game, and Coco does not want to let that happen. Right now, onto the gauntlets. Struggling a little bit to find these openings.
Woo!
Finds a dodge read, however, will secure the knockout. Over onto the axe for the damage build, perhaps. Maybe looking for a pair of gauntlets again, but won't be able to find it as Viper gets back in and picks up the sword. But the damage is pretty much equal going into these second stocks.
Pretty much. Oh, it might start going in Coco's favor for once in this set. And yes, it is. Look at that. Look at that. Look at those air stack up. That side air sending him off stage. Okay, he's already nearly in the red here. Ooh, nice neutral air. Oh, he's looking a lot faster with this axe here.
Oh, that's a bit overconfident, Coco. I'm gonna be honest. Diving off like that, throwing out your weapon, that's a little bit scary, but very nice dribbles coming out from the axe. We'll find the side air as well. Weapon throw will connect, and Coco completely turning the tables with the gauntlets to finish off that stock. And the axe there was very, very, very comfortable in that stock. He was finding the reads on the movement that Viper was going to be going for, and really, really getting good punishes out of it, dribbling him around the stage. And Viper now in Coco's previous position from the last game, trying to play catch up, and so far so good with the sword. We'll find the D-Sig and a side sig exploding out and actually securing the equalization in no time flat, and Coco is going to be a little bit upset by that.
Yeah, like that lead is essentially gone here. Oh, but we do see him go in the orange with just one neutral air. Love the damage output on axe here. Ooh! Oh, holds that recovery. Did not work for the second time. Oh, big damage. Another one. Oh, really landing these sidelight airs, but
one gauntlets recovery could be enough here.
Ooh.
A side air slap, and Viper trying to make up this damage. Coco can't quite find the read, looking for all of these sidelights. No recovery in sight though. The damage is equal, hasn't been able to secure the knockout in time. He's gonna go for it again, and Viper just mixing up these dodges well enough.
Oh! Nice catch!
No! no!
He noticed Coco constantly resetting to the ground and Viper just, you know, giving him that stage and realizing that he was like, you know what, I can just throw out a down stick right where he's gonna land and takes the stock. And now 2-0 in Viper's favor. Coco he's in big trouble. He's in big trouble.
Yeah, Coco was floating around. I think he was at that point looking to find that grounded recovery. You can see it there, and Viper, like you said, knew exactly what he was going for, and the perfect punish coming out, the DC to cover that grounded space. And Viper stealing it back once again, and Coco now in serious trouble here. Tournament game potentially for him if he can't find this victory and bring us to at least a game 4. Viper. Both players, in fact, opening up on their more string-based weapons, which is arguably optimal if you're looking to build this early damage and get this early momentum, but Coco has been finding more success with the axe so far, so I honestly don't know what's... Yeah, immediately swapping over to the axe, there we see it. He's definitely much more comfortable on this weapon for some reason. I mean, a lot of people will argue that Warners currently are in a better spot in wands than axe, but, I mean, to each their own, but perhaps doesn't necessarily matter because Viper... Gonna rack up some damage there with the guitars.
Ooh, nice recovery. Yeah, I think either way you're gonna have trouble going into guitars with these weapons. Oh!
What?
just staring at that side signature.
The sheer force of will out of Viper. They just stand there and watch. Oh, the nair into the recovery. Not quite gonna be enough. One more of those certainly will be, but can Coco find it is gonna be the question.
Yeah. Where's the down? Yeah, there it is. There it is.
I was gonna say I could smell it. It was coming. He was spacing perfectly for it. Viper going for another D-stick there. Won't secure it. Both players kind of desperate for this knockout right here. Throwing out a lot of options for it. Viper staying very grounded here. Forcing Coco into the air.
This stock is quintessential here. It could be the momentum switch Coco needs, or it can be the steamroll Viper needs here. Ooh, there we go.
Ooh, recovery.
Coco takes the stock. Maybe he can finally take this game.
He just can't afford to get comfortable. We've seen from that last game that if he gets too comfortable and starts to struggle to secure these knockouts or this lead, Viper will steal it back from him. Viper is obviously very comfortable to play the long game, and Coco doesn't really seem to be in that same position. Viper finds the down air, and Coco immediately losing that small lead he had.
So rough for Coco. And when things like happen like this, these early stocks tend not to matter as much, and it's going to go down to that last stock scenario, just like the first 2 games. And I don't think we really want that for Coco.
Yeah, Viper definitely seems to have a last stock buff, and I don't know if Coco is necessarily like ready for that. Because you've seen, I mean, last game he had that lead, about 100 damage over Viper going into that final stock, and it just fell apart for him. So he has to, I think, secure a good enough lead going into this final stock here to be comfortable enough. And right now, damage is in Viper's favor as he throws away the guitars.
I was liking those weapon throws on gauntlets to try to outrange and stop those guitars from picking up too much momentum here, forcing Viper to switch to the sword. Oh, able to survive.
Yeah, Viper putting a lot of respect onto that recovery right there.
Yeah. Keeping distance.
Oh, the side sig. That's the tech. That's tech. That's tech right there. And Viper, completely
Viper
prepared for it. Just throwing out these side airs.
Yeah. Ooh, nice dodge. Able to touch. Ooh. Gets past that weapon throw. Guards with the weapon throw of his own. Just be very careful not to. Ooh.
Now this is the danger zone for Coco, being on this final stock before Viper is on his possibly tournament game here.
The weapon throw to keep out of that axe range here.
Oh no, the sharking is gonna come in.
You know what? I don't blame him.
No, I don't either, to be honest. In this situation, you're gonna try and play it safe.
You want as little as damage possible before you take this stock. You said earlier, Viper has that.
That's a good equalization. That is what you like to see if you're Coco. Just going deep in there for that double side out will secure it, but axe now in hand into the katana of Viper. We've seen that this matchup has been very
nice punish.
Back and forth. Oh, triple nair coming out of Coco though.
I'm able to connect that down light. Ooh. Ooh! Gets out of the way of that down air. Able to control stage here. Ah, but Viper gets the touch anyways. Coco already in the orange. Just be very careful here. Nice.
Good damage.
Uh-oh.
Oh, D-Light nair.
In the red.
Coco now entering the red before Viper side air comes through. Very close to being disarmed here.
Okay.
Weapon trying to break the neutral, but the
Side
side
air.
air is going to come through. Coco
Lots of
really,
side airs
really
punishing
running out of
these
time
jumps.
here.
Nice down air to keep him off. Uh-oh. Can Coco take this?
Oh,
Oh, he
there's
loses
the
the
song.
axe! Okay. He's up the gauntlets. Just be very careful. A lot of things will kill at this point. If he jumps too high, I see another side air just knocking him off stage. Ooh, nice neutral light. Oh, he's trying to control stage here, but... Sword. Oh!
Ultimate
Nice down light.
recovery! That will secure it. Coco taking back the game at the last possible minute. And what a close one that was. I mean, that was as back and forth as our previous games, as you can see there. I mean, it was Coco's at the start, Viper took it back, and then Coco right down to the wire. Do that recovery to secure that game. And yeah, incredibly close damage coming out of both players. Just 9 more damage dealt by Coco there in that game. Which, I mean, you can see that in how close that game became, right down to the wire, and both last stock red, and going back to Apocalypse for this game number 4. Coco at least securing that he's not going to get the 3-0 sweep from Viper, but is he going to find that game 5?
We're gonna find out, and they're both able to get their weapons immediately, but Coco's the only one able to lay hands on anybody. And ooh, good movement, avoiding a lot of things from Viper right now. Nice downlight to cover that edge of the stage without putting himself in any danger. Ooh, but looks like he wanted to switch the axe. It did not work out. Okay, there we go.
Coco still showing that comfort with the axe. The N-Sig is very daring, but that would have been huge. And now Viper showing a bit more aggression in this game in comparison to previous, and Coco not ready for it. Caught by 2 D-like combos in a row, and there as well. Viper kind of running away with this first stock here.
Yes. Ooh, not anymore. He's already in the red here. Possibly at weapon loss range. Ooh, he's not careful, but he lands that down signature, knowing that Coco wanted to stay stacked there, possibly land an end light or something, but nice.
Yeah, that D-Sig can cover so much space on a corner if you think about it when you position it correctly. It's just that big, large, circular hitbox that can just cover so much area, and Coco fell hook, line, and sinker into it. The end light not going to quite be enough. Throws away the axe to try and secure the knockout. And now he's forced to try and find that knockout on the gauntlets again, which we've seen has been kind of difficult for him sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. Because as soon as he gets off the ground here, those guitars just keep him jumping. It's just rough. It's just rough. Okay, he's already in the orange.
The time it took for Coco to find that one grounded recovery, he's taken that much damage, and that is going to be dangerous for him. Viper really forcing him to play a difficult game to recover back to the ground, and the N-Sig just flawlessly taking that stock away from Coco, and now Coco a full stock down in this game number 4. Viper coming back swinging after losing that last game narrowly, and Coco looking to try and find something magical with these gauntlets here.
Neutral air starts up top here with the neutral engagement. Get back to stage. Oh. But he's having trouble keeping it. Oh, there we go. Switch back to the axe. Ooh. Okay. I think Viper's extending this full stock lead quite well now.
This is, really starting to look dangerous for Coco. I mean, full stock down and at a damage deficit. Does manage to equalize up the damage here. These falling nairs have been really good by him, but it's just the KO efficiency is not there for Coco, which Viper has shown he does have.
Yes.
Viper knows Coco's going to be looking for a recovery here. That is the main knockout option for Gauntlets here. It's the one you're looking for as a Gauntlets player, and Viper positioning very well to avoid it. Coco really struggling. Endlight will not knock out.
Takes the weapon though. And that ground pound just clean the wall right
full
there.
Rip.
Not able to dodge through it or anything really. Let's see. Oh, Coco be very careful here. Oh, but that jumping is going to put him in prime spot to get recovered.
Yeah, Viper still playing this grounded game against Coco and forcing Coco to stay aerial, and that's really not been working out for him. Coco, he got recovery, and that will secure it. Viper takes the 3-1 over Coco in game number 4. Coco showing some promise in that third game, but just Viper mixed it up for that final game, and Coco just wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, Coco was landing a lot of the sidelights, but at the end there, finally gets punished for it. Yeah, gets JV2'd. But, you know, he had a pretty good showing, all considering. And next we have Swata and S-Grape. Okay.
Yeah, just one last thing about that game is that it showed a lot of Viper having a very good mental read on how to counter Coco, definitely. Because we saw, like I said, like playing that grounded game and forcing Coco to stay above him and utilizing N-Light and D-Light on guitars to really take that pressure and dive into those recoveries. I think the Coco just wasn't ready for it, and Viper played a very good adaptation there. But yeah, as you said, our next game up is going to be Swata versus S-Grape. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
I'm very excited. I haven't seen Swata today. S-Grape was popping off with the Orion earlier. Went to game 5 with Machete. So Swata might have a little trouble. And by the way, the winner of this is gonna have to go against Acno. Like I said earlier, these loser runs are gonna be rough, man.
Yeah, it's a scary lower bracket right now. And I mean, we have to like this. It boggles my mind what the EU scene is like right now, because Swata, he's a previous BCX champ. He won BCX, and then he sort of just disappeared kind of out of the meta. I mean, he had a bit of a period of relevancy following, and then I don't know what happened personally, but he wasn't consistent with that dominance. He's still certainly a very strong player to be making it into this position, but on the other hand, S-Grape is a much more up-and-coming player, who has shown recently that he has a lot of talent, especially on that Orion and on that Lance. Has made it to Royales previous, obviously has that silver medal in 1v1s, and I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's going to be a very scary matchup, I think, for Swata going up against this up-and-coming player. And I haven't seen Swata lock in the Lucian before. Swata previously was known to be that Boivar player, and then following those hammer nerfs, did pick up the Val, pick up some other more legends, picked up Zul, I think, for a little bit as well. But Lucian is one that I haven't seen Swata lock in before, so going into this game against S-Grape on the tried and true Orion is going to be an interesting one going to Demon Island for this first match.
Yeah, I imagine S-Grape is going to just have a better range here despite those blasters being here. So it's just about getting in here, which Swata's already having trouble with. But yeah, as soon as you mentioned Bodvar, the bell started chiming in, and I started remembering.
Yeah, the classic Bodvar versus Bodvar B6 Grand Final between Swata and Simple. That's how he got that title, but
ooh, we're seeing the guitars come out.
S-Grape. Yeah, forced off at a weapon right now. The spear just rips the side sigs. I know the golds in chat are molding looking at that because they've died to that so many times in their ranked games.
Yeah.
And S-Grape just ripping it out. Is in the red here. Swata one deal recovery will do it. And speaking of, will equalize perfectly. 50 seconds and 2 stocks taken across the board.
This is a very even game. Oh! I'm loving the unarmed string here. Not afraid of these guitars, but Swata adapting immediately and just going full aggressive.
Yeah, maybe he should be afraid of the guitars because, I mean, we know how explosive they can be, and Swata ripping out that D6 isn't going to get punished for it, but S-Grape holding a small damage lead here.
Nice. Covering this side with the neutralites here. Very safe for, especially against something like guitars. Ooh! Down sig to punish that, or read that.
Straight in with the side air as well.
Oh my.
Yeah, S-Grape not afraid to just turn up the heat on Swata here, put in the pressure, and Swata struggling a little bit in the face of that, I think.
Yeah.
Blasters coming out could be an interesting mix-up for him as he's playing majority guitars for that last stock, but the recovery won't be enough. Yeah, that end sig would have been huge, but S-Grape
just gets
a good response.
Yeah. That recovery's gonna take the stock, and Swata's in the orange. You know what? On a stage like this, though, Lucian, nice down signature. Take him off stage here. He's having an early stop. Ooh, but he's having trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the damage has been dealt, and Swata has to play a very safe game here. Diving with the guitars, catches the dodge as well. That's only going to be one hit of value for it.
Yeah, just be careful on this very small wall here. Spear able to cover a lot of ground. You're seeing these pokes come out.
That's going to be it.
Yep.
S-Grape just reading those movement options will find the pogo to secure that first game. And the high defensive Lucian not saving Swata there. And that was just a lot more confidence going into that game coming out of S-Grape. And we saw it there in that knockout in the replay. Just diving in for that side air was huge. And then just reading that dodge up, knows exactly where he's going, finds the pogo and S-Grape. Does go down to last stock, but comfortable in terms of keeping that lead over Swata for the majority of the game. And Swata not swapping Legend
Oh.
just yet, sticking with the Lucy and S-Grape, of course. I mean,
S-Grape
was only really known for those two Legends of Orion and Mirage, and I think we're only really going to see the Mirage if it goes to like a Game 5 situation.
Dude, did you? I feel like there was a momentum switch with S-Grape here. Earlier we saw him being very aggressive, but right there from spawn, just being very patient and seeing what Swata's options are going to be. And I feel like this is getting in Swata's head.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be working because Swata very damaged on this first stock. S-Grape, D-Sig not quite enough. That is that Lucian defense. And Swata swapping weapons, I think, slightly prematurely now. May struggle to find this knockout. The side stick is going to be punished by the down air. Second down air as well. Swata doesn't go for a follow-up on it. The ground pound, S-Grape getting a little bit desperate for this knockout here, I think. And the D-Light recovery will not be enough yet. But S-Grape could be in trouble here. Now it's throwing away the spear. Going off the side with the unarmed look for the knockout, and now could be in trouble. Swata completely turning the tables, and S-Grape definitely, I think, just got too comfortable there. Threw away the lance early, thinking he got the knockout, and Swata capitalized perfectly there.
Just be careful here, not let this turn into a damage lead for Swata. And they're able to take the stock, being so highly damaged with that GC down sig. Okay.
S-Grape now over onto the Lance. Swata will pick up the blasters, playing that vertical game, which is exactly what you want against Lance, but will S-Grape find the response to the ground pound?
Bad. Oh, nice down air to stop that recovery, and that's going to take a very early stock from S-Grape there, missing him simply just as at that point. And you got Swata.
That ground pound has to have been like a misinput or some kind of mistake. I mean, that single-handedly just threw away that stock for S-Grape, and now S-Grape has so much work to do to try and make it up. We'll find a down air. Side right air as well. Won't find a side air.
Dude. Nice catch on the wall there. Oh, he's really good at throwing out these down sigs to pop Swata into
The spacing has been very, very consistent on them, but S-Grape will find the knockout and now has taken some damage on this final stock. I think to play with the spear for this final stock as well. Which is interesting because, well, he will throw away for a second spear, but he's been playing a lot more Lance. And yeah, there it is. He was definitely looking for that. Will find a little bit of damage here, and now Swata could be panicking a little bit because S-Grape, despite throwing away that second stock, is now looking to equalize things up very quickly here. We'll find the D-Light.
Able to get out of that Katara string. But he's in the red now. Quite rough, okay. Unable to continue off that down air. Turning around with that
that's a big punish opportunity.
Oh no, that down air is going to send them in a very bad position and throws out another ground pound.
Not again, S-Grape, not again, please. And the N-Sig takes it back after throwing away that second stock. Will secure the victory, and that's heartbreaking if you're Swata. I mean, that's really, really scary because it's almost like S-Grape only needed 2 stocks to win that game, to be honest. Because I mean, we saw here S-Grape was barely into that yellow, and Swata takes away that stock, and S-Grape just comes back swinging and takes 2 stocks in response with 1. And I mean, if you're Swata, you're thinking, I gotta do something. There's got to be something I can do to turn these tables and find the answer, because right now clearly he hasn't got it, and S-Grape really holding his confidence.
100%, yeah. I felt like he was panicking at the end there, throwing out that side air, praying that S-Grape would jump in. Just nope. Okay. Oh! Nice.
Picks up the blasters. D-Light there.
Ooh! What? And what a beautiful decision on the switch. G-seeing that down lane to the other direction to get plenty more damage. And now S-Grape's in the red while Swata's still in the orange. Not a huge damage lead, but significant enough, and that neutral signature to keep S-Grape off that corner. Ooh, a little different gunplay here. Oh, another GC sig off that edge.
All of the SIGs coming out now.
Yeah.
We saw basically no SIGs coming out of Swata in those first couple games, and now he's done more SIGs in this game than he did in either of those, definitely.
Ooh, that's good too. That's good too.
I think the D-Light recovery there, I mean, that shows Swata knew that was going to knock out, because, I mean, if that were me, I wouldn't have been confident in the D-Light recovery. I would have tried to go for the ground pound, but I mean, Swata knows best, clearly, and is actually starting to rack up a little bit of damage here with these blasters. But the N-Sig will get the trade, and now S-Grape equalizing up the stocks, trying to find his footing after what was a very explosive first stock for Swata on those blasters.
Yes, it was, and he was able to prime more blasters here.
Now he's able to get even more damage in. He's staying below S-Grape. A very dangerous spot for Lance. Yep, and he throws it down in order to get him out from under.
Yeah, Swata trying to hold him to this lead here. Finds a sidelight into the recovery, and that is lovely for Swata. Catching that with the blasters and holding on to this lead here. This is like a very comfortable position for Swata to be in, but you cannot afford to get too comfortable because we saw last game what S-Grape is capable of doing in terms of comebacks, but Swata seems like he's turned on his blasters a little bit this game. They've definitely been leveling up in comparison to what we've seen in the previous 2 matches, and
Yep. He's able to get a lot closer to here. Ooh, but you know, on Spear, it's getting a little more dangerous, catching that jump with the downlight. And you know what? S-Grape might be able to take the second stock finally. And, oh, Swata throws that away. Ooh, there's plenty of damage there with the ground pound option, but he does take the stock. You know what?
yeah, S-Grape will equalize up onto the final stock spot. Oh, he throws away the spear as well. Does find the lance, but 1 D-Let recovery and Swata will take the victory. I think S-Grape knows that as he's trying to stay off the ground too much here.
Ooh!
Right there.
Punishing a lot of whiffs coming from Swata here. Just waiting for him to throw out these options.
Damage.
Ooh!
Oh, the dare to punish the recovery, but the exhausted recovery to interrupt the ground pound.
What a beautifully spaced recovery. Oh, that side is going to take the stock in the game. And Swata finally has a game in this set. 2-1 going into game 4. No switches off the Legends. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Back to Demon Island yet again.
Yeah, I mean, that was very, very close, though. S-Grape's really started to put in the work on that final stock, and Swata just managed to stop the bleeding and secure that final stock. But yeah, this weapon, though, to the side air was very, very nice to secure that. And yeah, Swata's blasters, they were a different beast that game. I mean, the first 2 games, they were starting to find some nice little bits there and secure the knockouts with the out recovery, but the damage build really wasn't happening on the blasters in this first 2 games. And now Swata showing that he does have what it takes to take the games off S-Grape and getting his hands on the blasters again.
I like it. He's staying a lot closer to Lance this time, and S-Grape is having trouble dealing with him, especially when he's right below. Oh.
Uh-oh, this is dangerous territory. This is dangerous territory!
Oh, the ground pound connected!
Exhausted recovery.
The clash giving him a option back and able to make it back to stage. Uh-oh. Yup, taking that dodge. That interesting was kind of
yeah, that's the Orion special. That is the Orion special right there. Sidelight into the N-Sig. And S-Grape showing off some of that movement tech that we've seen with this latest patch. Bouncing around the stage. Do you get recovery though?
Nice.
And Swata not quite enough to secure that knockout. And now S-Grape. Okay. It's air instead of ground pound. That took me a bit off guard. The side sig. I mean, I think S-Grape could have got a little bit more done there if he went to pick up the weapon. Maybe he didn't want to risk whatever he had primed just being lost to getting knocked out soon after. It was that lance, so yeah, maybe he was trying to save that.
It's no crazy, but I think this Lance is just quite rough into the blasters.
I mean, Swata has definitely been showing that he knows how to play around Lance on these blasters, but I mean, S-Grape is also adapting very, very well, and now speaking of adaptations, the damage really starting to come in here. Right, doesn't find the N-Sig, but the reverse side air will be enough, and now S-Grape is the one taking a comfortable lead in this game and before. And are we going to see another 3-1 coming out of S-Grape here?
Possibly, possibly. Ooh, nice side light. Ooh, that recovery! It's not going to be enough, though. Another one might be that
very,
high.
very dangerous. Oh, S-Grape. Looking to try and find these openings, but Swata finds the recovery. Not going to be enough, but one more of those, and Swata will have a big equalization on his hands. Very, very good job by Swata. Big leads that S-Grape had there, and Swata just equalizing up very, very quickly.
Oh!
It goes for the nair. Knew the weapon was coming back down.
Take him out of the flames in order for it to start the end lane. Cider's gonna get bottom off.
Too late here for Swata as S-Grape. Just needs one good side air or one good N-Sig to try and secure this knockout. Speaking of the N-Sig, there it is, and S-Grape will take the 3-1 over Swata. But Swata really putting up a good fight there, especially in those last 2 games. The Blasters doing a lot of work towards the end of that set, but just not quite in time. And that will be the end of that set. Very well played by both players, but S-Grape just holding out a bit longer with that lance and getting a lot more work done over time.
Essentially, yeah, essentially. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful plays from S-Grape in that lance. I wish we could have seen those blasters pop off a little bit more, but honestly, towards the game 3, game 4, we were seeing a lot. We were seeing a lot of good stack gameplay there.
For sure.
Next, we got Skeldera and Viper.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one because that is a battle of sort of new versus old, really. As said prior, Viper has been in the scene for a very long while. I mean, we see him in the lobby right now, locking in the 2v2 DreamHack Winter Champion 2018 title.
Sheesh.
That's 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is just a testament to the fact that Viper has been in the scene for a very, very long while. Meanwhile, Skeldera, a lot newer on the scene, a lot more of a ranked demon, really, especially in these past couple of seasons, has been making a lot of work get done with the Greatsword, especially, and with the Mako. I've seen a lot of talk on Twitter about Skeldera in the ranked queue and how scary he can be. So whether or not that's going to work against Viper, who we've seen has got that mechanical skill and that tournament mindset down to a science that we saw in that previous set, that is going to be the big question going into this. Going to Apocalypse for this first game, and the Jaeyun locked in against the Asuri for game number 1.
Heck yeah. I'm wondering how these guitars are going to do into Skeldera's Greatsword here. I feel like different dude does a bit better, so it was just going to be a lot of swinging very close to each other.
Skeldera
Gets the guitars immediately.
without a weapon. Viper starving away, actually, forcing Skeldera to play that unarmed. Still, even as Viper picks up the guitars now, and Skeldera really needs a weapon to spawn. There is the Greatsword, and now trying to find this opening up against the guitars. Already building up a little bit of damage here.
Yes. Ooh, try to cover that edge there. Make sure Viper doesn't get to stage, but ooh. Nobody's catching a lot of momentum here. Viper's barely like taking a little more damage, but
ooh, the dodge catch though. Three piece for Skeldera now. Trying to find this knockout with the sword. The thing is with the Jaeyun players, the moment you see them swap to their sword, you know they're trying to be looking for that knockout, unless they're like really getting sick of their Greatsword in this matchup. That's the only other time you're gonna see a Jaeyun player swap to the sword, besides, okay, I need to find a knockout right now. And now Viper's done a good job at forcing Skeldera off it and staying on the Greatsword to try and find this knockout. And that's gonna be dangerous because Greatsword doesn't have those confirms that sword does. The side air, not quite enough. Actually throws it away. Looking for another sword.
Yep. I think that side air good to pop Viper off the stage. Get a bit of time to get that weapon spawn to show up. Uh-oh. Viper switching the alarm himself. These players really not afraid to just throw their weapons away and constantly think about what resources are being at play.
Oh, nice, down as well, prepared for the option on the end light. Actually gonna be enough. Skeldera racking up that much damage to knock out Viper with the unarmed Endlight, starving for that Greatsword. Will get caught by an Endlight of Viper's own, but that's not going to be near enough. It's going to weapon throw up, try and save himself there. Grab onto the sword, now a much more safe option to try and find some extra hits before he falls down to the second stock himself. The side air not quite going to be enough. Skeldera.
Oh,
does get caught by the unarmed side air, sorry, and Viper equalizing up. Only really one hit taken. The time that Skeldera had that stock advantage, but now back onto their string weapons.
Ooh, not able to hit that same thing he tried earlier. Oh, just a lot of bare whiffs here.
Viper trying to get this anti-air game that we saw worked very well against Coco previous, but Skeldera, I mean, Skeldera's going to be looking to play this grounded game, because obviously Greatsword needs to have that runaway space. And if Viper can keep Skeldera off the ground, that's going to be really huge for this matchup. But oh, the Ensing is very daring, and the second one as well.
Maybe he's trying to get Skeldera to stay on the ground here and stop with those Greatsword side airs and recoveries that are oh so dangerous and have better range in these guitars. And oh, but you know what? It's not working out in Viper's favor.
Just tickling the hairs on Viper's head right there. Very, very close to catching, and just about missing. But Skeldera Starting to run away with the momentum a little bit here. Weapon throw down, won't connect. Like ground pound perfectly just over the edge, and Skeldera holding onto a small lead here. Not quite in the knockout range, but Viper going to be looking to secure that very, very soon. Unarmed doing a little bit of work here.
That's nothing to stop that recovery and let Skeldera touch the stage, and hopefully he's able to build some damage here. Ooh, he's knocked off.
Viper, sword in hand, that is the optimal option for this knockout. The down air, not going to be enough. Skeldera weapon throw up to save his return to the stage.
Perfectly covers that middle edge so he can just recover straight through it as Viper gets stuck in those frames.
Skeldera on the greatsword again, finds 3 hits. Oh, the dodge through is perfect. That could have been absolutely terrifying if you're Viper, but
yeah,
Skeldera still kind of running away with the damage here. The D-Sig is not going to go punish, but is not going to find a hit either. Skeldera running out of options.
down here.
Just misses the wall. Actually, that's a Brawlhalla moment. Collides with the wall there, but doesn't manage to find the touch.
Good awareness from Viper there, throwing out that down air though. And yep, putting him right out of range for that touch. Oh!
Well, the jump read though is huge. Skeldera looking for this knockout already. Getting a little bit desperate there maybe with the unarmed neutral heavy.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Being desperate against Katars on unarmed, that sounds like a lot of damage just going the wrong way.
Thing you want.
Yeah, okay. Switching to the sword. Oh, getting off it! He wants the greatsword. He needs the greatsword. Oh, he dodges down! That's bad!
Viper is at punishing these desperate last stock situations. We saw it with Coco. Skeldera, please don't fall victim to this as well.
Yes. Uh-oh. Viper's getting a little aggressive here. Skeldera realizing that, you know what, maybe I shouldn't go too aggressive, but Viper immediately catching on and saying, you know what, you want to back off? I'll chase.
It's happening. Is Skeldera desperate to close out this game, and Viper has brought it to a last stock red situation. Weapon throw all onto the sword now for Skeldera.
Uh-oh!
And Light's going to get punished by the slap.
Uh-oh!
Which for another end light, that's dangerous territory to be in.
Touches. Oh,
the
stops the recovery.
Skeldera really getting desperate for this, throwing out everything possible, and Viper playing this patient game, throws away the Katars. Nah, not going to be enough. Don't want to be above sword here for Skeldera.
Be careful here. Oh, that side is going to whiff.
Recovery in the Nair to punish. Down to 2 minutes 18, a 6-minute match that game. Very, very close between both players. But yeah, we're seeing again that Viper has that playstyle that can really punish those like hyper-aggressive, last stock, desperate plays coming out of multiple players now. And Skeldera, unlike Coco, just managing to eke out that victory right at the end there. But whether or not that's going to stay consistent is going to be a big question. Actually, Skeldera's probably going to the Arcadia off win as well. It's going to be interesting. Not running the speed stance, actually running the defense. There's 4 speed coming in here against Katars.
That extra range on Spear might help him out here because, as you were saying, he was trying to stay very far away from Viper. And when Viper finally caught on, it was not going well. So, okay.
Yeah, the sword. I mean, usually I'd say that swapping to Arcadia off Jaeyun is not going to be a big play in a tournament setting because you need that consistent knockout option that sword provides. But last game we did not see Skeldera find like a single KO confirmed combo on sword, like no D-Light recoveries, no D-Light says. So maybe swapping to the spear is going to be the play. But lovely set to relieve that pressure. But the
nice.
Okay, bro. Viper's the first player I've seen rip out that Sig since its startup buff, and I'm just now realizing how terrifying that is.
Yeah, it's working really well. Right there, we just saw him punish Spear side air with that Sig. Like, that's not an easy move to punish very quickly. Okay.
Yeah, oh, the end Sig not going to be enough though. That's a 7-strength legend we've got right there, bro.
I know. Being that grounded as well, just beautiful. Uh-oh.
Recovery also not enough. I mean, this is like a strong legend versus a legend with relatively average defense.
Yeah.
Like Miami Dome has an incredibly high ceiling either. It's relatively average, but Skeldera, just like last stock on the last game, is struggling a little bit to find the knockout. Will find the side air. And looking to get some work done with this greatsword now. Again, greatsword definitely has the capability to turn the tables in pretty much any game, and Skeldera is showing that a little bit there with a big string, dealing I'd say like, well, I don't know the damage exactly. Not off the top of my head. I'm no Sparky, but
Ooh, he's doing better at spacing out these sidelights from Viper here, punishing with sidelight of his own on Greatsword. I'm kind of liking that.
oh, Skeldera's really starting to get it started now. The second D-Sig into the
Double
side
D6
air.
air.
Viper could be in trouble here. Skeldera actually going to play it the respectful game. They're not going to risk going off stage. Got the spear in hand for Skeldera. Backing up here.
Burn away.
And this is where the swap to Arcadia may be difficult for Skeldera. Trying to secure these knockouts before Viper equalizes up the damage. The side air, though, very well placed. And maybe Skeldera doesn't need those KO confirms. He just needs one good hit. I mean, if he can land it, it doesn't really matter.
What I'm seeing is he's stopping Viper's lateral approaches a lot better now with these down sigs and sidelights. So I think that might have been the reason he's switching here. Oh!
Oh, that's another big string. Dangerous for Viper there. Another one as well. Already about to enter the orange off just 2 interactions. And that is the strength of a good greatsword player. I mean, Viper really starting to struggle a little bit here, dodging through the side air of Skeldera, and Viper now needs to try and find equalization. Does find a D-Light side air, and that will secure it. Viper, we know, has that last stock buff, but will Skeldera fall for it again, or will Skeldera play a much more patient game here? I mean, it's only been 3 minutes to get to this final stock, unlike last game, which took a long while, but
yeah. We haven't seen Viper do any significant damage strings here. So
Skeldera already playing a very patient game here. We're seeing this adaptation to that playstyle of Viper in this final stock, and that's promising as the side air comes through. Over onto the spear as well. Doesn't actually go for the punch on that return to stage there. Almost a bit too respectful against Viper here.
Yeah, Viper's being...
Oh,
nice
will be
punish.
perfectly punished by the side air, and Skeldera had that read down to a science against Viper here. Now Viper down 0-2 against Skeldera. This could be scary. The side airs coming in for multiple knockouts there for Skeldera, and this knockout, well, not this knockout, the string with the double D-sig into the side air was just, that was gross. I mean, that's disrespectful. If you're Viper, you're punching your desk off that one. I'm gonna be honest.
I think that's a great way to stop him from doing all these sidelights that are stopping a lot of, I feel, Skeldera's momentum. But now we have to switch to Mako, picking up Qatar's himself.
What?
Yeah. I didn't know the switch was needed, but yeah, off win. Off win.
Why? Skeldera, dude, you've won both games. You don't need to... Okay, bro. Maybe he's just doing the Greatsword World Tour. If he loses this game, he's going to Magyar next, and he loses again.
3, 2.
The Magyar would be insane, in my opinion. The slow speed, the hammer, oh my.
Yeah. I don't want to see it, but we do know this is the pick of choice for Skeldera. Like, in general, in ranked, to my knowledge, this is the pick that Skeldera is known for the most. Skeldera, I mean, obviously a greatsword player, but a Mako main in terms of that greatsword is on. The Katars, I'm curious to see how that's going to work out. I mean, so far, Viper actually holding a small lead here. Skeldera over onto the greatsword now.
Ooh! Barely misses that neutral signature. Front row. Okay, pop to the Katars. Let's see why he's popped to the Katars. Unable to get more than a weapon throw in.
D-Light says dangerous. Yeah, I think this swap may not have been the confident pick that Skeldera thinks it is. His Viper is... Oh, that D-Sig is... That's ballsy. Certainly ballsy. Recovery.
Yeah. They're covering so much.
Nothing more. Actually does catch the dodge though!
Oh my god! Stops that neutral signature with a side light and then just gets the dodge, doing that quick 5-piece string. Taking that stock. Beautiful from Skeldera.
Yeah, that was bread and butter if you're a greatsword player, and Viper really was not ready for it. And that is what I was saying, is how quickly a good greatsword player can just completely turn a game around if you let them get those big strings. Sort of unlike any other weapon besides maybe Sight, and we're seeing it again here! Skeldera finding hit after hit with no answer from Viper, now getting a little bit too big for his boot to that N-Sig maybe, but goes for another one. The recovery will be the perfect punish there, and Skeldera might actually throw out the emote. I didn't know that, wait.
Yeah.
It gives you 2 sunglasses?
Yeah, it depends on. I think it also gives like 1 if you're like Brax, so it just adapts to your eyes.
That's really cool. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. EMG cares. All right. Let's get damage on Viper here, but I don't think it's not. Okay, never mind.
No
Never mind.
dodge.
Whoa!
D-Sig as well. I'm getting flashbacks to that one Sandstorm set versus Snowy on Maker. Back
Oh,
in the
another
day, the D-Sig's just coming through.
Another one. No.
Another one. I don't think so. I think he's gonna be
Side.
side there. Perfect.
Ooh,
Perfect
setting it
angle
the
on that
worst
as well.
angle. Oh my. Yeah.
Skeldera poised to take the 3-0 against Viper,
Oh,
but he's at the top!
Oh my god!
Two wins.
Viper trying to back off at the top there, completely backfiring. Skeldera not being afraid to ladder him to his
And we get an
doom.
instant replay off that bing boom pow.
And like their recovery, my oh my.
Skeldera. Yeah, we're seeing it again. That dodge read with the end light. Jump there, and at that point it's pretty much just over. Skeldera locking it in with a recovery, and my oh my, what a way to end that set. I mean, I was starting off being like, I don't know about the Mako, guys. It's not doing too good. Skeldera proved me wrong. Skeldera proved me absolutely wrong. PR 39 in ones, but I get the feeling that won't be the case for much longer as Skeldera takes out Viper in very convincing fashion. 3-0 for Skeldera right there, and Viper is now going to be eliminated from the tournament. Skeldera moving on forwards to face the winner of our next game, which is going to be Acno versus S-Grape.
Woo! We got some heavy hitters here. Got Acno rocking out on the Vector today, so we're gonna see probably a Vector versus Orion to see who's gonna be the better Lance player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly curious how this is gonna go, because
Yeah.
Acno, despite that name being like a staple name for 2v2s now, with what the scene is like, there was a period of time
He was
where
dominating once, like a year or two ago. Now.
yeah, he was the 1v1 player for Europe. You know,
Yeah.
he was the Sandstorm of Europe for a period of time. I mean, he won every single tournament just in a row. And
We expected him to win BCX.
I'm not gonna say he's fallen off. I think everyone else has just gotten better. With the rise of Godly, with the rise of other players like S-Grape, the competition in Europe has become a lot more noticeable. It's been a much more of a back and forth region.
100%.
So I think Acno is now in a position where there are challenges to. I mean, it was said yesterday, I think, by Graffiti, that Acno and Blaze function as a TVT team as sort of the barrier of entry to the top level play in Europe. And I think Acno can kind of be seen very similarly in 1v1s. He is a very, very solid player. He's not quite taking the gold medals home right now, but if you can beat Acno, you have to be a player who can at least top 3, because he is going to be seen in these top 4, top 8 positions very, very consistently. So it's going to be a big challenge for S-Grape. I mean, we've got PR5 and PR6 coming in here, but the difference in earnings and gold medals is really, really, I mean, you can see on screen, 12 gold medals for Acno to S-Grape's 0. So the accolades of these players are very separate, but their current PR is right into his tail.
Yes. Yeah, EU I feel is the most competitive scene in I think all of the regions right now when it comes to which players on top. Like, yeah, we have Godly sitting there pretty, but like it's not easy for him. I don't feel. Yeah.
Definitely not with recent. I mean,
No.
there's been S-Grape is a prime example of the fact that the EU scene's been shaken up a lot recently. With newer players. Just waiting on these players to lock in their legends. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's much more competitive than like in North America, because you've seen North America be shaken up constantly with like Impala, Luna, Radish, all those players duking it out for those top 3 spots. But yeah, I think EU, outside of like who the top 5 players are, it is a hot mess of players bouncing up and down those placements and firing different positions. And yeah, Acno locking in the Vector going into this game against S-Grape, so it's going to be a Lance mirror match. And I'm curious to see that, because Acno has played a very wide variety of characters in his time, and recently that one's main he's had has been Akaya, so we know he has the bod.
Yes.
He hasn't played much Lance in ones, but he has played a fair bit in 2s, especially with the Ulgrim, so I'm curious to see how that's going to carry over to that one's play style, and if he's going to find the edge over S-Grape.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I feel like his bow is a staple for his gameplay. Yes, he's had the bullet bar, but he's also had the Koji in the past. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's played pretty much every genre of character by this point in 1v1s, and I have the confidence that he can pick up pretty much anyone and make them work to a certain degree, but S-Grape can't.
Oh, these neutral airs!
He's finding Nair after Nair!
Another one!
Goes for another.
I lost count of how
That's
many neutral airs.
disrespectful. I mean, Acno can look for a response. It's finding a little bit of damage here. S-Grape about to push Acno into the red. The N-Sig, that could have been terrifying if you're S-Grape, but will find the punish. Disarming Acno, goes to the weapon throw as well.
Nice,
Coco down.
Pogo, getting that recovery. Oh,
Like a well-oiled machine, S-Grape just step after step, finding the flowchart into that knockout right there.
I'm liking it. I'm liking it. All right, we got the bow coming out, and he's getting down here. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
Acno struggling to find his footing a little bit here at the start of this game as S-Grape is just reading these movement options so perfectly and punishing everything he can. Acno doesn't even find the side. What? That's
We
enough.
might see a switch from Acno here.
That's enough. Okay, that's enough. Whatever, man.
Oh,
S-Grape is apparently him when it comes to the lance. I mean,
I'm not surprised, man. This has been S-Grape as of late.
Chillax!
Look at that!
okay.
That's okay. Look at how much damage he built, though.
No, I
A
know
little
that's.
carried away, but right.
You can't
so.
afford to get too confident here. I mean, this is still a pro match. If he tries to go in with the unarmed or something, tries to do a little bit of trolling, that might not end up too well. But S-Grape is sitting pretty here in this game number one. Nair once again looks to the sideline. Won't be able to find it, but one signature will be enough. Acno looking for the read here with the down air to punish.
Oh my. I feel like I see Acno go for the most Lance ground pounds out of these players. It's crazy. And
Honestly,
for the
yeah,
first time
probably.
we see punishes.
I mean, look how close that first stock was, right? Look how much health he is in that replay. Second stock, boom, gone. Just absolutely decimated. I mean, that's heartbreaking if you're Acno, and yeah, that punish with the down air. I mean, S-Grape seems to have a really a perfect understanding of which move is the optimal option in every situation. Like, he knows when to use Dare instead of Say. He knows when to put out a grounded D-light instead of going for an end-light or a side light or something. And it's almost always that perfect option. I think that's what makes him so scary on the Orion, because he uses those SIGs very often, but he has an astonishingly high hit rate with those signatures. So if they land, can't blame them.
Woo! Barely missing that. Oh, both players just waiting at each corner, wondering what the next player is gonna do here. Oh!
And there's that N-Sig. Yeah, S-Grape taking the lead in game 2 as well. A very similar amount of damage taken on this first stock as last game. Acno going to be looking to try and equalize things up a lot more efficiently than he did previous. The D-Sig, not quite enough. The force just not high enough on that signature.
Yeah. We were seeing that SIG earlier in top 8 as a very good get off me SIG to get these players away.
Yeah, it is that very good, horizontal stacked option that keeps you safe and gives you that space. S-Grape, I think, actually doesn't want to pick up that weapon and risk just losing this stock immediately. Yeah, he's actually going to play it safe and just try and get some unarmed damage. Will fall to the side air. Has done a little bit of damage to Acno, but he has what I assume is a lance primed and does not want to risk picking it up and immediately losing it. Yeah, there it is.
Let's see.
Speaking of immediately losing weapons, that's one other thing. We very rarely see S-Grape go for these weapon throws. He's a very patient edgeguard player. He'll either wait for him to come back and try and get a trump card like edgeguard situation, or go all the way out with his weapon to try and punish. We very rarely see him go for these like long range weapon throws to try and secure these earlier knockouts, and perhaps that could be a weakness as we see Acno actually taking a damage lead here for the first time. Sidelight set, not going to be enough. S-Grape carving out for this lance. Finds the N-Sig!
Beautiful. I think he's just so much more confident on the lance here. Earlier we saw he wasn't afraid to play that spear here. Here we only saw a pogo last game, and I haven't seen any spear play here. So I think most of all he just wants to stick on this lance.
Oh! The GCN light. Perfect movement read coming out of Acno, knows where S-Grape is going to fast fall and punishes it accordingly. Now S-Grape looking to find this knockout here, throwing out these signatures. He can comfortably swap to this lance knowing that, I mean, this is his last stock, so there's no situation where he picks up a weapon, loses his stock, and loses the weapon. So He's going to stick with this lance. One stock apiece, equal damage across the board, and
I don't
Acno,
know.
a small lead here and a small advantage, but S-Grape could just snake this away. We've seen him do exactly that previous.
Oh. Acno's getting a good job with these neutralites, catching S-Grape in positions where he might
Perfect
want to
light as
dare.
well.
Ooh!
E-Sig is scary. S-Grape perhaps a bit too confident after last game as Acno was found his footing and really starting to make this bow work well for him. S-Grape not going to get a full punishment from that bow.
I like the bow gameplay, but honestly, the
There
land
is dangerous.
S-Grape
Light
is
as
more
well.
confident.
Oh, but the net is safe in the D-Light Grandpa. Acno knew exactly what S-Grape was going for. And S-Grape will fall to the side now. And Acno taking game number 2. Equalizing up the scoreboard 1-1. And S-Grape sticking with the Orion. Going to Demon Island for this next game. And that game, yeah, I mean, S-Grape took an early lead. And Acno just played the long game. Death by 1,000 cuts. And just waited out and played a very patient game there. And that Nair, I think, is very impressive. Because he knew S-Grape was going to go down there, go for that GCD light. And punches it perfectly.
Yeah. Oh. Immediately
The
picks that
momentum
bow.
coming in from Acno.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm really liking this bow. Holy.
Yeah, I mean that's that experience we're seeing come in, and S-Grape getting some work done with the lance now though. Good read. D-Sig as well. A little bit afraid to just go rip out an opening right there, in fact. Damage very equal across the board. The side air not quite enough. Goes for another. Acno goes for
Able to
side
touch.
sig there as well.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it doesn't knock out at that angle. That was very, very close. And now S-Grape for the first time in a while forced to play the spear, and once again just goes for the pogo. And I mean, I guess that's his game plan. He just wants to play Orion for this lance, and doesn't find a dodge read either. D-Sig
Nice
though,
down tilt.
that perfect stacked option, and S-Grape will take a small early lead once again.
Can he push it? Can he... Oh, switches to the spear this time. See there come out.
Oh, never mind.
Far back now. Yeah. There we go. Oh, Acno. You here try to stop this weapon star from continuing. Ooh, catches his landing. You see Swept come out
that's
twice.
dangerous.
Oh,
The
look at it.
N-Sig comes through. The pogo as well.
Oh, I didn't even think he was gonna go for a pogo there. That was beautiful.
I don't think Acno thought that either, to be honest. I mean, if he's caught by it. Oh, the weapon though to stop the rocket. What is that?
That was nice.
The pincer maneuver.
Uh-huh.
You like into the sad and there as well. S-Grape trying to run away
Nice
with
D-Light
this.
to get through that weapon throw. What the heck?
What is this? S-Grape, calm down, please, bro. Okay, Acno forcing him to
Wake
calm
up,
down
man.
there with the knockout. But this is the same situation as game 1. S-Grape has so much room to run away with here.
Acno wants to take an early stock here. Ooh, the Sharky's not working out in his favor though. S-Grape just keeping that stage control and just knocking him off constantly here. Oh,
Okay.
it's a nice punch.
Oh, that would have been terrifying.
Oh,
Yeah, S-Grape
ooh, nice
respecting the
recovery.
recovery.
Yeah. That recovery kept S-Grape from D-Light even there, right there. Ooh, but that pogo.
Oh, the
Nice
side light? Oh, he touches though. Has the options to get back.
Oh, that grandpa.
Great. Hold again, bro. Oh, surely D-Light.
Another
grandpa
side
there,
light.
bro.
What?
S-Grape has the dodge
Oh, that's
caught,
it.
and that is going to secure it. Game number 3 going the way of S-Grape, and I mean, that was a very, very dominant start. Did start to fall apart a little bit there, trying to find that knockout right at the end. Oh yeah, but this was filthy. This entire stock, just side air, reset back to the stage. The N-Sig of all
The
things,
N-Sig is
catching with the
beautiful.
second hit, is Acno just falls straight into
Yeah.
it. Then S-Grape,
Oh.
I'm not done. Falls right down, finds the pogo, and Acno is just done right there.
Yep.
Yeah, Acno immediately banning out Demon Island. No surprise there whatsoever. Exact same picks coming back in for this next game. Yeah, 8 signatures coming out of S-Grape there. I get the feeling that you probably hit about 6 of them. Like, this is what I'm saying about his hit rate on those sigs. They're incredibly consistent. Now, S-Grape 1 game away from securing that top 4 position and securing the win over Acno, which would be absolutely huge for him. And Acno starting out fast in this next game. The speed, the dash dancing coming in with this bar. The N-Sig's going to get punished.
Ooh, they're trying to cover the wall here. Ooh, both trying to cover the wall.
What is going on? S-Grape is in trouble. The
Acno.
weapon throw. 30 seconds, less than that, and Acno, borderline untouched, will answer back in a big way with that knockout right there, and S-Grape now in trouble. Very early in this
no
game,
dodge.
he's going to burn the dodge into Acno as well.
My oh my. I wonder if S-Grape's going to stop with these weapon throws because barely any of those connected.
This is scary if you're S-Grape. I mean, also a game
another
as
nair?
dominant as the last one. Acno seems to have your number right here, so I'd like to say not going to be enough. The exhausted recovery to interrupt as well. S-Grape getting a little bit desperate here, maybe. Weapon throw.
Ooh.
Baiting out for that pogo. Doesn't manage to find it sidelight there. Doesn't get caught by the NSIG. The recovery not going to knock out.
Oh, where's the recovery?
All the way up. Side air also not enough. Vector.
There we go.
Alive, but S-Grape will find the sidelight
knockout. A lot of work
knockout.
there.
Yeah.
He still has a lot more.
Big
Already in the
hill
red
to
zone.
climb here. Not necessarily a mountain, but
Oh,
it's
that
up one in the
nair's
nair. Yeesh, yeah, Acno poised to take us to a game 5, not going down without a fight whatsoever in S-Grape. Full stock behind here, the GCN light for the true combo.
Ooh.
Oh, Acno.
He was doing a
Confidence
lot
in
better
this
control
ball.
stage on Apocalypse here. S-Grape can't find the space to land like he was in Demon Island earlier. There we go.
Puts S-Grape up into the air, and Acno is just finding every perfect option here. Tries to go for the D-Sig, but again, he's in the same position S-Grape was in previous games, where he has so much room to work with. He can afford to make a few missteps. Not too many though.
Yeah, so make sure to get S-Grape at least into the red. Ooh, there it is. I doubt it's
That's
gonna.
gonna secure it.
Yup.
2-stock victory for Acno, securing the game 5 and 500 damage to 343 coming out of S-Grape. And yeah, I mean, this first stock was just brutal. I mean, you don't want to play that game with Acno. You don't want to force yourself onto the wall and try and battle that out, because that's not going to work out for you unless you're like Boomy or Godly. It's not happening.
Oh, switching to the Diana, recognizing that he's not doing crazy work on the lands here. Maybe these signatures or maybe the blasters, not sure.
I respect it. I mean, Diana has arguably the best bow in terms of how her signatures flow into the kit that bow has, and when played well, her bow can be absolutely filthy. And I mean, Boss is still in a very, very good spot right now in 1v1s and 2v2s. I don't know if I've seen Acno play too much Blasters himself, but
I can't.
like I said before, I have the confidence that he could pick pretty much anything and find good success with it. So S-Grape needs to be careful here.
Ready? Ooh, getting plenty of damage here with some D-lights and nairs. Even here. I'm not looking too shabby on the blasters, but not getting a ton of damage.
Yeah, S-Grape looking a little bit worse for wear here, I think. Taken a bit aback by this swap. I think that's exactly
Nice
what Acno
timing
was
here.
looking for, to try and just catch S-Grape off guard with a completely out-of-pocket pick. Quite literally, in fact, that recovery will secure it. Now Acno looking like a completely different player here going into this game number 5 as S-Grape. Despite the dominance that he had, starting to struggle a little bit here. Finds the side air, won't be enough. Acno holding onto this both the time, being the down air, but Acno does manage to touch the second one. And S-Grape equalizing up. Despite that, the fact that Acno sort of knocked him off a little bit, he's definitely not unprepared for this matchup. I think he just needs to find that footing again, because Acno really took him apart that last game.
Yeah, that along with the new weapon switch, like it's gonna take you a minute as a player when someone completely switches their playstyle like this after winning a game.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm S-Grape and I've just been 2-stocked by someone and then he swaps to a different legend, my mind is racing, thinking, why has he done that? But I mean, clearly not to too much success as S-Grape finding a lead here.
Whoa! Oh, that
the
neutral
NSIG.
Acno able to get right through it though. Whoa! No dodge. It's over. There we
Beautiful
go.
punish,
Take that
beautiful punish by S-Grape. That was a really, really weird interaction. That easy to try and punish.
Yeah.
And now Acno, despite the confidence at the start of this game, is now in a dangerous position as S-Grape finds another read.
The switch might be to his detriment here. Also coming back to Demon Island, where S-Grape was having a lot of success.
Oh, the dodge read as well. S-Grape.
Oh, that's gonna take the stock.
Will be enough.
Able to clean both stocks with delay recovery on blasters here. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, that is the dream you sort of have if you have blasters in your pocket. You want to be able to be finding those knockouts with delay recovery. Otherwise, part of the strength of blasters is not really working in your favor right there. And now this final stock in this game number 5. Escape on the spear. Acno
trying to get
doesn't
the
find the
dodge
dodge read. We've seen Acno do incredible work with this bow so far. This could be what he needs to turn the tables.
Yeah.
S-Grape not on the lance. He's been doing
Oh,
so much
the
work
D6!
with the D6 will secure it. That's gonna be it.
My lord.
That is, if you're S-Grape, that is absolutely heartbreaking. Caught by one of the most forceful signatures in the game, completely invalidating the entire lead you had and taking it in a game 5 as Acno takes back the game and the set in one fell swoop. And we see it here. He was properly in the orange at the start of this final stock, and S-Grape was properly in the orange when he got hit by the D-Sig, but it just does not matter. Slung all the way off the side, the angle on that signature, absolutely devastating. And those are not the stats of our game. But yeah, to 520 damage, more damage coming out of S-Grape than Acno in that game. 520 out of S-Grape, 485 out of Acno, and Acno still steals it away and takes the game, meaning that our top 4 is going to entail on the winner's side. It's going to be Sarme and Machete, and on the lower side it's going to be Skeldera versus Acno, which is an incredibly insane matchup, and I would have loved to cast that. However, that is going to be it from myself and Clown for today, as we leave you here for a short break, and we're going to be coming back with a fresh set of casters. Incredible games we've had today so far. Anything to say to people at home before we head out, Clown?
Again, drink water. Make sure y'all stay hydrated and stick around. These games have been intense, like all of top 8, all of top 12, and I think they're just gonna get more intense as we rank up to top 4 now. Alrighty, bye.
Absolutely, yeah. Stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break with the big boy casters coming in just a moment. Peace out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Bearded Moose EU 1v1 $1,000 event, powered by Brawlhalla, powered by Bearded Brawls, and powered by Moose Wars. I'm AJ Moore 2000. You guys saw me earlier, but today I'm going to be casting with my good friend here, Slow Motion, as we go ahead and get into this fantastic top four. Slow, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm feeling good. We were talking about it yesterday. We had an amazing day when it came to the 2v2 action. And we talked about how hype the ones was going to be, and we've been watching this bracket develop over the course of our morning, EU's afternoon, and we have got an absolute treat for our top four. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure, and it's kind of funny that you brought up that the players have been talking about it around on social media, because some of the NA players have been talking about it a little bit in the background as well. If we go over to the scene here, we have a screenshot from Radish talking to Hardy. We posted a clip of Skeldera's clip on Viper not too long ago on social media, and Radish is already adding Hardy MJ, saying this guy would own you in tournament. So we'll kind of see how that goes back and forth with these players getting ready for the next NA Moose Wars event. See kind of how that transfers in. But yeah, we got a screenshot up on the screen here. But as we get off that topic though, because that's a good topic. We can go down that pathway all day long. Right? So our next upcoming matchup that we have up on screen, we got Sarme versus Machete. We got Seed 16 versus Seed 3. Machete beats Skeldera just by an inch in the winner semifinals matchup. And then Sarme beat Acno, seed number 5 in this event, 3-2. Both of these winner semifinal matches were best. I mean, they're down to sudden death matchup, right? So we're going into this matchup. How do you feel about this matchup so far, Slow? I mean, this is a very big deal. Finals.
Oh, it is. It's a really big deal. And you know, you talk about the slight difference in PR here, and we saw yesterday. You don't want to count that out. We saw some upsets, especially in winners finals yesterday, and just interested to see how this pops off. And we're looking at the top 8, and I'm looking, and you mentioned that the 2 games in semifinals went the full 5 games, and there's only been one set in this entire top 8 that's been a complete shutout. We're seeing a lot of 3-2s. So it looks like the top players truly did make it into the top 8 of this tournament, and the sets have been incredibly close so far. So I'm hoping that continues through our top 4, and we see some nail biters of some sets going into our top 4 in our casting block.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, overall though, I mean, between Sarme, between Machete overall, I mean, both their matches were really close, which makes me feel like we're going to go into this winners finals with maybe a BO5. Maybe people in the background may not like it going that far down the line, but hey, I mean, it's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. Machete's been playing a lot of Jayun recently tonight, especially against Skeldera there, and then now we got Sarme on the Mordex. They've been liking that site tonight, and let's see if they're going to go ahead and stick to it as we go into game number 1.
3, 2.
Well, we're getting ready to find out as we drop in 3-2-1 brawl, and we're seeing them go straight in neutral, and that first weapon drop is gonna go to Sarme. Machete has that great sword in hand. We see a lot of great sword play out of Machete, one of the players over there in EU that does enjoy the weapon. Ooh, Sayer couldn't quite catch that fadeaway off stage, but Sarme clapping right back with that opportunity to get some offensive end of his own.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're getting into this matchup here with 30 seconds to clock. Right, we got Machete, we got Sarme already in the half, like they're half hit on their stocks there, right? So we'll kind of have to see. It's been very, very even. Both players have been very, very precise with how they're playing. Fantastic 3-piece combo coming out of Sarme as well, knocking Machete down to that first stock, the second stock.
Yeah, but you know, Sarme needs to try and get some of that bonus damage on the stock. He is in orange in just one good string. Well, that'll work too. Little 2-piece, a backstep into that signature, and gonna go ahead and knock that stock off.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. I mean, very, very even. We've had Sarme come in with the first knockout. Now we've had Machete with that knockout as well. And I think realistically, we'll kind of have to see how this plays out with the center control of this platform. I talk about it all the time, just because also Jayden relies a lot on that. Its combos are based off of using the platform map overall because it has to build that damage up.
Right.
And right now, I mean, Machete is using it to their advantage very, very well, knocking Sarme down
Nice.
into that final stock of theirs. And that's huge for Machete.
That's absolutely huge. So is that lead that he has on Sarmay right now. Sarmay has definitely got to get back on this deficit, and getting starved out and staying unarmed is not going to be the way to do it. He now has that scythe in hand. Machete's shutting him down with the two-piece off that greatsword, continuing to work. Oh no, he's cooking. He found the rhythm. That's one thing about greatsword players. Once they get into that rhythm and they've got your movement figured out, they are going to just destroy you like that. Machete literally having his way on that weapon. Throwing the little sword out, going back over to greatsword. He's looking to shut this out. Caught him again. Sarmay's gonna have to figure it out because that is not it. Machete taking a very decisive game one and going up 1-0 in this set.
Yeah, absolutely going very, very crazy here. It just came down to Sarme really having a rough time using that scythe. And I think they realized that and they're like, hey, I like the gauntlets. I've been doing very, very well with gauntlets as I've been playing in the tournament. And I think now they realize, hey, Cannon's a thing. Cannon's coming in, comes in with that Onyx, a very nice Onyx skin overall, as we go back over to Demon Island for game number 2.
And we're dropping in. Demon Island is the map. Machete looking over to get that sword. We're gonna watch him throw this little sword out of the way. He had so much success on that great sword. I don't really see him wanting to use the regular sword. As I say that though, okay, it's gone. I don't think that was intentionally trying to get rid of the weapon, but now he has that great sword in hand. See if he's gonna be able to rack up those monster strings like he was able to last game.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to really need. But, I mean, Sarme's cannon could do something, but he just throws it away, expecting for it to hit Machete. But I think right now they're like, okay, gauntlets might be an option, and maybe a signature here and there. But they have to land them realistically to space him out, right, if he doesn't want to have to deal with the recovery frame punishes from Machete's greatsword. So, I mean, 50 seconds in, they're both very close in that first stock. Machete comes in with that sword side air. Sarme is still alive. Nice dodge coming in. And this is the recovery. Sarme has an option to punish.
And Machete must be feeling really comfortable. He tried to set up for that little half a clip stock off of that. Missed it. Didn't really try to punish. He had options to be able to go ahead and get rid of Sarme's stock off stage, and now he's in a little bit of a deficit because of it. Sarme continuing to cook on that cannon, but gravity cancel unarmed signature is going to go ahead and send him up to the sky, and now Machete set back up in neutral with that great sword.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, right now it's coming down to overall things kind of changing a little bit in the premise of this game. I mean, it's not too much of a change compared to the first game. I mean, Sarme and Machete were very, very close, but the Machete got that center control and built up these combos with that greatsword. So Sarme now coming in with that cannon is making Machete jump a lot more, and he's starting to punish him a little bit. But as I said, Machete comes in with that 3-piece combo there with the greatsword, and Machete with the off-edge down signature, but does not knock out yet. And Sarme is able to touch that ledge, throw the weapon, and maybe get a knockout option. We'll have to see.
No, Machete gonna send him up with the recovery. Gonna go ahead and have Sarme on his final stock. He's gonna go ahead and get the juggle in, opt in for that great sword, and we're seeing the strings continue to begin to come out here. So starting Sarme out of a weapon, Sarme able to get those gauntlets in hand. The recovery not going to be enough to go ahead and take the stock off, as Machete is able to come back to ground, rack up a little more damage. That signature was well placed, sent him out to the side. Not going to be enough. Not a lot of offstage pressure coming from either one of these players as he gets that stock off and bringing it all evened up to 1-1. Neither one of these players really eager to go off stage to be able to punish and try and get some of these good stocks off stage. Real easy passage to get back up to the stage so far.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is looking a lot better compared to that first game for Sarme. But as I say that, Machete launches Sarme into the orange of that final stock of theirs. And I mean, there's another 2-piece into a neutral signature. Sarme's now in the red. He's got to find a way to counter this greatsword. Oh my gosh, the combo coming in. Sarme's unarmed's good though, but it's not enough to deal with Machete's sword. It's going to be very close.
It's getting very, very dark for Sarme, and that'll do it. Machete sending him up to the sky. Gonna go up 2-0 on that Jaehyun. Don't think we're gonna have any. No, Sarme is gonna swap. He's gonna switch over to that Val and take a shot with that. Machete gonna stick to that Jaehyun. I mean, it is working so well for him. He's looking so good on that greatsword. Good greatsword player is just so scary. They really are.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of greatsword tonight, and this is no exception as well. And I mean, another thing as well, Sarme was playing sword a lot tonight too. We saw that previously in some of their quarterfinals, semifinal matches. But as I say that, they cannot counter sword of Machete, and now they are in the orange of that first stock. And Machete weapon star Sarme gets a 3-piece with that greatsword, gets a aerial attack on the Sarme, and Sarme's already down to that second stock.
It absolutely is. Oh, and Machete, I mean, no damage to be had. Looking so good. And he's literally really looking to finish this out right here. 3 and done. And Sarme is just having a really hard time being able to figure out any sort of answer to be able to combat this greatsword from Machete.
Yeah, he's having a really, really rough time with it currently. And I mean, he's going to have to find something here against that greatsword, and his gauntlets are not working, swords coming in, but you're also countering sword with another sword and a very big sword as well. So I mean, the range from Machete definitely out prioritizes Sarme, and we're seeing that Sarme just cannot touch the ground at all. Is going to have to signature Machete, but Machete's bouncing back really well. Signature lands, and Sarme's down to that final stock. This is winners finals.
Yeah, this is winners finals, and Machete is literally having his way right now. So clean. I don't think Sarme's Val is going to be enough to get this reverse 3 stock plus 2 more games. Machete is right now solidifying his spot in grand finals, although Sarme, nice grab to cancel D-Light, being able to wrap up a little bit of damage there. Machete, though, on the prowl again with that great sword fadeaway Sarah. Oh my goodness, just absolutely bopping his head off stage right now. Sarme, though, able to get feet back on ground, line back up. Another 3-piece coming off from Machete. Gonna be able to finish up there with a pogo. Can't do it. Sarme, though, with the recovery. Nice little shrug to say, hey, man, you ain't gonna 3-stock me. But let's see what you got here. Back on gauntlets, Machete looking for that weapon drop, and he has it back on small sword.
Yeah, and while Sarme was taunting a little bit, saying, hey, you're not going to get 3-stock me, you might get 2-stocked here. We'll have to kind of see what happens. It depends on how Machete does his follow-ups, and that neutral light comes in. Sarme says, I'm not going to try to come back. It's too much for me. I can't deal with the range of that greatsword off that ledge. And Machete takes that game and goes into grand finals 3-0 with a Jaehyun. This is the first time I've seen a Jaehyun in winners or in grand finals in a very, very long time in their spot.
Man, I'm gonna be real. You know, I don't want to take anything away from Sarme, but Machete dog walked him up and down that stage every single game. That was an absolute blowout in winners finals. We talked about how everything's been so close between every set in top 8 so far, and that was brutal. Yeah, Machete is definitely going to be sitting in grand finals, and anybody who has to go back up there to fight him, I'm sure, is going to be at least a little bit scared after seeing that beatdown. But, you know, maybe Sarme will get back up there and have his revenge. I have no idea, but that was crazy.
Yeah, and with that being said, we have Machete going into grands, guaranteed top 2, and we have Sarme going into that loser's final as well. Well, who's Sarme going to be really facing? We're going to go ahead and find that out right now. We got Skeldera versus Acno up on stream, and this is Steve 34 versus Steve 5. So Skeldera has been, I mean, they went against Machete, went 3-2. By the way, Machete destroyed Sarme in the winners final overall. So that's the same thing.
Rough,
I mean, am I wrong?
No, that was, man.
I mean, it was just the Jaehyun control on that platform.
It was.
I mean, they went back to that Demon Island at the same time. So, I mean, I think with that overall control of that map, just he had the lead. But I will say this though, the reason why I brought that up is because we got to figure out who Sarmay's going to face. It's going to be Skeldera, it's going to be Acno. And I think we got another Jayun coming in, or another Greatsword player, Skeldera, coming in against Acno. I want to see how that Greatsword does against Acno's lance, because that's what he's been playing a lot tonight, is that Sir Roland, Orion, etc.
We saw that out of him yesterday in twos as well. We saw a lot of rolling out of him. He's definitely been on that lance, but EU just be like that. The meta is just different. They play a lot more lance over there than we do here in North America. South America and EU, they have definitely embraced the Rocket Lance. But no, interesting to see. I'm excited to see a Greatsword in Grand Finals. I think I think a lot of the players, you know, the House of Greatsword boys might be rejoicing to see a Greatsword on a podium, even if it is in a community tournament. But hey, this is one of the biggest community tournament every month, whether it be us or you or Brawl League be hosting it. So definitely should be good to see. And you mentioned that Skeldera is another Greatsword player, and we see him locked in on the Mako right now, going to go up against the Vector of Acno.
Yeah, and I think overall, Acno has embraced that Vector. Since DreamHack Dallas and seeing Yous go crazy with it, they've been trying to find some type of way of taking advantage of that, especially thinking about going into Valencia, because I don't think there's going to be a patch between now and Valencia on top of my head that does balance. So they're going to take a full advantage of that, and right now, I mean, we'll have to see what happens.
Absolutely. So far, being careful, kind of a very what's the word I'm looking for? A very disciplined start here from both these players. Nobody just kind of running out. Looks like there is a lot of respect between these two guys and the skill that they're going up against.
Yeah.
And so far,
ooh, it's gonna get. Whoa, Acno went a little bit far, but it looks like Skeldera kind of respects it a little bit. It's like, I'm not gonna go off ledge. I'm not gonna face your lance off ledge.
Ooh, nice there.
Oh, dear miss though, and like Acno does the punish. Ooh, back and forth. Nice offense down sig. He got him. Oh, recovery. He didn't go for the recovery fast enough. He did.
We're seeing a lot more aerial off the Mako than we saw from the Jayun last game. A lot more aerials, not really setting up those grounded attacks. As I say that though, he's getting those dodges in and trying to reverse it, but no, getting sent over to the left side, and Acno is going to take the first stock, although he is pretty bruised on that first stock. Maybe we can shut down and not get a whole lot of bonus damage. To say that though, D-Sig coming out. Uh-oh, he's racked it up here on this edge guard.
Yeah, and I mean, ooh. Brutal. Close.
Brutal.
What? He didn't get hit by a sire coming in from Acno? Oh, that dare comes in. He just had that locked. He was like 5 seconds ahead of Acno. He's like, yeah, here, come off ledge. We'll get its dare on you.
Well, he had to do something. He had to shut that down. Acno was starting to run away with that bonus damage and was getting him pretty, well, we'll call that orange. But we're seeing him put some feet on the ground and being able to try and set up for some of these Greatsword strings, but being able to get back up on stage with Bo, sending him up in the sky. That down sig coming out again and again, literally throwing it down at will. Oh, crap.
I don't know, but right now,
Skeldera not being able to deal with it.
Yes,
my brain literally just forgot his name. It would not come out of my mouth. It just would not.
But hey, I mean, this is going to be an even game, possibly here, depending on what Acno does.
Oh, nice there.
There we go. That weapon throw missed. Oh, yeah. Oh, Skeldera with that read.
And that is timed to perfection to be able... to be able to hit that angle coming off of that signature, that was crazy. Well played. See if it's enough to be able to pull this game back, though. This is really close in this opening game, number one.
I just kind of realized it, too. Skeldera is one of the first people I've seen that's been able to take advantage of the new dodging feature within Brawlhalla, which is like the forward and back dashes that are so quick. And that's probably why they're playing aerial based, and I think that's what's catching Acno off guard. He's not used to Skeldera's character really having an aggressive play style because it couldn't at certain points. So now, I mean, that's why it's been relatively even. And in Skeldera now having those guitars, we'll have to see what happens.
He's getting good little one pieces with him, but we're not seeing any of those big nasty guitar strings come out. Definitely favoring that great sword, swapping over as soon as he had the chance. Getting some more of those aerials in there, but Acno setting it down, trying to set up something over here in center stage. Oh, that signature coming out, but Acno able to get the punish off of it. See what he's got off stage, coming up with the recovery. Ooh, there off the great sword, weapon throw to keep Acno at bay. Get another two-piece in, but the Sarah coming over from Acno. Oh, it was able to line up, get the game number 1 with a monster recovery off that rocket lance.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Acno's been doing very, very well with, is playing that lance very, very effectively. And we're seeing, even, for example, Acno's second stock knockout was with the bow. I mean, that held neutral signature just has so much force, so much damage build up. And while Skeldera had the damage lead, Acno just had more force and got the knockout options where they needed to.
Absolutely. No, that was a good win from Acno. Way to pull it together. See if he can keep it going on APOC here in game number 2. Did switch over to the Jae Yun, so we're gonna see if that helps Skeldera out at all.
Yeah, we'll have to kind of see what happens here. I mean, yeah, I mean, sword and great sword. I mean, maybe pulling a page from Machete's book here and regarding what to really do. And I mean, sword's got a fantastic close range, like hitbox style, and his play styles in general that you can play with it. And Skeldera just has this very unique play style with greatsword. Has they spam dare when I'm saying that, but they are able to get that first stock knockout onto Acno. And I think this Jae-yoon, maybe it's the statistics on the character itself, but I will say it's going a lot more in favor of Skeldera.
It is so far this game. Absolutely. I mean, and if he can just continue to build that lead, looking a lot better, definitely a lot better on the Jae-yoon than what we saw on the Mako. And looking at a possible 3-stock, he is looking very comfortable on that first stock still. Acno having a really, really hard time.
Yeah, and I mean, as we say that, Acno's coming in with that lance, but I mean, he is down. Yeah, he's getting a little bit teared up. Oh yeah, that's a 3-stock from Skeldera. What?
That is a one hell of a response to losing game number 1. I will tell you what.
Good grief.
Man.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't expect to see that.
Acno switching over to the Koji. He got him off lance, okay? He beat him so bad that he got Acno off the lance.
He got him off the winning character from Dallas.
Yeah,
I think Acno is going back to old reliable. I mean, I've seen Acno in the past go crazy with Koji, but Skeldera's also been playing that sword, so I'm wondering if it's going to actually do anything. We'll see. Maybe that bow might be doing something. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think that's probably going to be the reason why he picked.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Oh my god, the reads coming from Skeldera, though, are just annihilating, man! I mean, so I gotta give props to Acno. He is reading some dodge options there on the Skeldera, some attack options. But I mean, Skeldera is just outplacing him when they go onto a head-on-head matchup when it comes to the combos. However, Acno does still get that knockout Skeldera. Platform to platform, Skeldera has that advantage.
And we are dead even here in the second stock. And Skeldera now has that great sword back in hand. We've seen how crazy he has been on it right now. It is just a flashy weapon to watch. These huge strings that can come out. The damage up is absolutely insane. See if he's gonna be able to reach in with a Sarre trying to go over the top. But now he's kind of getting that stutter step in between these attacks. But Acno coming back down on stage with a Sarre of his own. Another one trying to line it back up. Can't get anything with it though. But Skeldera setting up that string, man. And just so much damage. They're getting dodged through. And Acno able to get that bow back in hand with the recovery to the ceiling. Not quite enough. The Nair's not going to be enough. Looking for another one. And Acno finally answering back.
Yeah, and I think Acno's bow is what's catching Skeldera off guard, and you brought that up at the beginning of this game with Acno choosing that Koji. Really saying, hey, choose because of the bow, and it's showing. And I think Skeldera realizes that a whole bunch now. They love that great sword, by the way. They threw away that sword to make sure that they could get another great sword.
Well, I mean, it's doing so well. Being able to 3-stock Acno of all people in that second game and trying to just keep that momentum, not let Acno be able to figure it out. And so far, so good. It wasn't a 3-stock, but he sure got a 2-stock. And now he is a 1 game away from sending Acno out of this tournament.
The fact that Skeldera is knocking Acno onto a Diana, he doesn't know. I mean, the bow's working, but he knows sword's going to be a hard counter, and he's pulling weapons out left, right, and center, and he's going to have to go with blasters here with that Diana. But that neutral signature we did see earlier, right, from a couple different players that just caught certain players off guard with the signature set. So I think Acno's like, okay, we saw this a little bit earlier. Players are running into the signature set. Let me see what I can do with the blasters and the bow and use those signature sets. So right now, Skeldera has a little bit of a lead, trying to do something here against Acno and keep their advantage if they can. But Acno, if you're Acno, you have to be landing these bow attacks. And I mean, he's throwing them all out and just missing all of them.
He doesn't have an answer. Like if you're Skeldera right now, you got to be feeling really confident because this is a desperation pick from Acno, and already getting sent out to the left side. He doesn't have an answer for this great sword. He doesn't know how to counter it, and it is absolutely showing right here. Skeldera well on his way, full stock advantage against Acno right now, and Acno is whiffing and not being able to get the counters here. This is very impressive gameplay coming from Skeldera right now. I think he's gotten to the head of Acno a little bit.
He has, and I think Acno really has to play that bow very well and almost change his style a bit. I think he's going to have to go to more aggressive against Skeldera. Skeldera's been an aggressive player. Acno's kind of the player that's been, okay, let me make you run into things, but Skeldera's not running into things. So I think right now they're going to try to use the range of his blasters. And there you go, you see that Sider saving them. But oh my god, that 3-piece combo knocked off the ceiling of Apocalypse. And Acno's down to that final stock. And Skeldera might have an option for a 3-stock, or you might see Acno come back here. We'll have to see.
I mean, I definitely think Acno is at least gonna go down with 1. You know what I mean? He's at least gonna take 1. But Skeldera so confident on that great sword, and we talk about it. Just when you hit those strings, the damage, the force that comes in with those strings, is just absolutely crazy. And we're seeing Skeldera take full advantage of that.
Yeah, and right now, Skeldera, oh my gosh, almost got the 3-stock on the Acno, but Acno comes in with the counter, bow there. And Acno is still down a stock, but we'll see what happens from Skeldera here and see if he's able to do any damage buildup. But I mean, for Acno, you gotta get your damage buildup now. Make sure that you knock out Skeldera when you can. Oh, and Skeldera's able to come back just barely, just based on the options that Acno threw out. And Skeldera definitely feeling a lot more comfortable, but Acno is like, hi there, see my bow, have fun with it. And Skeldera's able to come back a little bit. Acno, do you have what it takes with blasters? You do!
No!
Skeldera is down to that final stock.
You know, Acno about to tell me to shut up, bro. I was over here talking down about my man. He's like, watch us reverse 3-stock right now. And he is in a really good position to get it done. Acno absolutely cooking on the Diana. I said he couldn't find an option. He couldn't find an answer for this great sword, and the Diana seems to be it. Okay, threw the sword away, but gonna starve him out. He's on the blasters now. Skeldera, no weapon to be found. Oh no, but the roles are reversed now. This could be bad for Acno. Oh
no.
Okay.
They're let each other.
Yeah, let them both cook. Skeldera though. Neutral sig, okay, reaching over, can't find anything. Still has a pretty good damage advantage though. And 1 good strength from that great sword. Even that Sarre might be enough to get done. Weapon throw misses. No ground pound coming out. Reach over for the little sword. Here we go. Acno trying to get back up on stage. Sweat beats out all the exclamation points. Still not enough, bro.
He has. Okay, I'm surprised he didn't get knocked out. With the sweat beads! And Acno might have a reversal! Skeldra's still alive, but not anymore! Acno with the
You love to see it, bro.
stock, man.
You love to see it.
Oh my gosh. That was crazy.
I got my heart pumping a little bit.
It did. It got mine a little bit too. God, man. I never thought
Game
I'd
5,
be.
baby.
Oh my goodness. I just
Acno's staying on the Diana. He's like, all right, okay, we found it. We're gonna stay on the Diana now. This seems to be working a little bit. Let's see if it was super close. It came down to the absolute wire. Is Skeldera gonna be able to make those adjustments, or is he gonna let this set slip out of his fingers?
If you're Skeldera, though, I mean, you need that greatsword. That greatsword is what made you win those 2 games, and I think that Acno just did not take full advantage of that properly, and Skeldera just read the daylights out of Acno. And now we're seeing Acno feel a lot more comfortable with their playstyle. Oh, nice save coming in for Skeldera. Derek Cider comes in. Cider comes in again, but Acno has an opportunity to come back. That 3-piece combo drops. Oh, the reversal. Oh! Great sword
AJ,
is
they're
just oh my gosh.
They are so good at this game, bro.
They are.
Just that battle that took place off stage, that was absolutely insane. We're seeing Acno pick up blasters and make his way back. These guys are both definitely trying with everything they have. We see weapon starving coming out, everything that they can do. Side sig off those blasters, tying it up, juggle, 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 and he's gonna stick to bow.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I'm kind of Skeldera is sticking. I mean, he's gonna have to stick with the sword until weapon spawns, but I don't know. I mean, that sword's been playing a lot more this game. It's been actually keeping things relatively even, but the blasters are just catching Skeldera off guard.
Yeah, he's definitely been able to control the spacing of the movement. D-light recovery, not enough to get it done, but that might be. No, still fishing. Skeldera not opting to go for the weapon, fighting unarmed. Caught him with the Sair. Great sword in hand.
Oh, he threw that.
Oh, but those blasters.
Skeldera's getting a little bit too risky, though. He's getting a little bit stressed. We're seeing it in his gameplay. When he's trying to go for these knockout options, he's throwing them the entire opposite way. Skeldera had at least 3 knockout options there onto Acno, and with the 3, but is able to get the 4th, and Acno's down to that final stock, his tournament possible stock, and Skeldera's gonna have to do some damage build up, but now we're down to Skeldera's final tournament stock, possibly, depending on how this final stock goes.
Oh my gosh, and it is super even. It is gonna come down. I felt it in my bones that we were gonna come down to that final stock, a game at number 5. Acno cooking, starving out, back on those blasters, and he has been so effective with those.
Oh, shoot. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Skeldera having that center platform control. This is what he needs for damage build up. Oh, he whiffs that attack, and Acno gets the recovery. He does not knock him out, though. No, this is close. Oh, he threw the weapon away. He's getting too risky.
Oh. Go for it. Oh, sword in hand, getting punished on that sidelight. Oh, it's gonna come down right to it. Acno has that advantage.
Oh, that weapon throw sets up Skeldera with that bow recovery. And Acno beats Skeldera 3-2 down to the final stock. Well, that's crazy.
What a set, man. That was a banger
goodness. That just threw me off guard.
Acno showing why he is such a GOAT and able to have the fortitude. You know, it started to get away from him. He got that opening game, had him feeling good, and then got bodied. Got 3 stock that very next game. Got 2 stock the game after that. And he said, okay. He kept trying. He kept changing. Kept trying to come up with a new strategy, and he finally dialed something in that worked and was able to turn the set back, stay in this tournament, guarantee him a spot in the top 3, and now is a 1 set away from earning his way back up to grand finals. That was clutch. That was having Brawlhalla experience, being able to have the mental to stick in there and just figure it out, solve the problem, and make it happen. Well played.
Yeah, well played coming in from both of those players, going down to that. I still can't, it mind boggles me that went down to that final stock. I mean, we saw so many options come out both players, and Acno, as soon as he got into that rhythm with that bow, just flowed into that grand final very, very easily. But I do gotta give props to Skeldera. I mean, for them being seed 34 and getting fourth, I might need to reseed them for future events. I'm not gonna lie, that was a mind-boggling run for them. Props to them on going forward, especially with Jaeun, which has been a character not a whole lot of players have been playing outside of Machete.
Absolutely. You know, we talk about, you know, and I wonder if that's a reason why, you know, we're seeing Great Sword do so well, because we are seeing newer some players start to adopt it. But you know, when you only have a small player base of players to be able to actually spar against and be able to play with, that's on your play level, when you're up there in those 2900s, how much Great Sword do you really get to practice against? There's not really many players that are playing it at that high of a caliber. So I wonder how much of effect that has, these players just not having a whole lot of practice and experience against that weapon, even after 3 years of it being out.
I'm still stunned by that last game. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to how these players really adapt. And I think now, though, Acno doesn't have to worry about that until Grands if they go against Machete. So now they have to deal with the parry of the Lance. And I think if we go even into the bracket, if I recall, this is a rematch. This was winner semifinals. This was now winner semifinals players going into losers finals that went to game number 5. But here's the thing as well. Sarmay played Zol the first game, then went to game 5. So I don't know what's going to happen, but Acno's bow is going crazy.
Okay, well, we production is taking over, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just gonna go right in to elimination of finals. This is Sarme versus Acno, and these guys are going right at it. Here we go, ground pound and getting pogoed, and that first stock going to Acno.
Yeah, and I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, we got Acno coming in with that bow, ground pound coming in, nice dare coming in, weapon throw as well. Oh, okay, and Sarme going down to the final stock.
And that is quick. That is quick. Oh no, Acno's just absolutely having his way. I wonder how much that last set is weighing on Sarme's mind, because Acno is absolutely having his way with as well. We see Sarme trying to fight his way back unarmed because he's not even being allowed the opportunity to get a weapon. He now has that scythe in hand and gonna get a stock. But man, what a deficit, and he has to just play perfect for a while.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, he's gonna have to really pop off here if he wants to go against Acno, but that scythe is coming out and it's starting to work against Acno's spear, but maybe not against that bow. But as I say, that Acno's spear comes in with that signature. Nice little attack here coming in from Sarme, but that side air coming in from Acno, that's gonna be
not it.
Not it, no.
Oh, that is though. That's speed from Kaya, man. Just able just to, and you know, her sigs being so quick, and just, you know, the lack of startup frames, being able just to slide those right in there. A lot of force, a lot of momentum, sending it up to the ceiling, and a great dub for game number 1. Sarme's got his work cut out for him, man.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been relatively interesting to kind of see how these players are really going like back and forth as players. I mean, Acno's spear is countering Sarme a lot more now, and Sarme is actually swapping characters, looks like. Oh,
he indeed is. Sarme on the Hugin. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Hysen, oh, maybe they're trying to do the counter bow. I can see that. I can definitely see that here as we go into this next game. Maybe just trying to find some type of way of countering Acno's bow. Maybe try to ditto them a little bit.
Well, I have to see. I mean, Moonin, just one of those legends. I mean, definitely a good kit. And we saw Sarme was definitely, you know, liking the scythe, had some good success with it in that first game for what it was. And oh no, walking into Kaya's. Oh my God, this man has got a family. Acno, do not do him like this. Sarme needs to fight back because he is so far having no sort of answer for this Kaya.
Yeah, and I mean, right, this is definitely going pretty crazy. I mean, Neutralite comes in, another Neutralite comes in as well. Neutralite, this is the signature. Oh, weapon throw there.
Oh.
Neutralite.
He missed the option. He had it.
He did, indeed. And threw that away. Recovery comes in. Nice signature comes in.
Sig. Trying to catch him up in the air, but no anti-airs coming out with the scythe. A nice pickup on the Sig. Sarah is going to go ahead and finish it up. And he pulled it together. I mean, for as quick as that first stock flew off, he got back quite a bit of that damage deficit on his second stock. But as I say that, sweat beads come out, dare to the back of the dome. That's going to send him down. And Acno has got a full stock advantage. And real close to putting Sarme on his tournament game.
Yeah, and I think Acno is just countering Sarme with that spear, and Sarme doesn't have an answer for it. You know, we've seen only a couple sets tonight where players just don't have an answer for what their opponent's throwing out, and we saw that when it comes down to Sarme going against actually Machete. And now Sarme is having a problem against Acno, and I'm wondering to see what happens here. Nice movement. Oh, nice little movement coming out of Sarme.
That was clean, and it's going to be enough. Dare of his own. Very nice.
He did throw that signature out a little bit at the wrong angle, and Sarme got that really nice punish. But I see a knockout option in about 5 seconds, maybe, on the Sarme. We'll see.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, it's close, man. Oh, but hold up. Acno. Oh, it was 5 seconds. It was definitely 5 seconds. And,
that was right around 5 seconds for sure.
Yeah, sure. And Acno takes that game and has it to his advantage. But if you're Sarme, what are you going to do here? I mean, you're going to game number 3. You swap with 2 different characters. You're going to stick with a Hugin. How are you going to change this matchup against Acno? You know, I don't know what way he's going to really do that. I mean, he's trying with that bow. It started to counter a little bit. Maybe he thinks he hasn't reached his maximum potential with it.
I know. Well, he's got to definitely figure it out right here. He has not been able to. Poor Sarme has lost his last 5 games. He's having a rough time in the top 8 portion of this bracket so far. See if he is going to be able to counter this somehow, some way.
Yeah, and I mean,
reaching up on stage, and there's coming out.
Oh,
nice.
Sarme, there we go.
That's a good start. Okay, that's a good start.
I like how Acno's going in for these like small different light attacks that are just so quick and are just hard to counter in general unless you have like a frame perfect attack option. And I think down light. And there we go. 3-piece coming out. Sarme misses the follow-up. Acno with the punish, but then Sarme with the counter again. Acno knocking themselves possibly out, but Sarme saves Acno just for him to do an unarmed combo into a grab out. Knockout. Acno still alive with the bow there. It's still a signature from Sarme. That is what you call pro gameplay. The back to back, man. What just happened? Whoa.
He said Acno was hurting him, and he had to assert his dominance here. In great fashion. It looks like Acno is going to be able to get the stock there, though. But still, full stock advantage. If he continues to put the hurt on Acno, he might be able to take this game.
Yeah, and we'll kind of have to see what kind of happens. Side light, down light, side air. Sarme coming in with a backward dare. I mean, Sarme is doing very, very well compared to the past couple games.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely, I mean, we kind of questioned the Munin pick come again after it did not work last game, but he is absolutely cooking on that bow. 2 stock dub, great win for Sarme, and maybe that is the momentum he needed to start turning this around.
Maybe he pulls the Acno of last set and comes back and goes crazy. I mean, that's definitely an option there. But Acno's on that. Kaya's like still on it. So if you're Sarme, you're feeling great. I mean, you're facing the same character again, but now you have to go to a platform map. So they go to Western Air Temple. This is a map that usually most players don't like, and now they're going to it. And I think we'll have to see how Sarme does with those platforms. I know Acno loves them a lot. Let's see what Sarme does. It's gonna be interesting.
Acno is crazy for loving platforms, but that's okay. That's just my personal opinion, and I'm sure it's wrong. All right, Sarme picking up that bow, getting that first weapon drop, and Acno trying to fight over his, and now it is bow on bow. Right here in the center of Western Air Temple. Both these guys. Oh no! Oh, that's an early stock. No, say it ain't so. Oh, the reversal, the reversal, and it happens. Sarme gets it.
Wow! What? Yeah. Okay. That
exactly.
was
that's all you can say. That's all you can say. Yeah. What?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That was what we call a very, very nice reversal coming out of Sarme, and that's why you cover every single options that is possible, because stuff like that will happen. And Sarme is now starting to get a little bit into the mental of Acno. I mean, look at the playstyle difference changes coming in from Acno.
Absolutely picking up that bow right back in the center. Both these guys, who's going to approach first? Got some whiffs happening, no, but that dare's going to pick up. Oh, so does that signature. Well placed by Acno. He's coming out, but gets back up on stage. Now has plenty of room to get back over. Nice reversal from Sarme in air. Good back and forth. Sarme wants to continue to grow this lead that he's got and not let Acno pull it back. That's going to be really good. Oh no, the ground pound not going to be enough to get it. Following him step for step all the way back up on stage.
Oh my God.
But that recovery is going to take the stock.
Yeah, that was huge coming of Acno to make things a lot more even into their favor. And I mean, as I say that, Sarme still has that almost entire stock lead over Acno. Misses that signature just barely, but gets that bow recovery. There we go. Acno going down to that final stock. And this is definitely a huge change of pace compared to the beginning of the set.
Oh yeah, I can't believe. Oh wow! Shut up, Sarme.
Oh
we
my
see you,
God.
bro. We see you.
Oh, that
and
missed?
we are looking like he's getting ready to take us to a game number 5 because he is absolutely feeling himself right now. Looking so good no matter what weapon he has in hand. Okay, seen him come out, step back. Acno cannot break up that rhythm at all, but finally the recovery coming in. Oh, reaching with the neutral stick, can't pick up. Acno able to get a punish. Has spear back in hand against an unarmed. Oh, finish him off unarmed. No, bet you won't. Side sig with the scythe gets punished, but Acno needs to have a dang near perfect stock to be able to go ahead and clutch his set and not go to a game number 5 with Sarme.
Yeah, and if you're Sarme, you gotta be like, hey, knockout. There we go.
There it is.
One hit. And we're going to game number 5. And Sarme has been building up for that for the past 2 rounds. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll see.
I have no idea. This is as Sparky once said, I feel like I'm cheating. I paid for the whole seat, but I'm only using the edge of it. I really don't know how this game 5 is going to go. Sarme absolutely turned the gas on. And Acno's got to be a little worried. We're going to see him on the Diana. Sarme is sticking to that Hugin. I don't know how this is going to turn out, AJ.
I don't know either. And it's going to be rather interesting to kind of find out. I mean, Acno is starting to get the read on Sarme, but Sarme is starting to really read Acno. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah. I think that bow is what's going to make overall Sarme win, but that scythe also has been popping off too, so I don't know.
True that.
But hey, we have Acno. We have Acno and blasters now. That's a thing. So
That is definitely a thing. We'll see if Sarme keeps it from becoming a serious thing, as he's still keeping things really even, and it's very, very even back and forth exchange so far from both these guys. Sarme, though, starting to open up a little bit, following up with that neutral sig. It's continuing to find the great options on Scythe, picking up to the bow, dare, and hits that signature again.
Oh
Sarme
my God.
is literally unhinged right now. He said no. I mean, think about it though. He got his back pushed against the wall up there in winners finals and got bodied. You know, I called him out a little bit for it, man. I almost feel bad. Came down here and it's the same thing started to happen in elimination finals.
We gotta stop. We gotta stop talking. We gotta stop talking.
Weapon thrown to the face. No. I'm gonna talk my smack. But he heard me. And he has dialed it in the amount of comeback, the amount of clutch, the amount of rebuilding the mental that Sarme has been able to put through to be able to bring this set back after everything that's happened so far in the past couple sets for him is really impressive to see. And I really hope to see him finish it all the way out as he dares his way down, trying to finish a sig, but gets dared from Acno. And we're back to neutral.
We are, and it's a downlight cider coming in from Sarme and a side air. I mean, those blasters are maybe what Acno needs to win, and I think Sarme is starting to realize that a little bit, trying to go a little bit unarmed, but I mean, the unarmed doesn't do very well against Acno's bow, or in general, and I think Sarme is going to try to do something here, but now Acno's got those blasters. Sarme's got to be careful.
He's got to be very careful. I may have gassed him up a little too much there. That's okay. I think he's going to be able to pull it out. Oh, no, that signature gets punished. But, the dare. There it is. Another dare. Double dare. Double dare. Doesn't need it. Oh, don't chase dead people. Okay. All right. Whew.
I'm clipping that. God,
that's rule number one, man. Rule number one of Brawlhalla. You don't chase dead people.
Indeed, because you'll have damage build up and your opponent will get a better advantage over you depending on the situation.
Yes.
Scythe comes out from Sarme, but Acno's bow going crazy. Will Sarme's Scythe start going crazy? It's going to have to pop off right now if he wants to win it and go forward in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Wait.
Sarme just does not want Acno on that bow, but that bow signature catches Sarme off guard, and Acno advances into grand finals of a bearded moose, and just really showed that signature off, and that signature has been catching everyone off guard so far.
Because it's stupid.
Yeah.
It does. It catches me all the time, man. Oh, yeah. I literally see that right there in my nightmares. But Diana players do Diana things. And it was enough for Acno. He was able to pull it back. And like you said, he's going back up to grand finals. And he's going to have to go against that scary Jaehyun from Machete.
Yeah, but first, indeed, what we're going to go ahead and do, we're going to take a small 3-minute break to make sure everyone can go grab their water. We're going to go ahead and run a 3-minute ad during a break so you guys don't get ads during grand finals or grand finals possible reset. So what we're going to go ahead and do, do not go too far away. We'll be right back with the Bearded Moose 1v1 championship grand finals. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Your Moose Wars avatar will pop up on screen during the break.
Oh, grand finals.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Bearded Moose 1v1 $1,000 EU tournament powered by Brawlhalla, powered by Moose Wars, and powered by Bearded Brawls. I'm AJ Moore. This is slow motion with me as well. We have been casting top 4, and we are now down to our final grand finals matchup here on stream between Machete and Acno, and we've seen so much fantastic unique gameplay coming in from both these players. From Acno playing a lot more of the blasters, the spear, the bow, and from Machete playing that Jayun and that greatsword. So it's been a fantastic event so far. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying it as much as we have been, and we're about to go ahead and get into grand finals. But Slow, this is a big deal. I mean, how do you feel about this matchup right now going to grands?
I don't know how to feel about it actually. It's our block especially. I mean, just the reverse sweeps, the definitive wins, just the momentum going back and forth. It's literally anybody's. Well, not anybody's. It's only these guys left. But this is anybody's set. I think the reset in having Machete having those 2 sets to fall back on. I don't know if Acno is going to be able. I don't know. I think Machete with that advantage is going to probably able to squeak this one out. But we saw Acno make the adjustments that he needed to be able to take back the set and to even get back up here to grand finals. And we're seeing him on Yumiko. Is what he's locked in on. So that could mix things up a little bit as well. Of course, Acno has been team of Vector so far this tournament. And when things started getting rough and everybody started figuring it out, he's been making these swaps. And Yumiko seems to be another pocket pick he's got.
Yeah, which is rather interesting to kind of see. I mean, we have not seen Acno play the Yumiko at all tonight, and I think them playing that, I think, is more so for the signature sets than the Hammer. I mean, Hammer, we have not seen a whole lot of tonight overall, and as we go into it, I mean, this is a big deal for Acno. I think he's trying that character to kind of see if he can counter that Jayun, see what it can overall really do. But I mean, maybe he's trying his pocket pick first game so that he can always rely on Diana and on the Kaya. But we're going to game number 1 between Acno and Machete on Apocalypse. Let's see how grand finals goes.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this first game, just to see how each player is looking against each other and who's going to need to make the biggest adjustments. I'm interested to see what kind of effect the Machete's greatsword is going to have in this opening game and ultimately this set. And it looks like Acno is showing respect for it and coming out being very careful even against the normal sword. Oh no, oh no,
Oh no, oh no, uh-oh.
And we're seeing Machete play just like he has been. We've seen the same gameplay that got him into grand finals on winner's side, and he is looking so good on that great sword. Acno is gonna have to figure it out. Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god, dude, this great sword is just countering left, right, and center of Acno. And oh look, I mean, Cider comes in. I see an unarmed combo. Maybe you want Machete's like, I'm gonna be a little bit nice. Let me pick up a sword. Let me try to do some sword combos here. There goes Acno's weapon too.
Oh no, got the disarm. Machete gonna keep him off of it. Oh, and then the weapon throw hit just for a little extra dash of salt, man. Oh, okay. Acno.
There we go.
Oh,
there we go.
God, he needed it, bro. He is literally so close to being on that final stock in this opening game. But we're seeing a little bit of a rally, and we're seeing things start to calm down a little bit. Acno being able to get some offensive on his side, being able to rack up a little bit of damage, but Machete is still letting him know he's still there, getting those little one pieces, switching over, side sig, gonna go ahead and take a chunk of damage off of him. And just like that, things are looking pretty damn even, AJ.
Yeah, it definitely is, and Acno definitely doing a lot better than the beginning of that game. Gets that stomp Cider knock out there on the Machete, and this pick is looking very, very good going against Machete. I mean, it's definitely doing a lot better than what we've seen overall tonight between Machete and other players. But as I say that, Cider comes in and things are back to even. And also, I don't think these players have faced each other at all. This is the first time playing. It's in grand finals.
So that makes it more exciting for us. You know, like you said, they haven't played against each other, so nobody was able to kind of get a feel for their opponent today before, you know, it was, you know, the highlight game, the grand finals. We've all been sitting here waiting to see who is going to be crowned the 1v1 champion of the Bearded Moose. I hope the first of more. We'll have to see what happens. It's been a really good event. We'll have to see how that plays out. But Machete right now trying to do everything he can to win the first one without a reset.
Yeah, for sure. And Acno comes in with that bow recovery, man, and that just has so much force. And Acno takes game number 1. He's gonna go for that reset. He's aiming for it right now, and he's working towards it. But that's why he's such going in that fast-paced mentality as we go to Apocalypse. And same characters again. I don't blame Machete staying on the Jayun. But that pocket pick from Acno is serving its purpose.
Yeah, definitely the Yumiko mixing things up quite a bit. Machete started out really strong. Looked like it was just going to be some of the same old. But Acno, having that experience we talked about, being, you know, a veteran of the scene, able to pull it back together, calm down, and being able to, right there in the very first game, and make the adjustments and be able to get the dub. And so far, he's continuing to rack up some pretty good damage against Machete, although Machete reversing it now, getting a couple good 1-2s. Weapon throw coming out, not seeing that dare come out, decides to throw down the signature instead. Doesn't hit, but able to get a good punish off of that dodge. Oh, fight unarmed, a weapon drop, able to pick up. Machete sending him down bottom left corner, weapon throw coming out. No, gonna wait and get the easy punish.
Yeah, Machete saying, hey, I want my lead back. I want to make sure I can take advantage of it, right? I don't want to go into that grand final reset if I can avoid it. So overall, Acno is starting to get countered by that. I mean, look, the 2 pieces are coming out. Then Stomp Cider comes out there from Acno, but it's not like Machete really has a, hey, I'm going to go ahead and neutral sling you like in Missouri, right? So he's got to kind of make sure he's in the air a little bit. But I want to see if he takes advantage of the dodging mechanism in Brawlhalla, because right now Acno is starting to make things a lot more even, and that was one of the main things that kept Skeldera ahead in the set against Acno.
Oh yeah, I mean it kept him ahead, but you know, unfortunately it did not pay off for him. But this game is so close, although Machete's starting to pull away a little bit, but every time he does, Acno is right there, be able to rack up some good damage off that Yumiko. Looking really good on this hammer. Oh, stop Sayer. Looking for another one. Sayer. Side sig out. Sayer back up on stage. It's just automatic. It's mechanical for him. It's being in the right place at the right time. Such good punishes coming out from Acno, and he is showing no sign of slowing down. He wants this game number 2.
Yeah, he definitely wants this game number 2, and I mean, Acno is not able to come back off that ledge just because of how that force with that dare is so much, and I mean, with the color that Acno was in his stock, I mean, that was very hard to come back from. And currently, Acno comes in with that hammer, is trying to do something to counter the range of that greatsword. Hammer is one of those legends or weapons that has so much range with it. But I mean, even with that, Machete is doing gravity cancel light attacks against Acno and reading him with it.
Yeah, and I mean it's definitely working. See, Machete gonna get sent out, but he just needs one good string. Not even a good string. He just needs like a mid string, and he'll be able to get this stock off of Acno pretty easily here. Recovery of maybe that D-Light recovery. Nope, just a double recovery will get it done, and that's going to go ahead and tie up this set 1-1 going into game number 3.
Yeah, now if you're Acno, that hammer's not doing this Acno justice right now. It did the first game, it caught Machete off guard, but Machete adapted very well with that greatsword, and I think Acno is going to really have to go into this game number 3 say, hey, am I going to play hammer again? Or am I going to be like, are they going to be like, hey, do we go back to that Diana? Do we go back to some other characters that we've been playing tonight? And it's going to go back to Vector, and that range with that lance might be able to counter Machete.
It might be. I mean, I don't know why he stayed off of it this long. Like, I mean, I understand he had success with other legends, but it was in that one set when he made the change. Like, okay, this isn't working in this set, and then he just kept playing other legends, even though it was a different set, different situation. And I kind of wondered when it was going to come back to this pick. We haven't seen any lance, and he's been loving the bow. He's been playing well on the bow. We weren't seeing the Diana, so why not pull the Vector back out and try and, you know, do what you've been practicing?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And I think right now it's trying to use what you've been practicing and trying to use the range that you've got is definitely optimal for both of these players. And 30 seconds in, Acno has been doing very well with the knockout options with that lance. I don't want to give the benefit of the doubt just yet because commentators curse, but as I say that, Acno goes in with force and does that fantastic unarmed two-piece combo off the ledge and knocks out Machete's first stock.
Takes him off stage. Machete looking for a good edge guard. Finds a Sair and taking away his options. I don't know if he has one. There's no recovery. Nope, that's not going to get him back. Machete taking that stock off and not letting that lead run away on him.
Yeah, and I don't really blame him to a degree too. It's like, hey, okay, let's not go ahead and get too far ahead of ourselves, right? And just trying to make sure it's not a huge disadvantage for themselves where they can't come back for this game. And I think, oh my God, Machete with these great sword reads on the Acno. They're not doing a whole lot of damage, but they're definitely controlling Acno's options.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it all adds up. The damage is starting to add up on Acno, and these stocks are so even. We're seeing both these players become a little more patient, a little more passive, trying to judge their openings a little better, not wanting to get punished. What a signature. See, and we saw that so much earlier when he was on the Vector. He was having good luck on that down sig, being able to catch people off guard. And then again, oh my God, look at him. Wait a second, not able to get the gimp. He went the wrong direction and got the wrong read, and now he's kind of hanging off stage a little too long here. Might have overstayed his welcome, but no, he's able to get back on stage, has a fresh bow in hand, and gonna get punished by Machete with a nice aerial off of that sword. Okay, we're seeing the Sierra come out, continuing to cook, caught another one, grabbed the cancel D-Light into recovery, taken to the ceiling, and this is absolutely anybody's game 3 to take that advantage going into game number 4.
Yeah, and I think right now it's starting to go around a little bit here. Dare comes in. Dare coming in from Acno. Just a lot of back and forth. But the longer Acno is more close to that stage, the more options Machete will take advantage of on Acno. And Acno needs to start moving around. He needs to be more floaty against Machete because that's the counter against Greatsword. And Cider comes in. Acno wants a reset. Let's make it happen. But Machete's like, otherwise, I'm gonna go crazy with that sword. It's gonna be close.
Oh no, who is gonna take this? Who's gonna take the advantage going to get number 4? This is so close between these two guys. Okay, Machete looking for the perfect opportunity, and okay, oh, that was really close. That Nair almost had it, but now we're seeing the string come out. Recovery not gonna be enough to take him up to the top right corner of APOC. You know, look back down, looking for another chance here to get a knockout option. Sarah coming off a Machete sword, looking for another one, can't get it, misses. Oh, we can't afford any whiffs right now. Both these players have to be spot on, but that D-Sig is gonna get punished. I'd give him props for throwing it out there, but easy punish, easy stock, easy game. Well, easy into the game for Machete, and gonna put him up a 2-1 in the set.
If you're Acno, you feel that pressure. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting here. It's just gonna be close.
We're gonna find out going into game number 4. Is Acno gonna keep fighting for this reset, or is Machete gonna shut him down right now and end everybody's day? We're gonna find out right now on APOC. Game number 4. Acno playing from elimination side. He's got to pull it together. Machete got that small sword in hand. Gonna catch some really nice one pieces here in neutral. Let's see if Acno has some sort of response. Recovery getting dodged through. Machete continuing to cook over on the right side of this map.
Oh, there comes in from Machete. Acno with the counter, allowing them to come back to that ledge. Acno without a weapon right now. Machete has an opportunity, takes advantage of it. Weapon stars Acno's like, you're not picking up something else. Machete gets that first stock knockout on the Acno. Something is going to have to pop off from Acno if he wants to make this go into game number 5.
It's not looking good so far. I mean, we've seen Acno come back from a deficit time and time again. So definitely don't count him out. But Machete is not folding under the pressure. He's looking really good. Still hold on to this first stock, staying out of any anti-airs. Oh, that D-Sig, man. He threw it out again and got it.
Yeah, Acno definitely is doing his best to go ahead and make things even, but now he's got the opportunity with Machete not on greatsword to get damage build up, and he's just dashing left and right. He's just not approaching Machete. Is he worried about Machete's unarmed?
I mean, I think he's worried about Machete's everything right now. Being very careful, trying to pull it back, and even if he wins this one, he's still got to get another win to get the reset.
Oh my god.
Machete having a hard time getting back down to stage. Finally got some feet planted on Apocalypse. Ooh, dodging that Sig again. Oh, Acno, is he getting desperate? We're seeing the Sigs fly out a lot, and it's a little early in the game for that, I think. Nice recovery coming up, though. Going to go ahead and get the disarm on Machete. Another recovery. Going to send him back up to the left side of the map. Machete going to inch his way back over. Is able to get greatsword back in hand. And can he cook on it? Not enough to get the stock.
Oh, he almost got knocked out off of that.
That was so close.
He almost did. It's so close, so close. Coming in for Machete. And Acno in the second stock. This is only second stock. Machete knocks himself out. The mind gift from Acno.
He went for it. He tried to go ahead and finish up that stock. And even, like, you know, it wasn't even that big of a risk. He went for a risky move, but even if he lost that stock like he did, I mean, things were so even. And if he can just get this stock off of Acno, it's literally no harm, no foul. And so far, looking like he might be able to get it done on this greatsword, but Acno fighting back with a little two-piece. Oh, nice recovery. That's going to be good enough to get it done. And now it comes down to this. That means Acno is on his tournament stock right here. Machete can finish it up. Acno has to win this to be able to keep the set alive and take us into a game at number 5.
Yeah, this is a big deal for Acno. He wants to make sure he can go further into this tournament. He wants to win this grand finals, but he needs to get the stock first. But will Machete allow it? He's not so far. Acno with side air misses the dare option. Machete with the counter, but then Acno with the counter. We're going to a game 5 of this 1v1 championship. Oh my goodness, that was close. That was very, very close.
That was very close indeed. Acno just will not give up. He will not go down without a fight, and clawed his way into a game number 5. Can he get the reset and bless us with another set in grand finals?
He did not feel comfortable on that back there. He went straight to Kaya this game, which I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen with it. Maybe that spear does definitely do a lot more than what they were doing with that lance, but I don't know. That range advantage was what got Acno to win that last game. We'll have to see what happens, but I don't know that Bo's doing a whole lot right now. We'll see. Oh, there we go.
As he settles in, but these guys broke off a neutral. This is a very important game for both of these guys. Super important. Machete, you know, he still has that buffer of having a whole nother set that he can fight, but, you know, stamina starts to come into effect at some point for both these players. Acno just came off of that elimination final set. Machete had a little time to breathe up here in Grands. Seeing him settle down though. Machete starting to break away with a pretty good lead here. Signature getting punished. Oh, what a string from Acno there. Oh, but throws that signature out, gets punished very easily. Sair, stock. No. Acno able to get back up, gonna starve out and back on Bo.
Oh, that was almost a counter for Machete with that signature. Picks up Greatsword, gets the side air. Oh, Acno with the counter. They didn't knock off the ceiling? Oh my gosh. I mean, that's what you call an option there. And oh, there we go. Acno with a knockout there on Machete.
And Acno does have a very slight lead. Oh, this is the stress that both these players have to be feeling right now. Machete trying desperately not let it get reset. Acno trying so hard to keep his dreams of winning alive. Machete sending them out, evening things back up. And we are all tied up here on stock number 2.
Yeah, it's definitely... It's close. It's gonna be a close game 5. I think if you're Acno, you're definitely way happier than last game.
Yeah.
But you can't let that get to your head because Machete is gonna tear you apart. And I think Machete swaps the sword. He's like, hey, yeah, maybe I've been a little bit aggressive too much with the greatsword. Let me go and do damage build up with my sword, and it's working, man. And
it is.
But I mean, Acno's keeping even though with the amount of attacks coming in for Machete, Acno is just doing a very, very nice rebuttal.
Yeah, the stock line and the damage line doesn't necessarily affect with what you would think it would watching the gameplay. Machete looks like he has just control, although these guys are locked in neutral right now. Super locked. Nair coming out. I don't know why. Oh my, look how careful these guys are. It just goes to show how much is on the line with this game right here.
And this is huge. Machete having that lead on this 3-minute marker. Acno needs to get this knockout now. He needs to make sure he does not allow this disadvantage to grow from Machete as we go into it. I mean, it's going to come down to this wire of Acno needs to get this knockout now. Gets the bow neutral air. He needs to get the knockout option as soon as he possibly can within the next 5 to 10 seconds if he wants to go ahead and have it go to a possible reset. He does it. Will he allow himself to do so? Maybe that spirit comes out, and it does. Let's see what happens.
It is going to come down to the wire here. This is game number 5. That is exactly, as Brawlhalla eSport fans, is exactly what we want to see. Machete being very careful here with that sword, looking for a perfect option. Reaches out there a little far on that side light, but able to recover from it pretty quickly. Acno has that advantage over on the side. There we go. We're swapping again. Nice, a little 1-2s coming out from Machete, not being greedy, staying on stage. Oh, D-Light. Oh, but a nice. Oh! Double recovery, baby.
Double recovery coming out of Machete. And Machete is your Bearded Moose 1v1 EU champion. What?
That's crazy.
I mean, that was down to final stack on game 5.
That was nuts. That was nuts. Machete get the dub. I'm just gonna say, from a personal standpoint, I really wanted the reset just because I wanted some more Brawlhalla action. But EU put on a show for us today, AJ. That was absolutely crazy. Awesome sets. Back and forth momentum, back and forth gameplay. We saw, you know, players having to make legend swaps, digging all the way into their arsenal, literally strategizing on the spot, making adjustments, doing everything they could. And the best player today won. And today, that player is Machete.
Yeah, absolutely. And props to them playing a character or a legend overall that we don't usually see, and really showing how Greatsword has improved over time. And if this happened in an EU event, I want to see what happens in other regions, counting Australia and North America going forward. But that was overall a very, very fantastic event overall. So, yeah.
I will admit, EU put on a really good show today. I had a lot of fun doing this event.
Is your house burning down there a little bit slow? Is it burning back there?
No, we're just having fun, man. We're just having fun. Yeah. You know, we just got done with grand finals. Machete's champion. You know what I mean? We gotta show a little excitement. But no, man, AJ, this was a great week, and I had a lot of fun doing this with you, man. We do not get to commentate together enough. And just a little backstory, you know, we decided we were gonna do this to help out some of the other TOs. AJ's like, so what do you want to do? What do you want out of this tournament? And I was like, me and you to commentate top 4. Other than that, I really don't care what you do. I just as long as me and you are commentating top 4 on 1s and 2s, man, I am Gucci. And we had an absolute great time. It was a good weekend. Thanks to you, thanks to the players, thanks to BMG for some reason giving us money to be able to do this for you guys. It is it's pretty awesome, man. I had a good time.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, what we're gonna go ahead and do, we're gonna slowly hop off here. Before we hop on out, slow motion, we'll talk about a little bit about your event coming up for Australia a little bit later down the road.
Oh, June 30th, we have a Bearded Brawls. It's 1v1 this month. Australia's heating up, man. The region just keeps getting better and better, and the more tournaments we give them, the hungrier they get. So we do them on Friday nights if you're NA. So if you're looking for something to do on a Friday night, join us June 30th. Come over and check out the best Australia has to offer. At the very least, you're gonna get some great clips from Asmodee. So it's always a good time, man. So make sure you guys join us. You guys can find that tournament over on the BCTI community on StartGG or on the community section right here in game client for Brawlhalla.
Yeah, and with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, Moose Wars will also have another event coming up this upcoming weekend for North America. If you guys are North American, watched this event and enjoyed it, we're going to be hosting an NA event next weekend for $2,000 as well. It's also going to be the last Moose Wars event for the next month or two. So I highly recommend, if you guys are practicing for Valencia, if you guys are practicing in general, I highly recommend you sign up for it. And with that, what we're going to do, we are announcing tonight that we are going to have a Moose Wars hub for that. So if you go in the Twitch chat, I'll pin it for you guys. This is where you guys can find all the future Moose Wars events popping up. So you guys can go ahead and sign up for that now. You guys can follow that hub page if you guys want notifications on new NA events hosted by Moose Wars. And then along with that, we'll be doing a giveaway this entire week for 3 Moose Wars avatars. We'll announce that on social media later tonight. So it's going to be fun. Enjoy those events, guys. Make sure to sign up for the Australian Bearded Brawls event. Make sure you sign up for the NA Moose Wars events coming up. And with that being said, shout outs to Brawlhalla. I know Brawlhalla devs are watching in the chat. We appreciate you guys very much. We hope you guys like what we provided to EU, and we hope to do more regions in the future. With that being said, have a fantastic rest of your night, and we will see you guys in our next upcoming events. Have a great night, guys.
Everybody go tell your dads Happy Father's Day.
Indeed. Make sure you guys go and do that. Peace, guys. Happy Father's Day. Enjoy yourselves.